like that. We back from another one. Here we go. We back on the scene like we never left. Time to go put them back on the shelf. No, we do not need permission. We came in alone, now we leaving you by ourselves. Now nobody wanna play me. Everybody think I'm crazy. Guess I gotta live up to it, nothing but to do it. Hear me out. Let's go. They know we done been there before. They know I done been there before. I think we gon' do it again. I think we gon' do it again. I'm ready to go for the win. again. Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. You know what we doing. Do it again. Do it again. Another one. Another one. Let's win. Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. Oh, I like that. Do it again. Do it again. Another one. Another one. Tell them let's do it again. Who you know got the power? How? Tell them to switch anytime that they want. We do. Who you know got the energy? I bet I can take it that you know who don't. Who don't? I'm on the move and better believe I stick to the plan. I got the city behind me, yeah, 'cause they know I'm the man. They know I'm the man. Hold on. They know we done been there before. Been there before. I think we gon' do it again. Do it again. Oh, I like that. I'm ready to go for the win. Who ready? Tell them let's do it again. Tell them let's do it again. Who you know got the power? How? Turn them to switch anytime that they want. We do. Who you know got the energy? I bet I can take it that you know who don't. Who don't? I'm on the move and better believe I stick to the plan. Stick to the plan. I got the city behind me, yeah, 'cause they know I'm the man. They know I'm the man. Hold on. They know we done been there before. Been there before. I think we gon' do it again. Do it again. Oh, I like that. I'm ready to go for the win. Who ready? Tell them let's do it again. Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. You know what we doing. Do it again. Do it again. Tell them I'm here for another one. Another one. Let's win. Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. Oh, I like that. Do it again. Do it again. Tell them I'm here for another one. Another one.
First tip of the year.
Tell them let's do it again.
You're going to have some big numbers. 45 for Abuza.
My God, what a hard point! FaZe again! And the hard point still belongs to Ultra!
In the two-piece machine that has been Lean's all game.
Absolute devastation. Black Ops 6, we are in for a year.
Happy New Year, all. Welcome into the Call of Duty League. We are here for Miner number 1. I'm Chris Bucket, your host, alongside Rosalie Parker, a.k.a. Alley Cat. We got Nameless, a.k.a. Mr. Wheeler at the end, and I want to start with you, Wheels. What did you learn about Black Ops 6 over the break, and are you any better?
Listen, I am better, and I learned that Hacienda plays great, and Hardpoint, I can't wait to see these teams get involved in this action. And, you know, we've been watching some scrims. Optic's been streaming their scrims, so we've gotten a sneak peek at some of the improvements these teams have made.
Ant's been beating up hackers. He's almost in the top 250. Alley Cat, let's talk about CDL, though. What are you excited about now that we're returning?
I'm excited that we're returning. We have a roster change. We have a new map in the mix, and I'm excited to see some of our teams that were struggling for the first 2 weeks have a big turnaround.
Well, of course, we are going to have our minor bracket. Pick'ems are in for most of y'all, but if you forgot, you have until 3:45 Eastern. That's about an hour from right now. Put it in and you have a chance to score big. And of course, our teams, they're playing for $20,000. We also have some champs points on the line, but look at this bracket. Some crazy names there already in the second round.
Yeah, you see, we got some teams that got a bye that you did not expect to have a top 4 seed, like the Carolina Royal Ravens and the Boston Breach. And then if you look at round number 1, you got Atlanta FaZe failing to get a top 4 seed. And then also the Gentlemates, a team that people very expected to be good alongside Optic. So definitely an interesting turnout of this bracket. And I love this format, Chris. Single elimination. This reminds me of back in the day, 2Ks and 5Ks. As a competitor, you live for this environment because these are truly tournament reps to improve.
Yeah, win and you move on. You lose, you're done for the day. So, Alley Cat, who's your pick'ems? Who's your final 4? Who do we have moving forward?
Ooh, my final 4, you're putting me on the spot already. I've got to start with LA Thieves. I think Toronto's probably going to make it. Optic might make a little bit of a run. And the 4th one, I'm going to leave it up to Chat. Pick an underdog.
All right, Chat, get your pick'ems in right now. Hacienda, though, is the big key today because the map that we all know and love from Black Ops 4 is back in Black Ops 6. Let's talk about it. Who's more excited?
Honestly, I think everybody's excited. I think all the vets are excited. All the players that get reminisced back from Black Ops 4. This was actually my first game playing into competitive.
Oh, yeah?
Rewind is out of here. Hacienda is in a very more traditional 3-lane competitive map. And we used to play this 5v5, and I think it plays so much better 4v4, Ant.
Yeah, you know, some iconic positions on it. Plays very good in Hardpoint. You think about Lambo, think about Fountain. I'll think back to the Black Ops 4 season with Looney with a huge 1v5. So definitely some iconic moments have taken place on this map and many more yet to come. So it's going to be in for all 3 modes. And I think more importantly, Control. We won't just see Vault over and over again. We'll have some Hacienda, which could change the map pool for some of these teams. So very exciting.
We'll see which teams excel on the new map. We expect to see it quite a bit, but we're also going to be seeing some new faces. As you may have heard on Twitter, some rosters weren't happy with their early performance in the first 2 weeks, some of them making major changes already halfway to Major 1. Let's first look at our number 12 seed, Vegas Falcons. This squad, they didn't have a lot of practice in the respawns. They were an S&D team, but they're looking to pick up the killing. They brought in Wixel, they bring in Dahum alongside Roxas and Exdid.
Yeah, I think we were all, very surprised to see big change, but at the same time, these guys were on the academy team and they were playing very, very well, right? So they bring them into this roster. I'm excited to watch them, man. I talked to some of my challengers friends. I'm gonna shout out Ryan. He said that they are shooters. They're very good. So maybe they can do some damage here in this minor tournament.
Allie, you excited for the new squad?
I am excited for the new squad. I am sad because I felt like Kix was finally getting his groove in this game, but maybe we'll see him later.
All right, King of Bodhi and Kix on the sideline. 2 new faces in for Vegas. We'll see them later today. But right now, it's time to jump right in to my favorite segment we call Hot Takes. And the first question here for today, who's been the biggest surprise of our first 2 weeks as we now enter minor number 1?
I think we can both agree to this. It definitely has to be Carolina Royal Ravens, at least on the positive note. I did not look at that roster, and you told me that they went 4-0 with the number 1 seed. I wouldn't have believed you. I'm going to be real.
Yeah, I mean, they're positive in all 3 game modes. Slasher looks absolutely unbelievable. TJ looks like the best he's been since Black Ops 4. This team is disgusting. The comp works. I mean, Gwyn picking up off the Rookie of the Year from last year, just absolutely frying once again, sitting at 4-0 with our number 1 seed. Carolina is looking to win this minor and go into the major and dominate. So, yeah, definitely the biggest surprise to me by far.
Have they had to play anyone good yet, though, Allie?
I mean, they have. They have had to play people that are
Atlanta?
good, 100%. And, well, you say Atlanta when we talk about their score, but that's fine. For Carolina Royal Ravens, I just want to give them their flowers. They're the best respawn team, I feel like, in the game right now, rivaling up against LA Thieves. And on the flip side, you would have looked at the squad and thought of Search and Destroy. You're talking Slasher, TJ. But no, it's actually the respawn where they are finding the most success while still being strong in S&D. This team's been unreal.
Yeah, Carolina 4-0. I got to move us on because I'm told the biggest letdown is loading up right now. So let's just make it real. Who is kind of not showing up in the early weeks of Black Ops 6?
Ooh, that could be a couple answers.
Atlanta FaZe, I'll say it.
Okay, I
They're
got
the top team every season. They're always the number 1 seed.
Yeah.
They're in the bottom 3 right now.
Yeah, I think Atlanta FaZe probably the clear-cut answer. I think Gentlemates as well could be the answer to that just because they're 0-4. And Atlanta FaZe has had tough competition. But yes, when you watch them play, they have been the biggest letdown because you're talking about a team that you expect to be ahead of other teams, right, coming into the year. They have been totally behind, especially in the respawns. We saw them drop a control to the Falcons. It just hasn't been good for Atlanta FaZe. And people have been trying to put their finger on it, figure out what is going wrong in their camp. Why are they so behind, and nobody has been able to answer that question, not even Atlanta FaZe themselves. So they've had a couple of weeks. It was through the holidays. Hopefully they put in that extra time, that extra shift, because they really need to turn it around.
Allie, I was looking through our numbers, and I was expecting to see a bunch of Game 5 losses. Maybe these were tight series. Let's take a look at Atlanta's road so far. It's been a 3-0 boppity by the Royal Ravens. They did lose a game to the Falcons, and they only took one map against Toronto.
But what is so crazy to me is they played up in against their competition when they went up against LA Thieves, right? That is the only Game 5. LA Thieves is probably top 2 that we would consider in our league right now. And then they go up against Carolina Royal Ravens, number 1 seed, and they get 88-point clubs. So it's just a lot of inconsistency when it comes from the FaZe camp.
They started with 3 losses, did get a win over Vegas. Atlanta gonna have to start at the bottom of our elimination bracket. Let's start though, Nameless, with we already talked about biggest letdown. Let's talk about biggest matchup that we saw. What was the best match that we've seen in weeks 1 and 2?
Yeah, so for the record, people at home, I don't know what the answer is going to be to this, but I'm going to go with LAG in Minnesota. That's my personal pick. It was the first match of the season, and we're going to see that match here once again. And this is what I thought that they would pick, and here's my case against it, okay? Listen, yes, because map 1
hard points ever.
Listen, map 1 was a 100-point club. They got absolutely cooked. Game 4 was a rewind where Sullium went crazy. There were some huge mistakes on both sides, and rewind's not even a map anymore. So I'm not giving this the best match of the year so far. I'm giving it to LAG in Minnesota, who will face off once again today.
You know what? And I'm going to counter that with Boston versus Optic Texas, the defending world champs, one of our opening games of the season. That one I will never forget, going to that Game 5, and Boston Breach pulling out the most insane upset.
You know, I did not expect either of those answers, and I thought I nailed it. All right, sorry, production. Let's go to our last question here in the hot takes. Let's get to MVP candidates, and let's make it spicy. Alley Cat's excited. Who's your MVP so far?
Because I know nobody's going to guess the words coming out of my mouth. My MVP is actually going to be Gwyn. I don't know if that's who we have for the B-roll, but he has been unreal for the Carolina Royal Ravens. They are 4-4 right now. He has a 1.43.
But he's not even the best player on their team.
Yes, he is when it comes to the numbers. Yes, he is. He has a 1.43 leading slasher right now when it comes to the Carolina Royal Ravens. Slasher only has a 1.28 in hardpoint. You go to S&D, Gwyn's rocking 1.25. You go to Control, he's leading the team with a 1.19. He has been unreal.
Yeah, but he gets to play with the sub too. Isn't that a difference maker here?
I mean, sure, listen, he's been great, but like I said, I don't even think he's the best player on their team. But listen, just as we switch, this is my MVP. It is Shotzi. Listen, I don't even know what his exact numbers are. By the eye test, by the moments, them having a roster change in the middle of the first 2 weeks, and him still being unbelievable. Shotzi has been the MVP for me so far. That kid is different.
Tobias, I see you. Queen X is on my list. All right,
hot takes.
Very warm takes there, Allie. I love that you nailed the Carolina blue here. And we are going to see Carolina in action in the second round. We're also going to see a battle of blue at the very start of our minor bracket. Before that, a quick look at our standings. Allie, walk me through the surprises of our opening 2 weeks.
I mean, we already kind of harped on the fact that Carolina Royal Ravens being that number 1 seed is insane. I think another big one is the fact that we look at that 11th seed that the LA Gorillas made. With that roster being that low, with Atlanta FaZe right above them, both those teams definitely did not expect them to be that low.
All right, this is, of course, our overall season standings. You earn 10 points per win. We're also going to be awarding some points for this minor bracket, but it's not going towards your Major 1 qualifier. It's only your Champs qualifier.
Yeah, which is massive, right? Because you really want to have massive impact on your champ seeding based off your tournament performances. So we're going to be having these minors to where if you underperform in some of your league matches, you can make up for it here. And then obviously when you get to the land, regardless of if you're in losers or not, you can get your points there. So more tournaments is always going to be better as a competitor. I can't wait.
This is such a beautiful bracket. So many awesome colors. We had the blue wave, the green wave. Can we start with the blue wave here? Because that's what we're going to be seeing in one of our opening fights tonight. Vancouver Surge is going to be taking on Cloud9 New York, and both of these teams have been riding the struggle bus, Allie.
Yeah, they haven't been great. I don't know which side we're siding on this. We're starting with Cloud9. Just the fact that I look at this roster and see how poorly they've been performing is really upsetting because the team can definitely need some work. Mainly with the ARs and their roles. That's been a struggle, it feels like, on the teams that Civ has been on in the past 2 years. But they also just overall as a team aren't gelling well. They suck at control. They're 0-4. They took a hardpoint point off Carolina, which was a strong first set of rotos, but Mac had to drop 36 kills for that to even happen. So hopefully they put in a lot of work in the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, these guys are 3-8 in respawn. It's terrible. I mean, you look at this team and you're like, they got some slayers. The best player on the roster so far has been Mac. Not saying this in a bad way, but that's unacceptable when you look at the roster, right? Like, I'm talking about Civ, who last year, at the end of the year, he was taking over alongside Hydra, right? He's been the worst player on the team. The dynamic between him and Attach, it has to be figured out. That's what they're banking on when they made this team, was like, Civ, you're our superstar. It's time, man, so he's got to turn up.
Figure it out early, because today you face off against Vancouver's Surge Abuza, making his impact felt, but the team so far not finding the success they were hoping for. Nasty and Hixie, some strong additions. What do we think about this team from up north?
For Vancouver, it's been kind of frustrating because the biggest worry for me at first was if Nasty and Hixie were going to be able to keep pace. This felt like it was going to be a slower team, and then both of them surprised me and ended up being huge slayers. But overall, they've been average across all game modes. They're coming off of a 3 hardpoint loss streak, so that was probably their focus during this break. I will say with the addition of Hacienda, it might help them. It's a little bit of a less chaotic map. It's a little bit more structured, and the players on this team are a little bit more structured. And I think it'll help them when it comes to that map number 3 and getting rid of that ball control.
Nameless, let's keep it real for the players. Who has more pressure on potentially losing a seat after this first minor? Is it Cloud9 New York or Vancouver Surge, or are both teams safe?
I think it would be the Cloud9 New York team, because I do think Illy's sitting down there in Challengers, and he's a player who could really make that team a lot better. And when you look at Surge, Rambo's the guy running the show over there. He's going to keep that roster. But all I would say about Surge is that they've just been incredibly average. Like, if they don't excel in Search and Destroy, I don't really see a place where this team can be a top 6, top 4 team, push that, right? So they got to figure out their search and start dominating those.
A team that is definitely in our top 6, top 4 is LA Thieves, and this squad has really invested in the offseason. They buy scrap from Toronto, they bring Envoy back home where he won a world championship, and of course, you add Hydra alongside Dan Ghosty. So tell me about this team. They're 4-0, but they don't have the #1 seed.
Sort of same situation. No doubt in my mind, top 2 team, top 4 team might win the minor, probably the favorite. Unreal at Hardpoint, 7-1 right now. Only other team that comes close to them, obviously, is going to be the Carolina Royal Ravens. I will say they were struggling in control a little bit. All we saw was Vault over and over and over again, and I know it was driving Ant crazy. So this is another team where I think Hacienda will help them in that situation. They were 2-2 across the board, losing to Atlanta and Gentlemates that game number 3. So Hacienda, I think, is going to help them, and obviously, I think LA Thieves is probably going to still be the favorite.
LA Thieves, of course, is already into that second round. They're waiting to find out who will they be playing against. Is it going to be Atlanta, or will Miami be able to pull off a shocking upset? Miami, they're rocking orange, red hot. LA, but you got kind of a mediocre, lukewarm Miami right now.
Sure, yeah, people could say that, and it would definitely be true, but that's because of the Search and Destroy. It dang sure ain't because of the respawn. 4-3 in Hardpoint, you know, it's definitely improvement from last year. You talk about the control. They were the best control team throughout the first 2 weeks. Obviously, Hacienda gets added in, so it can mess with them a bit. They were playing a lot of Vault, but if they pick up and they stay consistent in the control game mode, they can beat anybody. I really, every time I look at this team, I say, why not, man? They got the roster to do it. They have the Slayers. I really like this Miami team. They can cause a huge upset.
They can cause a huge upset. I think the biggest strength with Miami Heretics right now is that they can push that game 5 and Real, which is funny because I was going to go into that, because they can push the game 5, but they can't close it out. They are 1-6 in Search and Destroy right now, and it's not close games. I'm not talking round 11s, round 10s, round 9s. I'm talking round 7s and round 8s. So for Miami Heretics, that had to be their biggest focus, and Real is leading in Search and Destroy with a 1.07 in this team. Everybody else rocking like a 0.8, so Slang's got to take a step up.
Of course, you have Lucky, you have Real, you have the trio from last year. Rancor, the new addition, had a great opening match. Can he keep it up now that we're in a minor tournament? Do the nerves start to set in today?
I don't think so. I think because it's still online, he's still kind of in his comfort zone. He's still going to be next to his teammates. There's not the pressure of the crowd. So I think we're going to get the same Rancor.
All right, Rancor, we'll keep your eyes on him. And of course, we got to keep our eyes on the purple people eaters. Let's talk about Toronto Ultra. We thought they would be in trouble without Scrap, but Nameless, they came out showing some life. Beans and Joe Deceives are fraggers.
Now, this is the best Search and Destroy team in the game. 6-0 on it, and you could have predicted it. fit coming in because of the roster, man. And it just gels so well. They just look like they're having the most fun. Every time we go to listen in with them, like Beans is cracking some jokes. Kleenex has been unbelievable. It just feels like he's got the green light to do whatever.
Yep.
And then you combo that with Joe Deceives, who's up and coming, but he's had a lot of success in the last year or so. So Joe Deceives, a player people said he just needed that confidence. He has it. He got it at the end of last year, and now he's playing with the best team he's ever had. So this team, they got everything going for him.
I'll say take this with a grain of salt or just call me a hater, but they did not have the strongest split coming into this. They went up against the Miami Heretics, the Vegas Falcons, Vancouver, and the Atlanta FaZe. So for me during this minor, I want to see exactly how good this team actually is, because you're 4-0, but I've yet to see you go against one of the top other teams in your contention.
Atlanta FaZe took that one personally, Alan. I'm going to put that as a note in my book. All right, Toronto Ultra, the best of our purple squads. They're #1 across the board as Kings of the North. But there's two other purple teams to keep eyes on in the bracket. Let's keep a lookout and see what Minnesota can do this weekend. Nameless, you said that this was a team that had arguably the best match so far in Black Ops 6. So. What are your expectations moving forward?
Yeah, I think it comes down to this round 1 matchup. They're playing the same team once again, General Mates versus Minnesota. I think that match was incredible, went all the way down to a Game 5, round 11. And when you look at the Minnesota team, all their matches have been just nail biters. Even the one against the LA Thieves, like they could have won that control. It was like one of the only protocols that we've seen, and they blew a defensive round, right? So I like this Minnesota team. I think they have the players who can pop off, but I also really like LAG, man. A lot of people writing them off, but I saw improvements in the tail end in the last couple of matches that they've had. They've had a couple of weeks. Do you two honestly sit here and think Kismet's gonna let them go winless throughout a split? Hell no. That guy's a dog. This team is going to figure it out. It is a matter of time.
Paulik's going to give him the business in search again. You just wait for that game #5, Nameless, because it's coming our way. LAG facing off against Minnesota Rocker. The Gentlemates looking to score big. The best match of all of week 1 and 2, according to Nameless. And you can check out all of our VODs over on youtube.com/Call of Duty League. For now, though, we've got to highlight our green squads. We already talked about Vegas retooling with 2 new players. Optic also had to retool. They lost their star Pred. You bring in a super stud, though, who is waiting in challengers in Hook.
Yeah, and what's so funny is that we were like, all right, all eyes on Hook, all eyes on Hook. But as Ant touched on early, it has been the Shotzi show time and time again for Optic Texas. They came out with a really slow start, unfortunately, with that loss against the Boston Breach. But since then, Optic Texas has looked incredibly strong. And I'm excited to see Hacienda added to this team's map pool as well, because these are players who dominated during Black Ops 4.
Nameless, these are our world champions from the previous title. How are they looking in Black Ops 6, and how long before they reach their peak?
Yeah, I mean, I still think they're moving towards it. Been watching their scrims, they have been looking good. Shotzi's got like this newfound confidence. He's trash talking everybody, like he's just kind of sitting on his throne right now. So obviously you don't want the overconfidence to get to you, but with this Optic Texas team, man, they're just vibing. The search and destroy has been great. They've won 4 straight. Obviously in their first match, that was what got the best of them, but Hook has changed this roster in that game mode. And then, you know, to talk about like who's been slain, yes, it's been Shotzi, but also Dashy. Since Hook's been added, the play style's changed a bit. They're asking Bruce to get more kills, and he's been doing so. So yeah, this Optic team looking good. No reason to panic at all.
I love that you bring up Dashy there, because even though usually we see him in the KD department and the numbers and leaderboards, it hasn't really felt like that this game. But the second they've needed him to be clutch or make a big play, it's been Bruce on the case.
I can't help it. All right, we got to take a look at some of our predictions. Who are we watching as we enter the minor bracket today? And of course, we've got some new skins. Producer, I didn't hear what you said, but let's talk about our favorites, Nameless. Who are you looking at today as we kick off this minor at single limb?
Yeah, LAG. I just talked about General Mates. I can't wait to see this roster, the improvements that they've made. So many nail-biting HPs. And then I heard you mention skins as well. My favorite skin is actually the Boston Breach skin. That thing is clean. They do a good job with their skins.
Let's take a look at some of these skins, Alley Cat, because my wallet is becoming empty. I need to collect them all, but do you have a favorite? I've been wearing Miami in my rankings.
You've been wearing Miami? I personally have been wearing Cloud9. Shout out to them. They were one of the first teams to be like, look, we want to make sure you're looking good in game. Let us get you hooked up. So shout out to them for giving me a skin, and shout out to all the other teams and all the hard work that goes behind designing these. They look literally fire every year.
All right, all of our teams with brand new skins. The gun skins are sick as well. Get your camos ready, because the players will be kicking off in just a few moments. All of your matches coming your way here from minor day #1. It's all elimination in round 1 between Rocker and Gorillas. May Heretics take on FaZe. Battle of the Green takes on Optic and Falcons at 6 o'clock. And of course, 7:30, Vancouver Surge faces off against Cloud9.
You think I got 4 again?
New York.
Day one.
I think so.
That's really rude. What do you mean you're agreeing with me?
I don't know. We're going to a break. When we come back, we got Minnesota facing off against LAG. It's going to be a fantastic day here at the Call of Duty League. In fact, I'm told we can talk about it right now, Nameless. I have a feeling you see a Game 5 coming?
I do. Game 5, round 11. We're getting there once again.
Allie?
Are you a Magic 8 Ball? That was a pretty good prediction. I also see one. I also see a Game 5.
We're going to a break. We'll be back. This is CBL.
Let's go.
With Fame, comes off the backside of Palace Wall, plus the delayed hit from Escriel.
Check the scoreboard, I'm running up stacks. Numbers don't lie, that's facts. Yeah, they can't stop.
Oh my God, Gio, my God, is his hard point.
Check the numbers, I'm running it up. I got
Oh, Nero gets a double over the middle of the map. Has more. Oh, Nero, hello. How about the full team wipe from Nero?
Gentlemaids, they are world champions. They did it with a former squad, now picked up by the French organization.
Oh, yeah.
But they're looking for their first win. A surprising start for such a strong squad.
Yeah, very surprising start, 0-4. People are expecting more of this roster and probably Gataga as well, right? But stay excited. I'm trying to keep the French fans hyped because you do have yourself a good roster. And they played the team that they're about to go up against in this minor already, went to Game 5, so expect more fireworks.
Alley Cat, let's talk a little bit about the roster. For those who weren't watching 2 years ago, what did Kismet and crew accomplish?
We're talking about world champions. We're talking about the core 3 of this squad literally having chips on their shoulder playing alongside the others. So there was a really high expectations for this roster heading in, and then they replaced what used to be Hydra with Linz, another Frenchman who was a rookie, and he showed us a lot last year, and he showed us a lot in the first 2 weeks of this season. The issue is right now is the chemistry just isn't there for LA Gorillas, man. The team that should be exceeding at Respawn is 2-6 in Hardpoint, but for the positive sides, we're talking 221, 249, just seconds and small decisions away from getting these maps and series wins.
Nameless, I want to ask you about Kismet because if you listen to his interviews after they won the championship, he said, it's my job to help the team win whatever that takes. Historically, he's made superstars out of the other SMGs. You saw how he set up Hydra last year. How long before he and Linz get on the same page?
Yeah, not long. I mean, I think we saw some glimpses of Linz taking over in the last couple of series anyways. And, you know, when you really dive deep and look at their matches, right, they played Skyline and bought Hardpoint. We haven't seen some of the other maps, right? So who knows the improvements they've made there throughout. We don't know where they stand on Hacienda. And then you talk about Search and Destroy. They were 1-5. And I think a lot of it is because the playstyle in this game's a lot different. And like you said, the dynamic between him and Hydra, that's no longer his duo, right? So he's playing on an island getting picked. Him and Linz got to figure that out, and I think it gets figured out now in Surge.
Priesta, I hate to call it out, but you may be on the biggest losing streak we've ever seen in a Call of Duty career. I hope you right the wrongs today. Let's take it over to the other side of this matchup because Priesta's going to have to get through Linz's former team, Minnesota Rocker. And in fact, Priesta once played for this squad as well. So tell me about Minnesota. What's going on currently? It's a bunch of young guns.
My favorite thing about Minnesota right now is they are just continuing the legacy of this franchise where you can literally never count them out of a series. Like, it doesn't matter how much they're down. It takes Nero or Gio or even Paul having a good S&D to turn around and them to have to win these series. So for them, the biggest focus is consistency and doing the VOD review and being like, okay, what is it that we do well and how do we repeat that situation moving forward? Because at a certain point, I feel like Minnesota Rocker is going to hit a wall where these miracle plays aren't going to save them and pull them back into these series and get these wins.
Paul's mustache looking ferocious today. I'm ready to watch him fry and surge, but we're starting in a hard point. We're also going to see Hacienda, I assume, in this series.
I hope so. We'll see.
Who's the player to watch on this Minnesota squad? Who's the most explosive?
I'm going to go with Estriel. I mean, I feel like he started off pretty bad, and then he started to improve in their last couple of matches. They are on like a 4 hardpoint losing streak, so he could be the guy that snaps that for them.
I just got word from our admin. Hacienda is map number 1. You want to see the rest of the maps and modes, Alley Cat?
Hell yeah, I do.
Let's take a look. 5 maps and modes coming your way. It's a best of 5 with a triple dose of protocol. Hacienda bookending this one. Nameless, I know you love when we get a triple stack. How do you feel about protocol for search, control, and hardpoint?
I mean, yeah, I like it. It's different, right? None of these maps were played in the first series, right? So we saw, I think it was 1 protocol control in the first 2 weeks, and kind of went as expected. The subs were taking over and dominating, so good map for Estriel, and on the other side, a good map for Lynn. So could be very exciting.
Allie, when you look at this best of 5, what do you think is going to be the pivotal map? Is it searches? Is it going to be the control, hard points?
When it comes to this series, I want to say game 1 or game 3. I only say that because the last time these teams went up against each other, that game 1 was literally like a 7-point game where Guerrilla's mates could have taken the lead and then won that map number 2 and gone up 2-0 in this series. So I think this map 1 is going to be everything.
It's search for me. I look at the search and destroy on Gentle Mates. It's been so bad. I expect it to improve.
Nameless has been on fire when it comes to pick'ems. Let's get our scuff pick'ems in and make them official. Alley Cat, am I beating you still? Did we tie at the end of week 2?
I think we might be tying.
We were awful on day number 1, but we've picked it up since then. 15 and 9. Nameless, though, is crushing.
I can't see. What is it? Joe's laughing at me.
18 and 6?
What is my record on there? I can't
18 and
see.
6, I make it out.
Okay.
What do you got for me?
I got Gentle Mates.
3 out of 4 so far. Each time he's going Gentle Mates for their first win in the season. Alley Cat?
I'm following right up. I'm going to go Gentle Mates. I have really high hopes.
I also like Kismet. I too choose you, Gentle Mates. LAG gets their first win, which means it's a 3-map victory for Minnesota. We send it over to Merc and Maven to kick off our minor bracket.
Fantastic. Let's get it going. That had me dying with Ant, bro, because we one time, this is like history here with Call of Duty. Ant and I one time we were at Turner, and we had to record a COD broadcast, like 4 televisions. So it was going to be live televised with commercial breaks and everything. So you had to be like down to the time, like to the second. So it's the first time we've really had to work in a not like, kind of like free. We had to like use a teleprompter,
studio,
a real professional studio. And the teleprompter was pretty small and far away. But like I could read it fine. And Ant was literally like... Bro, he could not get through. I think I was like whispering the lines in his ear so we could get through this show.
It's a joke, but every green room and event, he's like, yo, you guys got to get up. I got to sit right here. Like, I got to sit right here. Because he's like, I don't have my glasses. Like, it's like 8 years of him squinting.
It's comedy.
I don't understand.
I don't know how he's a professional player, but he shot pretty straight considering the fact he can't see. But no, we're excited to be back. I don't know about all you guys. Hope everyone enjoyed the holidays, the new year. I feel like I've been in a black hole. I don't know, sick for a while, visited parents. I've been playing through the Mass Effect games again randomly. I don't know what I've been doing. Yeah, no, it feels like we're restarting. Now we're right into our first minor tournament, and we're kicking it off with a banger. Joe, we casted the first time these guys matched up. We went all the way to Game 5, round 11. And now, who the hell knows, brother?
Yeah, and I mean, this is one LAG, like that first matchup. This is a match they probably should have won, right? Like that vault hardpoint, they had some big leads. They should have closed it out. Doesn't happen. And it showed that this Rocker team, they're just going to continue to battle. And they've done that. They're 2-2. And as Ades was talking about, LAG 0-4 start. One of the bigger surprises so far.
It absolutely has been. And he said Estriel will be his guy to pop off. I guess I usually think of Nero is like their takeover X Factor type of guy, but Estriel was a bit all over the place those first couple weeks, right? He was either like popping off or double negative.
Yeah, it just felt like just life to life. Yeah, he just wasn't as comfortable as we would expect for him to be. But we're checking out Hacienda for the first time, which I am very excited about.
Well, I know for you and I, most of our memorable moments and probably like one of our favorite competitive years was Black Ops 4. It was a spectacular year, and I know you're excited to have this map back in the mix. What makes it a great map is Skies and Lens pop off to fry everybody.
Well, I mean, it's just, one of your more traditional style maps where you have your 3 lanes, but I mean, this one just kind of makes sense. It's a good size for competitive Call of Duty, and we needed something bad.
No, we needed like 1 or 2 more maps. We'll see what happens over the course of the year. But yes, getting this in will be big, and you already see it right into the rotation. Not a ton of time earned for either side through that first hard point, but let's get over to our second as we battle towards back garage. As Estriel looking to stun out and get the angle. Playing towards back statue is Lens. He's going to get shots in from behind. Don't think he's finished his kills. We hop right over to Lens, and you see that 4-map losing streak in hardpoint right now for Rocker. Their last win dates back to the win over Boston, December 7th.
Yeah, Rocker had some early pressure there, right? When you're Lens in that position all the way towards that back statue, as this garage is playing up, you're trying to control the spawns, but There's some new additions to this map. You gotta watch a couple of different angles on that far right side as you're trying to control those spawns. Some players did get through, but Skies was able to, or sorry, Linz was able to lock that down, and now you get a great hardpoint hold here at P2.
Yeah, I didn't see the kill feed for a second. I was like, I don't know what's happening. I think they're picking up kills, so we'll try to cast it as best we can here as we continue through the action. It's a nice hold there from Gorillas. Kismet drops. Priest to hold in the window and trying to play his top map. He's got people to deal with outside in the fences. We swap right on over to Linz now.
And he spawns all the way back Boathouse, I think because one of his teammates, Estriel, spawned that ult. So Linz has an opportunity maybe to start to pinch this, and here we go. Gonna try to take top balcony control as you can see number 7 starting to work towards the fences, and now if you're if you're a Rocker, you just have to watch both sides. This is gonna be so tough to deal with.
I remember the first time we cast this, it was like our first match, and you were like,
there's a lot of purple, man.
Yeah, there's too much purple. Joe afterwards, he's like, I'm not even sure if I was calling people right in the mini map. Like, sorry, we'll get there. It's the start of the year. This is just the restart of the year. You know, whenever it's teams like the Common Colors, it gets my head in the blender as well. Nero and Linz off to a great start from either side of it, and it's Rocker trying to bring it back in the hard point right now. Down 40, but looking to get the tail end of this trash time. They've got them pinned back. They should have the rotation to next as well. They're going to lose the final 5 seconds, but this is perfect for Rocker right now.
Yeah, I think they needed that time, and they do a very good job holding that pinch, finding some time, getting back into it. This is what number 4, Geo. He's going to spawn out. Again, setting up this pinch is LAG. Is number 6 and 8. Hit it from both sides, but it's Paul and Nero just locking down the corners. Here comes the break attempt.
Yeah, Gio's just got to get there. He's got to get in and try to help. I thought had 2. I thought the time he was going to work out brilliantly, but maybe got there a second late. I think they'd already lost one teammate, so the opening push does work out.
Wow, that is a huge kill by Linz right there. Because that's George, he set up the pinch. What we just saw, LAG do to Rocker, they had the opportunity to do it, but Linz picks that up. They spawn out a little bit weird Drodge side. They give that calm up. He wins the one-on-one. If he doesn't get that kill, it's an instant break for Rocker.
And it's a little bit different on pushes like this where you're 4-man swarming. It's like Black Ops 4 where you had stims, right? Like shoulder, stim, slide. It's a little bit different. Yes, you've got the movement to work with, but not necessarily the survivability. You can just be chopped down.
Yeah, there's also a 5th player.
Yeah. That's a good point, Joe. Yeah. That's a good point.
Specialist, it was a little bit different. A grapple over the top.
Yeah. Okay, now that you're saying it, yeah, a lot more than just the stims. Suddenly, yeah, grapple flies over. There's electric bullets flying all over the place. You're getting flamethrowered.
It's a great time.
It really was. It really was. But the lead still holding for Gorilla's mate. Linz hitting some crisp shots as he's right back to work with 19. Sky's looking to get involved at 6 and 9, but sometimes, well, that's his kind of performance on the team. He can get the numbers when he needs them, but more than likely he's going to be playing around the hard point. Nero still leading the way on the other side as we watch Kiz here for a moment.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing so far for me is LAG just controlling these rotations over towards his P2. They're doing it again. Rocker, though, still 20 seconds to work up the map, be able to get him off the hill, and now you're going to have that pressure from Paul and Estriel. Paul going to jump on the hill. You're going to see number 5 and Priestess spawn out, so the rest of LAG going to try to lock this down.
Yeah, might have numbers here for a moment, but we're going to get set up now for our next hardpoint. Final seconds tick away. Gorilla's mate in the lead here by 60. Let's check out the comms.
Geo and 1. Geo and
Lobby in the back.
Lobby, one shot.
Lobby, yeah, he's linked up. They're being defended, probably.
Back in the back again.
Pick up pinch.
Deep me.
Go.
Flood for front.
Did you spawn? Spawn front.
They're front. I'm pushing you, Lobby. One is in the right front.
Add your IOE, okay?
Lobby dead.
Back, heal,
Nice, 3.
Nice.
I have
Right on the left.
Our pinches.
Make him away. I have a trophy. Is he on the left? He could be in a corner.
Okay, yeah.
I have the right shots. Right, Paul, challenging heal, back kill, one shot.
One shot. I'm checking out this man.
Yeah, right. On the right. On my left.
Back left. One shot. You're on ult.
I got new cutoff. Okay.
I saw on you. I can play offense. I'll play offense and watch left.
I'm gonna get an initial. Somebody hold plat.
I got B2 to you.
You have to go close.
They can go my open though.
Close, go to you, office.
P1 one shot to you. I'm playing offense. They can go near left.
Dude,
nice.
Plat.
I got you plat. Opposite.
Stay flat.
Be deep left.
Maybe I pinch. Maybe I dip pinch.
Two plat. One shot. Oh my god. Watch it. Are we missing one? Back here. I'm still in the back. I'm in the back. He's weak. There's 2 in the back.
I'm gonna bump your 10. I'm gonna bump your 10. Yo, and
back up.
no one there. No one there. Yeah, well, I killed one deep.
Good. I'm gonna get close. They're gonna be top 5.
Heard you. I'm going secret.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna pinch line.
Back to it and up 100. LAG firmly in control, asserting their dominance. And, well, I know Priest is struggling right now, but this is what you want to see from this team in Respawn.
Oh, no doubt about it. Yeah, I mean, again, I think Search is maybe the biggest thing for them right now, but just in terms of a hard point, just, yeah, fundamentally very sound so far on this Hacienda.
We'll see if they can put them away or if you rally back a bit into this if you're a Rocker. Nero up to 24, would be leading the lobby if it weren't for Linz on the other side of it. New hard point is up. Nero, the 1-2 engage, and Nero! Gets all 3, locks down the point. If there's going to be a swing in this game, maybe it's right there.
Yeah, it could be it. And now you have number 2 in Estriel going for that pinch. And again, this is that first time we saw it before the break, right? Well, all of us did, but just not in the CDL where that weapon update, right? So these Jackals, there's not a lot of visual recoil on these things right now. Some players, I'm sure, are loving it for these medium to long range fights, and this thing is hitting.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You're going to see some numbers put up. Nero trying to do him dirty again, but only 5 HP after the opening gunfight, so he's quickly traded out by Kiz. So after that big play from Nero, I mean, a nice break then from LAG. You're able to really sustain that lead. You get the rest of this time. You really only lost about 10 seconds overall in that. So what I thought might be a catalyst for a big comeback here from Rocker doesn't look to be the case.
Yeah, Drake right there from LAG. And yeah, I mean, P4, it's just, yeah, sooner or later, someone's going to make a play and break on through. They were able to do that right there. As Lynn's just controlling top close, just trying to finesse around. Backs on down as you have Nero inside the hill.
Well, it's just one, like, you can get real close to the point from 3 different angles. And, like, you lose one gunfight, everyone's swinging heads, everyone's turning. Yes, it just becomes chaos. It does. But just, what, 25 or so for the dub. They can close it out here. Lynn, crisp, and clean. Finally traded out, but he was doing the work for the squad. Sky's going to get right back into the hard point, and he's really picked it up. He was, what, like 6 and 9 or something early. He started to fry a bit, get back towards even. But you'd rely on something truly insane now if you're Rocker to win this. They had some big clutch moments against this LAG team the first time they matched up.
This is setting up for one, though. It is. They control the spawns. They flip the map for this P2. Kismet, though, trying to break it. There's still 15 seconds before we get there, but Nero instantly there for that trade. So you see Geo pop on up. They don't really fight this scrap time. I thought LAG was just going to go for the maybe final 15 to 20, get them up close to that 250. But this is that chance, that clutch that we saw from Rocker earlier. They've at least won the spawns here at P2.
No. They've got the opportunity. You said it perfectly. It's setting up for it, but that's a nice opening pick. I think one teammate stuns over, then Kiz able to get the kill. Now they've got 3 swinging on this. Pressure going to be building. And here we go. Nice dive out, and Shao able to get 2. The Bulldog shutting down the game with the play there. What a lovely Chow, and there's your Omni movement.
Yeah, that's it. And now LAG, what, just 5 seconds away from winning this one. Sorry, make it 6 as the break does come on through for Rocker. But even if they give up the rest of this time, should be able to control those spawns for that P3. Still a lot of work for Rocker to do.
Yeah, no, that one little break should be the difference, I would think. Just Kiz getting in there with the double, but we'll wait and see. If maybe Rocker have one more opportunity to do it, but they've got to get this time, obviously. And now they've got to win some insane gunfights as they get the whole way across the map. It's a long rotation here as we head outside towards fences. And these will be the gunfights to decide it. This guy's trying to lock it down. He's not able to win that one. You win the opening ones, and suddenly you're in. They just don't go away. No, Rocker just don't go away.
They didn't find them, right? Like, as they crossed across the map, they didn't find any gunfights.
Without the kill feed, I'm really just casting from the mini-map.
That's a good point. There might have just also been that. Yeah, one of the options. Yeah, we don't have the kill feed on one of that, so we apologize. But they're still very much alive in this.
Nero, just biding his time, playing his life. Don't want to try and overchop in this position and get caught. And well, they all 4 get smoked. And you get the final kills there for your LAG, get the final break in and close it out. But yeah, laugh it up, because that could have been a bit cleaner. I mean, you had a 100-point advantage. You had several rotations where you could have shut it down kind of with authority. You let Rocker stick around a little too long.
Yeah, a little bit too long, but
you won it. You won it.
Yeah, from start to finish there, I mean, Linz and Kismet really popped off, but to me, the difference is just the P2s. Just well, really the first two, right? They had early control. They don't allow them to break the spawns. And then on the last one, they're able to just break that setup from Rocker a little bit too easy.
Yeah, no, they really did, but we'll take a look at the overall stats from it. Nero, yeah, I mean, he was kind of consistent throughout from a sliding standpoint. Lens as well. Those two can go Super Saiyan mode, and they were doing it throughout the course of it. But it's one of those that, like, didn't really feel like a 22-point game, but it was. Like, what did Ali say? Like, talking about Rocker's struggles kind of in the hard points, and they've had a lot of close ones, but that was one they probably should have been blown out.
It felt that way, right? I mean, they kept it scrappy on the rest of the hills, but you can just tell this is what LAG were prioritizing, right? Sky's just playing for the spawns back here, does a great job finding this two-piece, and you just alleviate so much pressure early in that hill that it just gets to this lead right around 100 points.
And thank God you got to that, because you needed every bit of that to sustain throughout the rest of the game. This one, Nero able to pop a triple. Now that I saw it again, he just popped on them. Like he disappeared behind that little half ball and just popped and smoked both.
And with that weapon update, this will kind of be the trend, all right? We'll be seeing how our SMGs are doing. Maybe we'll see 3 subs on some of these maps, like a map like Rewind, with just how minimal that recoil is, the way you can beam with this Jackal. Because so far, I mean, well, it's all about the subs right now on this scoreboard.
And I think for you and I, we prefer when it's like at least 2 subs,
I like
3
when
subs.
There's like a flex is a true flex.
Yes,
like
yes.
you have to have. There's maps where you have to have a 3rd sub.
No, it's just more pace too. It's just more fun to watch. I feel
Yeah.
like. Well, we'll see. It could help some teams that have been struggling. Whether you're talking about Gorilla's Mate or a team like FaZe, maybe you get some more sub play in. We'll see how that ends up changing. But there aren't, like, other than like Hacienda and that, like, obviously we know like the devs typically like they're on a long break over the course. So there's not like too many major updates. So it's not that different. But like something like one new map and like one main weapon change, like even if it's not like that, it could have a big impact.
Yeah, I mean, even for the vetoes, right? You add Hacienda control, and that just changes the veto system up a little bit. Where we're now playing a protocol, and you're seeing 3 protocols in a row. Both of these teams have only played like 1 map each on these, so like you just don't have a lot early in this minor.
Yeah, no. So there's some exciting stuff, and well, just to have the minor. I mean, listen, I know people have their complaints. It's like single limb, blah, 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 blah. But like this is just like, listen, it has no impact on this major. It's just about the champs points towards the end of the season. It's just something fun to mix it up in the middle of a schedule. Like, because I think league match after league match after league match can wear on anyone, whether it's a viewer, whether it's us as casters, whether it's the players. Like having a little something like this where there's some money on the line and just the elimination factor, like lose your done. Everyone wants to play all weekend long. Just adds a little bit of pressure to it, and you see first place can be taking home 20 grand if they're able to do it. And yeah, this is how the bracket will look with the Ravens, Breach, Thieves, and Ultra with the buys in round 1. And who else will be battling through the course of this? We're in our first match. Rocker, Gorilla's Mate. They'll be going on to take on Ultra then.
I can't believe each sector is literally color coordinated.
Yeah, no, I saw, I think it was like that same, the night the bracket came out and someone tweeted that, like first ever color coordinated bracket. I was like, wait, that's sick.
It's wild. But here you can see Rocker and what they've done so well in Search and Destroy. It's been all about their defense. Their retakes right now 1st in the league. And also that opening win duel percentage is 2nd with that conversion. So when they're getting that first pick, that first blood, they're converting it 82% of the time. That's 2nd in the league. So we'll have to pay attention to that.
Yeah, I was going to ask you what's really been good for them in Search. And I know what jumps to me is like Paul X has been great individually in some of their clutches, but well, I kind of broke it down for us. Yeah, defensively, they have been lights out. But as you said, there's not been a ton of protocol. Just over the course of, well, I feel like we've casted a bit, but just in general, like I don't feel like we've seen a ton.
So a lot of vault.
Yeah, I know, a lot of vault. That's actually when we first saw the Best of 5 pop up. I was like, no vault, huh? Have we had that yet this year? I do not know that we have.
Yeah, but maybe the biggest storyline so far for LAG is that 1-5, right? This is a roster when you just talk about, 3 of these guys being world champions and what they were able to do. Like their search has always been solid. When you talk about Kismet and Skies.
It's just different because, well, I mean, you think about like Hydra, was one of the better search players in the game. And Lins, I mean, we're a little critical of him at times last year, right? With Rocker and some of his decision-making in Search and Destroy, leaving people out to dry. Like, that's somewhere where he probably needs to improve. And we'll see if he can do that with his team this year. But as I talk about it, everybody drops, and suddenly it is Skies by his lonesome. But it's got to be very different when, I mean, these guys, at least when they're back playing with Hydra, like, a lot of maps, they're setting him up. Like, it was all about setting him up. And as good as Lins is, he's not Hydra yet. Like, he's not. And I'm not even trying to knock him with that. He's just not. But I'll tell you what, there's a guy that's clutched up in some big situations in Search. It is Skies. Big pedigree. He got in the league through some of his search and destroy prowess. But this is a tough one to break into.
Bombs down there. I mean, these angles are tough. You don't have any nades to work with. 30 seconds, you're going to have to chow. And there we go. Yeah, they're just on top of the computer. That's going to be an easy one for Rocker, but it's what you see on Protocol, right? That 8-bomb site, it's a mixy one. They go for it early. And well, it goes Rocker's way.
We saw a couple, there were like 2 1v2s here we saw like right before the break, but they were both like the same scenario. Like 2 people just had dumb chows, or like too wide of a shoulder. Yeah, unless like somebody you have to throw big time. I mean, anytime it's like a 1v3, 1v4, like that's gotta be the case, but especially in that position, someone's gotta throw.
Yeah. It's yeah, tough to do, but yeah, Estriel lines him up right there. The nade's on point, the stun's on point. You know, that was the thing. I think what messes me up is last year Estriel was on LAG.
Oh no,
was on Rocker.
Yes,
as much as it's the colors, it's also saying the players' names.
Yes. Yeah. There are levels to this that put my brain in the blender. You're not wrong, Joe. But together we'll hold hands and get through it. And there are some nice shots at range. As Estriel gets the kill, away with 9 HP, and we go into a 2v2. As the Jackal be hitting, and he's out to a 3-0 start. And I say Estriel, but that's definitely. Oh, it was just the wrong picture. It was
the wrong camera.
Nero for a second. I was.
That's Nero. That's him.
Yeah. Now, the guy we're talking about already being in the blender production team. You don't have to put us further in the blender. Thank you.
They're figuring out too. You got the cobwebs, dusting them off. 1v1 though for Priesta. He's able to get that trade. Estriel has to plant the bomb. 40 seconds left, and while he was hunting him, and Priesta's got both weapons in hand, and there we go. Talk about one of the best flexes in the league for a very long time. It's that man can do it with a sub, can do it with an AR. Give him both, and he can win you rounds.
He's just a guy we've been just waiting to. I think he's just someone that a lot of people want to root for because he's just a nice guy. He's a good dude. And when he's playing at his best, he's disgusting. He's just been all over the place for a while. And, you know, what happened getting dropped off a championship team? Like, he's an underdog guy you want to root for. I want to pull for. I want him to do well. Like, I just do. So please do well. As he clutches up in the 1v1.
There you go.
As Puckett, like, nuked him to start the series.
I mean, it's been a rough couple.
No,
it's been a rough patch. It has. Wasn't an easy year last year. Especially after winning a world championship.
Yeah, no, certainly. Nice little route here from Kiz. Well, I thought he was going to stun himself then. It gets a little ugly, and he's surely dead.
Alive.
Nope, he's just moving and grooving to 9 HP and somehow gets away.
And Skies is there to help him, so he had that cross. Whoever that was couldn't over-chow and maybe find that kill on the Kismet, so we're into a 3-on-3.
Kiz has got eyes on one. Priesta. He's on 3 straight now. They're starting to work this over to B. Think about this bomb plant. The guy lurking close will be Paul X trying to fight to get an angle. Bomb now getting planted. And we'll see if Rocker can clutch up in this 2 versus 3. Paul giving him a chance. He brings us to a 2 versus 2 now with the clean headshots.
Yeah, Kismet with that sub back there. It's going to be a tough gunfight. And now Skies, we see this position, right? It's all about finessing. Priesta hits him down to 48 HP. Some great shots. Barely saw him. 30 seconds left, though. Where's Geo? That's what you're waiting on. For him to get involved in this fight. There he goes. Flying on through. They find the first. Now all down to Skies.
And Skies gets ripped off the boxer. Said, where is Geo? Geo arrives. Good patience there from Paul. Well, good just... I mean, Paul did a lot there. He got the opening pick put to a 2v2, and just the fact that he got ripped to what do you say, 48 HP or whatever it was right away, and just his ability to stay alive, even though they tried to chow him and take him out and isolate him, he bought enough time for Geo to come in. They clutch up.
Yeah, that's the thing with Omni movement. As much as it is like the movement and the flow, the shoulders that you can throw are just mean. They are mean.
Incredible job there. And you'd love to get that round when you're in a 3v2 post-plant. Well, I guess you weren't really 3v2 post-plant. The kill came out, right? But it got planted, but still one you'd love to ice up. But Paul X, he's only got 1 kill, but a big moment there. Now to get him to 2-1. Geo can't pick Sky's pocket out of the window, but he's out to a 5-1 start.
This is aggressive from LAG. Rocker really haven't committed towards A yet. They're all kind of here in the base still. Still finding kills. Oh, they hit the first 2.
Yeah. They just pick them apart. They're not ready for... Well, I mean, they saw the aggressive push, like, out towards mid, but they did not pick it up when suddenly it's in their base. Estriel at least able to get 1, so now you're in a, well, similar situation in a way. You got to fight back in a 2 versus 3. Will Nero check left? Well, checks left, but Kiz is holding and puts them in a tough spot. Estriel now alone on the island.
Yeah, a bit of an off angle there from Kismet. Just nice job, just not overcommitting, and there we go, able to find another one. So Kismet has been so aggressive through the middle of the map on offense, on defense. We saw it right there, just so quick, and that is when he's playing at his best, right? When he's just confident in himself, taking routes and winning the openers. When the guys have literally just been sprinting through the middle of the map.
Well, he's just gotta. I mean, I don't think he has to be 99 kills all the time. But there is certainly more pressure on him when you lose Hydra, just to be
especially in search. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think in like everything, but yeah, especially in search, yes. But making an impact there. And that gets us now to 2-2. Kiz will bring 3 straight into this round.
We're going for it.
Oh, out of there.
We're going back up. We're going back down? Nah, maybe not yet. Some more nades do come in, but Sky's able to find that first blood, and right after that, the reaction is just like, all right, we're going B. Geo is all the way back there, but you're not going to defend the bomb from there.
The plan will be in now. You got numbers, and like this is the round you got to win this one. Post plant. They'll tackle another one as Linz gets the kill. Geo, best of luck picking him out of the chopper. Estriel's grouped up with him, but they have so much to do and not a lot of time to do it in now. Geo's trying to get this spot and get the kill. Linz giving him nothing. Crossfire's in from everywhere, and they cut them all down. First pick, insta-plant. Nice execution there from Gorillas.
Yeah, and the last retake, right, the difference is that like you don't have anyone in the middle of the map or sort of in your base locking down the middle of the map like Linz was. So this bomb site could just be tough to retake at times if you don't have map control, which is then you can't isolate the player on the helicopter in Skies, where last time Skies was worried about so many different angles, Priesthood was on the bomb. There just wasn't a lot of room to work with. When you have the room that you do, that they just did after that first blood, I mean, good luck retaking it.
They had the whole map, yeah. They made that one look easy, and they'll go back in front 3-2. Kiz hit to 50 on the cross. Estriel's going to get one as well. Kiz worried about the pressure. Real
gotta be weak, right?
He takes some damage as well. I thought maybe he somehow sneaks away with 2. It'll just be one. Priest is now by himself, hoping somebody's still weak and maybe he can get a kill with the car. That's not going to be the case. I was like, oh, he's really laughed as he came out of it. Like, all right, guys, I got this.
Yeah, good luck. I mean, I thought for sure. I mean, Kismet, you saw he was hit down to like 50 HP. But 2 of his teammates get taken down low. You're hoping someone finds one or some damage with an 8 as Priesthood trying to hit the angle. Maybe Kismet could have like lined him up, but it just doesn't happen.
Well, I hope between his nade and maybe this teammates, like maybe he gets 2, right? You're assuming they're hammered a bit. This is similar to the situation we saw a few rounds ago. Best of luck. They end up pushing him out and challenging it into the round. But that one was over quickly. Poor Priesta left in the 1v3 as he was out for a drive.
Yeah. But he's the only one left, so nobody can really follow up the car. He's just got to jump out of it and yeah.
Yeah, you love the car just getting info or like being your entry or something. Yeah.
Any damage, anything.
Well, when they popped to it, I was like, I just didn't realize where it was right away. I was like, maybe he can get there and finish somebody off, like get 1 kill, but.
No, he had to go down an elevator.
Yeah, no, it's not the ideal scenario for that. To trade effectively. Geo up to 7. As the utility is out early on, we'll see if Nero can make the play. Linz is just on his belly lurking and waiting. Kismet will end up getting the first blood. Nero answers back. Priesty gets another, and the timing a little frustrating there for Linz. Now to a 2 versus 2, and well, you're glad you had numbers there.
And that's just all off the info, right? As soon as Linz gets taken down, they have an idea. Maybe there's only 1 player inside of A. Let's get this trade, plant the bomb right away, and that's exactly what they do. So nice reactions there from LAG, now all down to Paul.
This one a little more winnable than the other breaks we've seen. They're both 1v3. You got a 1v2, and Skies, well, you hopped a little too long. And Paul X picks your pocket. Priest has already won 1 one-on-one in this. Can he do it again? Paul X is getting aggressive now, trying to send it in. Catch him on the cross! The slide is in. He's shooting bodies. And there's another clutch for Paul X. And that is I'm pretty sure, wasn't one of the 1v2s before the break here that was frustrating? Wasn't it LAG? I swear to God it was. It was the one where they had two like wide shoulders. It was like, was it the one against Hook?
No, it wasn't LG because they haven't played this map. So.
Oh, okay. I just made up a scenario in my head. Okay.
Might have been Rocker. Might have been.
Maybe. No, it's just back to the brain blender.
Yeah, we're back to it.
Might have been.
But Paul, he's got both guns. So he starts the pre-fire, then pulls out the Jackal, and Priest is just trying to catch him with the slide. But Paul ready for it, and well, that hip fire connects.
And Skies, is trying to jump spot, but remember, we're playing Call of Duty. You die very, very quick. Yeah. Just some absolute beams there. Adam Paul X, another clutch to his resume this year. That'll be the round we'll probably think about if this ends up going their way, but they do answer back, and they answer back with a vengeance. 2 for Kiz, 2 for Lens, and that'll be a quick one now for Girls Mate.
And that's how it can go. If you're going to hit A again on offense at times, just sometimes it's going to go your way. You're not going to die to the nades. Other times you're going to just all die in 4 seconds.
Just get smoked. But probably needed that one to brush off the frustrations.
And it's like Paul's like stats, like they aren't insane exactly for Search, but like he really has just been. He's clutched some rounds to keep them alive in maps, and
yeah, whether it's been kills when they're in like a 2v3, or just he's had several 1v2s, a 1v3 I could think of on Rewind. Like he's just had some big plays. But yeah, they're not that insane, but sometimes just those icy moments to give your team a chance, especially with a team like Rocker, who just like lives on second chances. Yeah. Opener from Kiz.
I don't know how many first bloods that is for him, but again, he just takes another route. I mean, he is just always finding someone on Rocker. He's just in their base.
He took the fall damage to 57, just chow to health, and gets dropped. Geo. 1v2 versus Priest and Skies. Yes, he took the drop. I'm like, how much damage did he take? And I realized how weak he was. I'm like, oh, he'll get his health back. Then he just slides in.
He's going.
Can they clutch up in a 1v2 again? It's Priest and Skies again. This time they're able to close it out.
All right, so that was his 3rd first blood, but I swear he's just always finding a route is Kiz, and a big one there to put them up 5-4.
No, but I mean, you're right in the sense, like, you talk about how important that's going to be for Search. Just, well, what do you think when you think about what Hydra did for the team? Like, even when we cast him on Thieves now, like he gets in, he finds his first bloods, like he will play.
Well, he always has like unique routes, does Hydra,
yeah,
right? Like just feels like he always has such good reads on the map.
But it's definitely more pressure to Kiz to kind of find those openers and
100%
dictate the pace early in Search and Destroy rounds. They're a round away. Can you close out Rocker? They struggle to do it the hard point. They're up 100 and let Rocker creep back into it.
Dude, they're going right back to it.
These guys love to get to an old-fashioned round 11. We might get there again. Kiz, though, in trouble, but stays alive, and Lens is there with the help. 6 HP for Kiz. But what a great little duo there for the push.
It just spawned in down there?
Yep.
Literally spawned in down there.
Did some damage. Oh, no, get out of there. You have numbers again. If you're LAG, 3 versus 2 up against Estriel and Geo. 50 seconds on the clock. Estriel and Geo got a clutch here to get us to around 11. They're going to have the bomb planted. Can they hold this off 2v3? We haven't really seen this scenario yet. Oh, lordy, I thought he was just about to get zapped.
And LAG really taking their time.
Peeks it and wins it, my God. Geo to a 2 versus 2. Estriel in trouble. 9 HP, he's gonna need help on the cross. Slides out, never got back to full HP, he gets dropped. Geo can't finish off one, can't get shots into the other. He is tagged up, has got to back away for now. 17 seconds to go, they push it out, they clean it up in LAG. They take the Search and Destroy. They don't let any round 11 heroics come the way of Rocker. You need to close that out.
And I mean, big last couple of rounds from Skies there. He finishes that on 5 in a row to finish 9 and 6 to get that to defuse. But yeah, 4-4 after that clutch, and then they're able to find those first bloods, use their numbers, and close it out.
Yeah, I mean, if we thought, you know, whatever upsets you might happen in the round 1, like we thought this would be one, like why not? I mean, they went to a game 5 the first time they played. We think this LAG team is better than 0-4. Rocker have survived on some insane moments. So yeah, it had upset potential written all over it, but you still got to put them away. Just up 2-0.
Yeah, 7 first bloods there for LAG. 3 from Lins, 3 from Kiz. That really propels them into it. And then Rocker, I mean, They just kept going A time and time again, where you saw a little bit more creativity from the LAG side, and that's what we expect from that, right? Like that NYSL team, they were known for their creativity.
Wall bangs, nade spots.
Like they always had something different than everyone else.
Like, come up with a GA because we're trying to break something on the map.
What was it last year? The gloves last year?
Yeah.
Spawn nades. Yeah, those guys are always switching it up.
They're trying to keep it creative, keep you second guessing, and keep adapting the search and destroy game. Listen, search has not been great for them, but you get the W there. We were wondering what kind of improvements we'd see out of teams. I didn't know how much stuff was really going to change. Like I know we have a map come in. I know there was a gun change, but there wasn't like that much scrimming over the break, right? Like not usually a ton.
It just really depends on kind of your team. Like this is normally a time where if it's a rough start, like you just got to get to the lab. The talk. Like, yes, we need to play more.
Well, it's hard to get pro teams sometimes, right? With people traveling on holidays, you got to maybe challenge some challengers teams and stuff.
Play whoever you can at that point.
Just try to get reps in. All right, well, I'll do it for our first two maps. To break down the action here with a quick break, we'll talk to the desk.
Thank you, Maven and Merc. And I want to jump right into the search and destroy discussion because we said this may be a key game mode. Look out for Paul X. He was a troublemaker for them last time around. Paul had some big clutches in that search, but it's LAG with the 2-0 start.
Yeah, unfortunately, the 1v2 is not enough from Paul. It did stop the bleeding just for a moment there. This was an S&D where they were kind of just trading defenses until LAG finally took the first offense in round number 5. Minnesota Rocker then turned around and answered one with their own, and it looks like LAG is about to run away with it. Paul clutches a huge 1v2 with bomb down. Unfortunately, though, it wasn't enough as the defenses keep stacking and LAG held strong.
Yeah, this is the search and destroy I expected from the Gentlemates, right? And we talked about it, on the pre-show with these guys, Kismet and Linz, like how were they going to work together? And I think the best display of it was round number 10, last round that we saw. They bang out their side, Kismet's one shot, Linz finds the kill before he's able to finish off Kismet, and then they just work together at the end. It's Kismet making the first push to get Linz into positioning to find the final 2 kills. So massive plays on the side of Gentlemates, now sitting at 2-0 in this match. Hey man, prediction was pretty good.
I like looking at that kill feed as well. I asked you, how long would it take Kismet and Linz to gel? You saw 2 from Linz, 2 from Kismet, and back-to-back clips. It was showcased in the gameplay today.
And this is back-to-back maps now that Linz has been unreal. Now, map number 1, he went 36 and 23, and then turns around in the map number 2. He's got 3 first bloods for the LAG mates, so looking like Linz is scary in this series.
And Linz, of course, was featured on a new map here in Black Ops 6 as Hacienda makes his entry into the competitive format. Nameless, it's time to draw some conclusions for me. If you can, what lesson do you have for me today, sir?
Yeah, let's talk about some Hacienda hardpoint. Let's get into drawing conclusions and let's talk about the Gorillas mates and what they were able to do. So let's get to it. Yeah, it's going to be a rotation over towards Rock Hill. We're going to jump into the mini-map. We're going to show you guys where Minnesota went wrong and what LAG did right. So let's pull it on up and let's get into it, and I can start drawing.
Yeah, we hit all the buttons for you.
To be honest.
All right, so are we going to see huge swings in this game? Cool.
Here we go. All right, yeah, let's get into it. We're ready to talk about some other stuff.
Here we go.
Yeah, so on rotation here, what you're going to see is I would have liked to see Minnesota play a little bit more aggressive here on this rotation. And this is kind of how you'll get punished if you don't play aggressive, you don't try to pin them back, right? So on rotation, we're going to wait until Lin spawns. So Lin spawns right here. And what he's going to do is he's immediately going to vacate the spawn, re-wrap, and what they're trying to do is kill number 4 on the point, right? Spawn him here, and then you can give yourself an advantage on rotation to where you can come through and pinch this side, and control the mid hallway, right? So let's clear the screen a little bit. Let's see how this plays out, and we'll get back into the mini map here in a moment. But as you're going to see right now, they clear off the player on the point, which is Geo. If you look at the mini map, Linz is who we're watching right now. He leaves immediately, and they know that he's going to be spawning back there, right? So 5 and 6, what you're looking at, Priesta and Skies, they're wrapped back. They're taking their time to set up this pinch. And once you find that first pick, what you're able to do is you can converge onto the hill here. So when they clean these guys up, though, what you're going to see is you have to push out aside and clean up the other guys before you have firm control. So after they clean it up, they're going to redirect their attention here to find the last player that's going to be trying to push and re-break. So we'll get back into the gameplay. We'll talk about how this plays out, but this is kind of exactly how you want to break this hill. You pinch it, you focus the guy on rotation, and then given the side that 5's coming from, which is Priesta, that there's a player coming from Lambo. So if you look back at your mini-map, number 8, that's Linz, re-pushes it out, finds that kill, and now you have ultimate control of the hill where you can just farm and find a ton of time. So nicely done by Gentlemates, a complete breakdown by Minnesota.
And what's so funny about that is you would traditionally look at the beginning of that clip and be like, oh, wow, Minnesota Rockers in a great spot right now for this new hill, but they had nobody pushed out on either side. So the fact that the communication and the timing were so on par for the side of Gentlemates, it's kind of what we expected from a championship caliber roster.
Minnesota just need to play more aggressive on rotation. You got to try to find a couple more kills. Otherwise, you're going to get pinched.
18-6 is Mr. Squints when it comes to predictions. He's one map away from making it 19 correct picks. Merc and Maven, do Gentlemates get it done right now?
Mr. Squints.
I like that.
I call Chris Mr. Squirts.
Why?
I have no idea. I think this one might end 3-0, though.
Yeah.
Get a little revenge here. If you are a Gorillas mate, get a win on the board. I don't know why I think it's going to end, because it's weird because we've casted so much Rocker, and they push series, they push series, they push series. I just think, I don't know. Gorillas, I feel like they just need a win. They deserve a win. Not deserve, that's the wrong word, but like,
well,
they've been better than 0-4.
Again, 0-4 is just a bit of a wake-up call maybe for this roster. Again, they were very much in this series. It's just some of these small things. But if you talk about control overall, they have been the better team. But when you look at protocol, I think you're 0-1 on the year if you're Rocker. You haven't played this yet if you're LAG. Again, this is going to be different with Hacienda coming in. So you're going to see maybe some different control maps other than Vault.
Yeah, what do you think? Like, does Hacienda coming in, you feel pretty good about where we're at? We do like one more map?
It's not the best.
No, one more? Okay.
Maybe two.
What do we talk about? Maybe two? Yeah.
I think we did two.
We've had some rough years of maps, though.
It's still going.
it still is going.
Yeah.
Nero started off strong.
I'll take Frequency and Arsenal.
Oh, God, dude. Frequency would be so good, I feel like. 4v4, like.
I'll take Gridlock, too.
Well, it's hard to compare to the BO4, because I think if I had to pick one game to take all the maps from, it might be BO4. Maybe BO2, but it might be BO4, bro.
That's a great one.
Yeah, no, it really is. I saw like they were breaking for it. Someone was doing like a vote of like your best combination and stuff. It was mostly like BO2, BO3, BO4, like most of the maps, if not all, but just as one like cohesive year, it might be BO4. I don't know. Anyway, back to BO6. As we've been doing this a long time.
A long time. It's 2025 and BO2 was 12 years ago. Wow.
I think it's I cast my first major for COD. It was like a UMG and BO2. So yeah, I've been doing this since a minute, and you've been playing for a little bit. What was the first year you competed?
2010.
Woo! Getting up there. Hopefully they don't fire us for like a younger and cuter model. I don't know. That's why I'm working out and stuff, bro. You keep me around. I'm trying to dial back the clock so I don't get a cuter model. You try and find a better 6'3" ball.
We'll just beat Tris Collinsworth and Al Michael. Still we're 85.
Yeah, that's good. I'm just drooling on camera. 6 straight for Gio. He has those takeover moments in control. He could be an absolute beast, but he's back to the point to kind of clear the progress off it from that third tick. They're fighting to maybe get that minute extension in. They're able to get on it for a second. It'll be Estriel with the one-on-one. He's able to take him down before teammate will trade him out. Another opportunity to get to the point is Priesta getting across. Polex trying to stop that from happening, but they got there, and they've got their minute extension. Lives-wise, you're 10-10, so this is very winnable. I mean, it's a pretty good defense out of Rock early on, but you got a chance to do this. Those 3 kills, those 2 kills.
2 kills. There's a third. They got the trade. They cleaned it up. And wow, I mean, Nero able to get a second as well, so he's really cleaned up. It was 10-10. Just a couple moments ago, but I think the big thing for LAG, you do get those 3 takes on A. This is your more standard round.
Did you say couple?
I don't know what I said.
Yeah.
Couple?
Maybe. Yeah, Joe just looked at me after that the first 2 maps during the break and goes, "These teams, bro."
They just mess with my head.
No, it's hey, dude.
The purple, right. The players.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It does.
I'm on a different planet.
We've been on a different universe for a little bit, but Priesta with 1. He won't be respawning back in. They got clutches up at a 3v5, and Estriel's making the play late. He's able to get 2. A little icy here late in the round. 20 seconds to go. It's on Skies and Kids to clutch. Now it'll just be Skies and a 1v5 lives. There's 1, and it'll end there. Rocker on the board.
Yeah, I think LAG, again, you get the 3 ticks, but yeah, I mean, it was 10-10. It's one of those rounds where it could have been maybe a little bit better, put some pressure on, win that offense, but Rock should do a great job. And huge play by Nero in the middle of the map.
No, it's interesting. We were just kind of like chatting at the beginning of that one. Like, I was mostly paying attention to the objectives. Like, I wasn't even sure they were get the extension. I was like, honestly, for whatever, I was like surprised it was 10-10. Like I didn't feel like it was 10-10, but I saw, I was like, oh. And then someone had that tough fight in the window. Who was that? Paul versus Lens. That's what you know. Don't call the kill out too early. Wait for it to happen because sometimes people get buried.
They change quickly.
I don't know. I do like that wasn't a good example, but like Skies' kill was like you just I don't know. Some games a little harder to just win fights at range. And you just see pros even miss. Like last year, I feel like no one missed a bullet. Like this year, you see it a bit.
A little bit less now, but.
Yeah, true. We'll see if LAG bring it back. Nero, the angle on one, but just getting away. Ring around the rosy we go. Nero, I'm not sure if we went left or right. He guessed wrong.
Left, right, out the window, down low, you have no idea, but his teammate's still on it, so at least you have that clock pause for now as Kismet is able to find one with Priesta. They're just trading it out. Regaining map control, and now you're gonna have number 5 Priesta maybe pushed up a bit in the base of Rocker going for some spawn kills.
Yeah, you might be in a little bit of trouble right now. If you are Rocker, you absolutely are. Estriel's last up, and they are getting fried. Lens is able to get 2 of them. They get like 4 straight for Skies, 3 straight for Priesta. Nice little bounce back here. I thought to get out, but then Kiz is able to get 2, which delays and staggers that push out even more. So that sequence was a difference of what, like 30 seconds or so. Like it's taken off the clock before you can even take a push now at the point.
Yeah, it's also just where those gunfights are happening, right? As soon as Kiz is able to find 2, yeah, just everything stalls. You have to try to get on this 8 point. There's only 30 seconds left. Lens does a great job right here, just finding the player on the point, playing his life, able to find one more. Find the opposite side of the map, but it's been Paul. Him and Gio starting to go off now, but they have to get this 8 point done.
Honestly, if they're able to get this, it's going to be pretty similar maybe to what we saw in the last round. If they're able to get a couple kills, they'll have a little over a minute to work with and about even in lives. We'll see if that'll end up being the case. If you finished that, it would have been just about. But you still have an opportunity. A little over a minute to work with to try and capture this B point. No progress has been there yet. You'd love to try and bring this back into lives department, but you're going to turtle up a bit now if you were LAG. Just get around this point. The one player that was kind of playing out was Kismet. He gets dropped. Priesta drops. Hold on. Here comes a Rocker ripping and roaring for the moment.
Yeah, maybe get a take, maybe 2. It'd be so tough to tap this point. Nades can hit. They at least have bottom middle control. That's going to force LAG to have to push from that side of the map, but they do. They're able to win those gunfights behind Priest and Skies.
Thought you were going to get 2 there if you were Gio. I'm not sure it really would have mattered, though. You wouldn't have had any bodies left. 50 seconds now to go, and we're kind of playing Search and Destroy again.
Is that take done?
We need Ant. Maybe Ant can give us visual clarity.
Okay, so they get the take. So there you go. If they don't win this round, at least they're winning the objective battle.
True. Can't quite track there if you're narrow. Lives margin widening. Estriel, though, gets one. So does Gio. Chipping away at him.
But this is what makes this B point so tough. You see 5 and 8, Priest and Lens. They're just bottom middle, right? They just know they can get angles on the point, no problem. Sooner or later, Rocker is going to have to get onto B. But it's going to be a 2 versus 3 here for Estriel and Gio. And Estriel snaps on his size, hits the movement, 2 on 2.
On it with 4.5 to go. No pressure here. It's not moving very quick. Priest is trying to get the angle, a little shoulder. Estriel doing the same thing on the other side, and suddenly it's on Priesta by himself. Another clutch moment here from Rocker. They brought it back from the depths. No way are you letting this one slip away if you are LAG. Priest out in the open, one holding close. They get the kill, and you bring that back. It was, what, like a 3v7? I don't know what it was at its worst. 3v8,
yeah.
3v7?
I saw 3v5 at some point, so it's probably a little bit worse. But, yeah, able to bring that back. And they just were just rotating around the map inside their base, just finding a couple of players, and you had the 2 players bottom middle, but they were just kind of out of the play. And then once it gets to that 2-on-2, Priest is down low, and Lens has all these angles to pick from, and he just goes top middle, right? In top middle, like, Gio is just like,
okay,
that's free.
I mean, the Skies fight, but like he probably had an AR.
Yeah, he has an AR.
Yeah, so like that one's a little awkward for him. I mean, it's a big win, obviously, for Rocker, but Estriel carry 4 straight over into this round. Now they're now up 2-0.
This is what Rocker does, man. Stay alive in series.
Well, this series might get a whole hell of a lot more interesting as we get deeper into this one. They start this round off with authority. They're already looking for spawn kills here early towards the LAG base. You're spawning up and you are in a gunfight. Estriel in behind enemy lines. Movement there. Gunny too. Nearly all of them, but enough damage in. The Nero cleans up the scraps, and you are just spawning into war.
Chiseled by them a little bit of time. Couple players coming off spawn. Estriel's just right back to it. He's up to 21 and 12, 21 and 13 for Geo. They're both leading the way. So yeah, already a 5 life advantage, already half the round on that clock. It disappeared. He is snapping right now, is Estriel.
Oh, he is looking real strong in this map 3. Nero is duo right on the other side of it. Well, hops over, somehow stays alive, and see if he can buy any kind of time here. Gets the centering on point to get some damage in to help Geo trade out that kill. Geo with an insane chow onto the back box. Pull the pistol out. Why not? I don't know where his bullets are going. To a different dimension, I guess. It looked pretty good. It tries to push out. Priestess stays alive, and he finally gets dropped.
I think he's thinking there looking good too. That's why I kept going for it.
He thought he had him one for about an hour. It looked all right to me, I thought.
But we don't know. We don't have hit markers. So
yeah, no, I know. That's true. That's what makes it confusing sometimes. I was like, his track, it looks all right.
It's pretty good, though.
That pistol, I swear, could be a little long.
They bring it back. What, 17-14? They're on A. Just can they get this minute extension?
Well, considering they were in a body bag for the first minute, yeah. It's pretty damn good. Lins goes on a little bit of a streak. Finishes that kill, up to 5. The rest of his team drops, though, and he's left out to dry. You now got sub 10 seconds to go. You still need another tick here if you're going to get this done. Priesta just try to dive and get a body onto a point just to stop the clock at 3.4. He hasn't survived long, though. That'll be the cleanup. Nobody close to a point, and Rocker will get it done and extend this series. Exactly what you wanted to see out of him. I thought Gorillas Bay were going to get it done, Joe. I really did thought they were going to close out this series. They learned their lesson last time. They were going to put them away, but weren't able to do it and got outclassed. And, well, really at round 2.
I mean, it's just round 2. Yeah, I mean, defense on protocol, we know how difficult it can be to win an attack, and it normally takes heroics like what we saw in round 2 from those Rocker players in that clutch, and just some simple mistakes from Gorillas. And, again, that's kind of what we have seen at times from these guys. Just some of their fundamentals have been off. Not only in search, but also in the respawns where it sticks out like a sore thumb. You're just like, what are the comms here? Like, how are you allowing this to get this messy?
Yeah, it's just a team that I guess we think would have pretty good fundamentals. But, like, I mean, there's just been some other squads that have struggled that we maybe didn't expect to when it comes to just, like, being behind, not playing the game right. Maybe they're just a bit behind, still have some things to figure out. Because you would think just with that core trio, they'd be in a pretty good spot. But, yeah, it's been years, obviously, you know, since they won that world championship with Priesta. But I don't think it's one of those things where you're, I don't know, necessarily panicking about, like, a change or anything yet, even though you started on 4. But I guess it's not that far from it. Like, you go a couple more weeks without a win. And that's what's tough about coming in as minor. You just lose one and you're gone. And it's just like, oh, well.
Yeah, I mean, at least you have some more qualifier matches coming up before we get to the major to continue to practice. But yeah, it's just, I mean, we're talking about this versus like a Minnesota Rocker. Like, if you allow those mistakes versus one of our top teams right now, no chance in hell you're winning.
No, because they played pretty much everybody tough, but not as well on the top side. Because what they went to the game 5 with the 2 teams they like battled that were like middle of the pack teams, and what, like it was like 3-1, 3-0 against like the top squad. So I don't know. I the team that we feel like has the pieces to get there, we'll see if they're able to do it, and just maybe haven't really locked it in with Lins yet and how he likes to play the game and some of the decisions he'll make. Because I know like last year it was mostly like search and destroy where he would frustrate you sometimes. Like I just remember multiple times like you would just call out some plays on oh my God, Invasion. It was like Invasion where he'd do some stuff, leave somebody out to dry, and you're like, I should say young player needs to figure that out, but maybe just more of that.
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit of that, right? Like you see him on an island at times, and his teammates are on the objective, like we just saw in that round where they're on A, and he's just trying to find a kill, and then everything happens away from him, right? And he's just somehow got to get active.
Yeah, no, and like when he makes the play and gets
I mean, you saw map 1 though, he destroys.
Yes, it's like when he does that, it's amazing. But when he's not able to activate and everybody else drops, it's just like,
well, that was worthless.
Yeah, no, exactly. Maybe it's just finding the right times for that, kind of figuring out more the pacing and timing for this squad. But they still have an advantage in the series. As much as we're talking about their struggles, they're still up 2-1. A chance to close this out as we'll stay on protocol, and then potentially in map 5, Hacienda Search and Destroy. Search has been their struggle, but they were already able to win in map 2. I don't know if I feel great about them in map 5, just considering they came out kind of slow in Search and Destroy. You think with a new map into the rotation, maybe you give the advantage to Rocker, but Rocker have still got to get it there. I don't know. After the map 1, do you have any thoughts really about how protocol might go?
No, again, just both of these teams really haven't played a lot of protocol. It's like one a piece, or I don't even think. I think Rocker would play this. They're 0-1, where General Mates are 0-0. So we haven't seen a lot of reps in official matches on this map for really in any mode for these teams. Then you're going to start to see it a little bit more and more just with different maps in modes coming into the map pool with that veto system. But yeah, still very early in the year.
If you are LAG, at least in that first map, you were able to go up like 100. I think it'd be in a 22-point game as Rocker has kept chipping away. This time, if you can enjoy that 100-point lead, hopefully it's put them away if you're Rocker, just trying to avoid like that slow start. Come out a bit hotter. Estriel definitely started to warm up in this series. He had a great map 3, and you're going to rely on him in some big moments, especially in hardpoint. We'll see if he can step it up, but we get to protocol, and as you said, just not a ton of reps for these two teams, so not a ton to talk about. And I mean, it's the case just for a lot of teams. Like, we don't throw out stats like too often at this point of the year because there's just not a lot. There's not a lot to go off. We get into that really once it comes like the first major. We'll start to, but
yeah, just sort of pick up trends. Talk about the vetoes, like teams 5-0 on a map.
Yeah,
throughout the qualifiers, you should probably veto it.
Yes. Yeah, it definitely gets more complicated, more to talk about as we get deeper into the year, but it is still early. We're excited to get back to it. This is our first minor. A reminder, the team that loses this, knocked out of the competition this weekend. Team that takes it moves on for a date with, I believe, Ultra. You got some CDL points on the line that go towards champs. And $20,000 to your first place squads. This little extra cash is something different to fight for. As we now take the focus to this map 4 and see if Rocker can do their thing and get to a map 5, or Gorillas have got the ice to close us out.
Yeah, nice start there by LAG. Kismet in that top window, locking it down. Had that knife out. Once that zipline player was hit, he was taken out quickly. But they're looking to find 30 seconds on this P1. They have P2 control as well. Lynn's gonna go for it, and well, hello. Some bad timing for Geo.
Yep, that was not ideal. Right as he turns, just get dropped. Lynn's tracking, maybe not on point at first, but he's able to get it on and nearly out with the movement as he was on 5 in a row. The next hard point is up. Inside will be Gorillas, mate. You've got 3 straight, the 3-0 start out of Skies. Priest is just popping on the box, gets his first Italian into this. Gets his second right after it. And they'll get 3 on the team, so they'll still try to secure this time for now. They've got a nice hold. Well, this is similar to map 1, at least, getting out to a nice early lead, and they're cracking this one wide open.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean, Priest right there, he's thinking they spawn those players out, but one player in the arrow, I think, able to find that kill, and then his teammates spawn on him. So we created a bit of a split, but now you have the standard spawns here for P2. But yeah, just early starts have been strong for LAG. Rocker already going to be in a 60-point hole, having a battle back here at this P3.
And now you just got to think, we get to a P4, and I mean, how ugly can this get, depending on these upcoming sequences? But you've got somebody's just got to pick it up. Well, the whole team really. I mean, you've got one on
2 players spawn all the way out behind those 2 kills from Kiz, so you can have early control here for LAG.
Things unraveling right now for Rocker. Lynn's trying to get out with the movement, but your 2 players that were in were able to hold until the reinforcements came in. You've got one person playing deep in Skies, just hoping his teammates can push it through the front. They're able to isolate him and take him out in the back, though. Now turn everything to the front, but one hits the back steps at the same time. I think that's Kiz. He spawns his teammate with him. So suddenly Paul's like, okay, now they're behind me.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. Yeah, he influences the spawn. Kiz was trying to find that a little bit quicker, but he makes it messy. Gets LAG on the hill, continues to find the shots. He's up to 11. The subs in map 1 between Kiz and Lynn's fried. They're doing it again here in map 4. He's at 6 in a row.
That looks so frustrating because I think Rocky thinks he has the back spawn. Like right as he hit, like Kiz got behind him and just spawns guys there. That is tough. Yeah, 6 in a row, as you said, and now this is what I was worried about. If you were scrappy there, and now you get to a P40, you have an early hold, which is this has been one of our bigger money hills. I mean, you're going to be up 120, 130 potentially, and then good luck in that.
Yeah, this is gonna get ugly. But
Nice
Nero,
pick, nice pick.
maybe lead them to the break. Everyone just trying to buy the time, but LAG are here. All three of them find one apiece. Paul is there. He's just a little bit later than his teammates.
Yeah, I know. He was there with them. He might win that off of the first pick. But you're basically able to restabilize now as the fourth member about to get back towards the point. You've gotten all this time if you're LAG. 4 straight for Skies, looking to tack on more to this. Not quite able to do it. There's a slide out and Chow. Maybe he'll break this up, but it's in the final 15 or so seconds. I'm not sure how that's going to matter, so the dominoes continue to fall.
And I think Skies had a Hellstorm, just, I'm going to assume off objective time, because he's got a minute and 14. Right, just he didn't go on any crazy spree. So.
He had like 4 straight, I think it was.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's going to have it. Yeah, so he's going to call this in. This is going to get ugly.
Well, it's already gotten ugly.
Might get uglier.
Yeah, might get uglier. Well, I guess it's 80.
Okay.
It's 80. It's doable. Well, that didn't go how you expected.
No, not at all.
Kiz took a missile to the face, and then 3 of your players drop. And okay, well, now Rocker with some life.
These are the moments, right? It's another example of it where this just mentally tilting a bit. Rocker maybe just they see this as an opportunity to get right back into the game.
And they're doing just that. What could have been like a 120-point advantage, now it's at 60. Skies trying to hit another gear. Lock up the triple. Paul X with the movement to get behind the wall and at least shut that down. The slang's just got to start to get there if you're Rocker, but as I say that, it's 3 through on the feed. And they drop, so you start to push this lead out again. Gorilla's in a pretty good spot.
Then again, just late on these rotations is Rocker. LAG have just been winning them. Look at map 1, the same thing here in map 2. Of course, they're winning those gunfights, but just feels like they are late once that new hill pops every single time.
Gorilla's soaking up the time. Estrelda with a nice chow in. Won't survive long. Priesta there with the double. They're going to need another moment soon. Rocker just got to come up with something to just keep this within, like, I don't know, 50 to 70. Like, something where you can strike, just get a big P4 hold. They need, like, 1 positive hardpoint hold.
I mean, we've seen some pretty insane, like, P3 to P4s.
Yeah.
They're going to need that right here. They have the spawns. There's 12 seconds left. They have to keep controlling middle of the map. That's where Linz is going. Same with Kiz, right through the bottom middle. Are they going to pick up on this? It looks like no. Linz is going to find one, but his teammates get dropped, so they have to hunt him down quickly. But he just continues to win gunfights. He finds all 3. Rocker do spawn up, but there's been nobody on the time, and that's just due to Linz.
Yeah. That's going to disrupt what you're opening about 15 seconds before Rocker get in. Now can they do a great job from inside? They go 2 for 2 for now. Kismet, though, flips that on its head. He'll have control inside. Linz trying to cut it towards the back right off a spawn. You're getting time again if you are LAG. Kiz winning his one-on-one. Rocker, though, you get in and you fight for now. But I think if you're a Gorilla, it's like, I don't know, you just want to split this, I guess, as best you could. And just make sure you've got spawns for next.
Yeah, they're already here. They're already thinking, well, we're going to go for this. But Rocker, they have to win this map to stay alive in this series. Let's go to a listen with Minnesota.
Nice. I got your boat. I'm holding Sparrow.
I buy your zip. One boat. I'm backing up. I buy your zip. I'm making a Sparrow. Wait, no,
I'm Sparrow.
I'm 375 off the streak, okay?
Bet. One's boat.
I zip.
Let's fire me.
Can you help?
Look, P2 stairs. P2 stairs.
I need my zip. I give zip. I'm coming out of you.
I'm one trying.
Free zip.
We can fuck on the left too. One shot.
I got
You can be close. I'm hitting your boat. I need it. Shoot down the market. I need one. I'm holding my spot. Watch my big.
Okay, right there, big door. It's big door. Yeah, I'm holding that.
One shot. Back that time. One shot. Free stuff. Dead.
Nice.
Could be on you as well. Let's fucking go. Lane first guy. I'm getting on P1.
I got off top 10, okay?
I
went both stairs, I think. Top 10, pre-dog. I replay top 10. Okay.
Top 10 or not.
One kill.
I'm
Grandma's in time.
There's one Grandma's. There's one Grandma's. Guys, top 10.
Nice, one more. Heal out her.
Hit us all.
Bring me back. He's gonna
be Grandma somewhere, Kismet.
You're gonna have splits, okay?
Top Grandma's, Kismet.
You're gonna have splits. Watch out, Lynn. Solo dead. Alright, top 10. Top 10.
Grandma's, Kismet.
Top 10 dead. Nice. Back I'll get time.
You got time? Okay.
I'll get your middle. I have your middle.
I'm top 10.
I have middle.
Rocker needed the big break. They got it. And now they've got the advantage. Up 10. You just can't put them away. They're fighting to get it to a map 5.
I mean, as soon as we went to listen in, right, we were talking about 20 seconds being left at P3. LAG were committing to the early rotate, and then all 4 died. All 4 died, and P4 spots up. And there was numbers there for a moment there, but then what? Geo just able to go big. He was able to find 8 in a row, I believe. He's got a Hellstorm now, so they have that extra utility. LAG have a slight lead, but it just feels like momentum all Rocker.
Dude, Estriel's feeling it right now. He's ready to shout anything. Ends up dropping there, and now here will come the Hellstorm. GL locked and loaded. Not going to connect, but backs everybody out of the point into the tower. Estriel now, time to pounce. He's got 2 here to deal with. Can he get both? Estriel trying to go big, and he's able to do just that. Gets 2, back into the point. There's a 3rd player there, but you've got the numbers if you're a Rocker, so you are in. Trailing, timing there with the nade. At least you've got a teammate looking over you, but you've had one more body every time here if you're Rocker. Down 10, still battling. Joe, what are you seeing?
I mean, the minimap-wise, you just see they're setting up for P3. They're trying to control top middle. Geo is cooking right now. Another multi-kill. He's on another 5 spree, 28 and 20. While Paul and Estriel have rotated over towards that P3. Scrap time to go Geo's way. So he's trying to find his 30th kill, and I'm hoping someone didn't lag out, but they might have.
Whoa. We'll see what the call will be here. That would be insane. Is it's 205-205. We may have lost somebody, and you've got to be kidding.
At least it was tied?
Yeah, I guess that's the best case of a tie game. Yeah. But, oh, if you're a Rocker, you are hurting right now. I mean, you're thinking the gods above if you're LAG. Like, you were letting that one unravel. Rocker were just finding a groove and came back big time. But, yeah, I mean, I think you're right. I mean, at least it was tied.
Yeah. Should have been a tough scenario. I mean, it still is tough. You see sort of the reactions on the Rocker side. They were in control. I mean, it's still, again, just very close game. But
I mean, it could have gone either way.
I mean, Geo was frying. They were cooking, but yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll wait to see. I imagine we're going to have a replay, but we just got to see what the actual case is. But it seemed like somebody dropped out. But we'll wait for official wording because Joe and I don't make the rules or make decisions, even though some of you think we do. But no, that was a banger map. I mean, it just seems like that's become a duo. I mean, these two teams play, and Rocker comebacks and Hardpoint. Like they in the first series, they were able to come back and get a victory in a Hardpoint. They almost did it down 100 in the map 1. They brought it within 22 for the loss. Here they were down 80. I think it was about 80, 90, and they end up getting a lead at one point where tied as it dropped out. But
and again, there's just like that moment from LAG where you're like the Hellstorm then turns into a 4 dead, and like then it's just kill feed starts to get real purple, real Rocker purple. And I don't know if they're just like tilting from these plays because I mean, listen, when you're a vet who's been around for this long, you've won world championships, you kind of know what it takes. Little plays like that, they piss you off. They do,
I'm sure.
Right? They tilt you. And if that's happening in game, it should be tough for them to kind of bounce back. And I feel like that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, I think like, you know, we've interviewed Skies many times. We had him on a podcast with us back in the day. And I think they've always dealt with that stuff pretty well because they have prioritized kind of friendship and fun and like they've wanted to be like boys.
You're not seeing that in between the maps.
No, you're not. But like that, I'm saying like in the past, it's sort of been a thing for them. Like they're always laughing. They're vibey. Like we've seen on the main stage, and like they'll get blown out by 200 and be laughing. I mean, think about the champs fraud. Like they literally were getting smoked. They're like laughing about playing Invasion. Like they've been able to like bury stuff like that. But yeah, it seems like right now, at least early in the year, it's more frustration than it is smiles.
Yeah, 100%.
That's. You maybe have to find that again because that's sort of been their counter to it a lot of times, I think.
No, I think we saw that in between these maps, between map 3 and 4. Before we started map 4, just from the player cam side, you could just kind of see it wasn't that sort of happy and smiley, joking around.
But that's what it's been for like a long time with them, right? Like when I think of like that New York.
Oh, 100%.
Like, that's what
it's like them, and then like Ken, who would smile, and people.
yeah, right.
But now he's on Optic, so we're not mad anymore. But like, yeah, those guys and Ken,
they've just been doing it. They've just been chuckling, and like I know it was important disguise when they were talking through some of their rough times. He's like, we've just been trying to gel as a unit. Like,
yeah, maybe they need that now.
Yeah, it's probably just a tough thing when you.
But if you're always losing, it's not fun.
Because that's something like they've had some like rough stretches at times, but they were always like a top 4 team. Like even your rough stretches, like it was just different. What we were like, the expectations were different when it was those squads. Like you were expecting someone was going to be in a final, maybe. Yeah. They were still like a top 4 squad, even if they were like on the outside looking in at times last year. But this is different for them. Yeah, like where you're bottom of the chart.
Yeah, I mean, new organization, again, just sort of the whole Hydra story. I'm sure these guys, like Priest is coming back in. I think like Sky's kids and Priest are just really trying to prove their worth, right? Like they want this.
You've been there, right? Like you think about like your Envy run, like back in Ghost, and then like, I don't know, maybe you suddenly find yourself where you're not a contender, and it's probably tough to deal with mentally, right?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, it's just not easy at all. You're just sort of like, what's going wrong? What do I need to do differently?
Yeah, it can't be a fun scenario for them. But as we wait to see what's going down to get back into it, guys, I think some of the players got up, so we can't hop right into it. We're going to head to a quick break. When we get back, we'll continue on with the map for this series.
Behind enemy lines.
He's getting loose early every round. Like, do a little dance, make a little love. Who's dead tonight?
They watched us play Searchlight that? Oh my god, they're shit.
I got so bad.
All right, hey chat, watch this. All right, we gotta just go play the game. Let's take a look at this bad.
Different spot. Try for a different spot.
Oh no! Laugh it up, Chuckleberry Finn. I bet you're having a great time.
Real as well. All down to the smoke play from up high. He's going for a joke. Johnny down. 1v1. And Real singing across the stage.
Oh my god, here we go. They got the stack. Second tick is done. FaZe trying to go. It's moving so quickly. Can they get in and contest? They're soaring through. It's just about done. The contest is in. Shotzi kills everybody in front of him, but FaZe are able to get in. Getting a point, man. Here we go. Gotta hold with no respawns. They're holding for now. They win one. Nobody left. FaZe hold with no respawns remaining.
What do they have to give yourself a fighting chance here in the series? Real, ruthless aggression. Another on stairs, can't get it. It's Kremp with 2. It's now down to Lucky. And will he be that in this 1v2 situation? Here they come. Finds the first. Oh my God! Lucky! Dios mío, how has he done that?
Ghosty doing his best to do it. Oh, here we go. 3 are going to drop. A chance to go. One person. It's Rods that's got to go clutch. From the position we saw Crip do it, he doesn't do it. Ghosty able to put him down. They get on the point. Everybody's up. That's not going to hit. Second bit of progress done. They got to surge on forward. A BZ with 1. Can't get through. Oh, and Sim connect. But you win it if you're Crip. Of course it's Crip. Time and time again, he wins his one-on-one.
They're going to pounce out. 04, great damage in. It's going to be all on 04. They drop them. Lucky with both. Fickle is roaring and Heretics win it. And he lets the crowd know. Silence.
Big map 5s that Miami have gotten over Seattle Surge.
Hello and welcome back to the first minor. If you are just joining us or wondering what was going on, we had a player drop out at 205 or right around there. It is going to be a full map replay, so we're going to get back into it. It was a pretty significant lead and a really nice start again for Gorillas. It felt a lot like the map 1. They got up to a big lead. You climb back in if you're a Rocker, but Rocker definitely built some confidence over the course of that. But are there any big takeaways from that, or are you just kind of a reset here? Like,
I mean, I think if you're Rocker, you probably just want a good start here because you're trying to Yeah, keep that momentum up.
Oh, that's kind of their thing. That's kind of their thing.
I know. Yeah,
go down and bring it back. Like, I don't know if you change the formula.
Maybe you stick to it. Maybe you stick to the formula. I don't know.
No, you don't want to do that. Yeah, try.
I'm just curious from the LAG side kind of how they come out. Because, yeah, their starts have been fantastic, but it just feels like something clicks and then they've been tilted.
Well, yeah, it was really, I mean, it's like 70-10 or something through the first 2 hard points already. It feels a little better. You get a 4 dead, no kills for LAG, so a much better start on the Rocker side, trying to carry that momentum they had late before the replay. Just trying to get this to a map 5. If we get to a map 5, we'll see our first Hacienda search. Wow. And then it's a 4 dead the other way, is Gorillas. I'll lock it down and get right back into it.
That second one on a Geo, just, yeah, the headshots connect and he got evaporated. Great stuff there from Linz. Now controlling up here. This top 3. Well, they're just going to all focus him, and now they can focus top middle. But yeah, tied game throughout the first hill.
Yeah, he was like getting shot in the back too, like flying at him. He was dead. It's been a series of blows here early on. Just kind of trading back these 4 deads, it feels like. Second hard point now going to be up, and it'll be Rocker. That is inside the hard point. What are you seeing, Joe?
I'm just seeing what I'm seeing what he's trying to find. Looks like they were just maybe nervous someone was still on P1.
I just like looked over and saw your face. You were like, huh?
Well, he was staring at his teammate. That's what I was thinking about for a second. Yeah, maybe they just thought there was someone still on that first hill trying to deal with him and now fly through the top middle. But a nice 20 seconds there to start that hill from Minnesota Rocker.
And one of the big sequences, at least, part of the reason you got that big lead for LAG early was what? Like, it was the P3, right? There was that weird little sequence where you got the spawn in the back. I think it was Pollux like, trying to hunt the last player. It was like a game of inches who got the spawn in the back. Yeah, we'll see that's a little bit different.
Yeah, and Chase just popped off, right? That was his sort of big moment. You have this tie game, you own it in the P3, but Paul and Estriel gonna find some kills. So Linz will spawn out. Priest is going to spawn out, so you have numbers here if you're Rocker. They're doing a great job in this rotation. They just have to hunt down Skies. Skies just going to try to play for a pick. He does just that.
I was just about to ask you, what is Skies trying to do in this scenario? And, well, you said it, play for a pick, play his life. Like, just wait for the troops to get here, and now you got a chance to collapse on this, but Linz is the only one that gets a kill. So you have numbers there for a moment. It feels like if you're LAG, but Rocker, step up in the clutch. The back spawn does come in for 3 players of LAG, and they're continuing to find the kills. Priesta was the one guy up top as the rest battled in from low. And it'll be a nice sequence to try and bring this back and maybe get a lead change.
Yeah, I mean, that's just all just that Skies play, right? Because he finds one. That also gives them the close spawn when they do die. Obviously, Estriel has that pop-off moment, but it just kind of negates it. Allows him and his teammates to just reinforce quickly, gets them right back into the hill. Now, this rotation over towards P4.
And this will be the first time for P4 we'll see Rocker with an early setup, right? It was what, the first time we saw it? LAG, I think, got basically a full 60, right? The second time Rocker got a massive break, and that was part of the big comeback. This is the first time we've really seen them early on rotation. So what will they do with it? Is they got a trophy in for coverage. They got bodies here, one of the harder points to break in the game. Some damage through to hold the front. Waiting there was Nero. And there's all 4. So that's what you kind of expect or hope for from this position. Great job. And with that deep spawn, I mean, you only get, what, like 1-2 cracks at this. Like, yeah, you don't get a lot of efforts when you're spawning them out deep.
Not too many, yeah. It's also just you don't want to feed streaks. You don't want to feed a Hellstorm for P1 coming up in P2. And I mean, yeah, it has just been all Minnesota Rocker. That's as clean as it gets.
Paul's like, did I hear something?
He's dealing with a bloody nose, man. I was just looking at his sham. Yeah, he's got like a tissue in there.
Oh, battling through injury. Toughest players in the world.
Blood, sweat, and tears.
Nero is on 4 in a row. Estriel gets caught going up the zip, and Prieston snaps on the one low as well. Gio's trying to snap all over. He's getting damage to players, but not able to clean it up. But, I mean, very different than what we saw in the first play. You know, it was what, about an 80-point lead around there at this point. Now you got 50 up if you're a Rocker. So flipped on its head a bit. But still a tight enough one that you can pounce at any time if you're LAG. Nero trying to hold. He's going to get cut down. Nice hard point control, though, until it will finally fall apart. But you'll get the lead up to nearly 70.
Yeah, they find those kills. Linz goes on a route again. He's working that zip, able to find that player on the hill. They're just not finding kills once they get control is LAG. Jay's 7 and 15 struggling throughout this map, but when you don't have hill control, when he doesn't have room to work with, it's just going to be so tough for him to find these skills, and you see it from his point of view.
We'll keep an eye on that and see if he's able to pick it up as we get deeper into this, because he'll be a big part of their rallying cry if they do make the run. I mean, they got to do exactly what Rocker did last time through. Get some big breaks, start to bring it back, but when will that moment come? Nice tracking in from Linz. Gets tagged down to 13, though, in the next gunfight, so he'll be in trouble. Skies is there to follow it up, though, and at least get the trade out and keep the numbers here near the point. But inside the hard points, Astro, they got to take him out of it. Okay, so now you got coverage from top middle from Priesta and Linz. You got Skies inside the point. They're all going to flip out to the other side. This will now take a look and see if Linz can shut them down. Just kind of trying to spawn kill them, make sure nobody gets out, make them force the whole way outside the outskirts of the map, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah, it's a big moment, though. Great P2 so far from LAG. Now going to be only down around 48 points. They have the rotation, have set up here at P3, and, well, what are Rocker doing? They're trying to get across the middle of the map through P1, but it is locked down by Kiz.
And this is where Kiz has got to pick it up. This is his opportunity, right? You've got hard point control. He's on 3 in a row. You're 8 and 16. You finally have an early rotation. You just lost 2 teammates, though. They're going to spawn up safe, but this is where he can kind of hit that other gear.
No doubt about it, right? When you're a sub and you have room to work with, makes it a lot easier than breaking constantly, but he's going to lose the gunfight to Geo, and that's going to be 3 dead, and Rocker just break on through. Skies again. The last player alive cannot find a pick this time, so you will not have those spawns.
Well, exactly what we were setting up, it did not happen. The total opposite did. His Kiz just got picked by an AR, and as soon as he dropped, the wheels just came off. Everything fell apart, and it was a big break when you were at a deficit in the last playthrough of this. Now it's a big break with a lead, and one of those breaks that could play like a dagger in this.
Oh, and now look at this, right? Because you already have, I thought Paul was already bottom P4. He was playing on that rotation. Estriel is there for now. But yeah, you're going to have a setup. I'd say this is the only, really, maybe last chance for LAG in this game. They're going to need a break.
And this is where Rocker were able to get the break and bring it back. Can LAG now do it? Can they get the break here at 4? As it pops now. Advantage about 50. And this first push is huge. You know, you don't get a lot of pushes on this. Paul already able to get one. It barely stays alive at 6 HP. He even gets a kill after that. Will it be enough? Estriel gets 2. Paul X gets 2. Estriel still dancing and diving, and they're able to hold it off. A valiant effort here from Rocker. They still got to shut it down, though.
And I think you said it, right? The fact that Paul gets one, he's so weak from nades. Maybe you only have 1 trophy. Maybe that trophy's gone. LAG, the nades were coming in time and time again. You're hoping to find one player, at least get someone so weak, and that was Paul, but he found a kill. And that just allows them to have that advantage.
Yeah, you're thinking 7-6. You can like run over him and he dies.
Yeah, exactly. Hit him with a stun.
He might have got some team shots with it there, but like he melts one and it ends up being huge. You know how big multi-kills can be in that type of scenario, or just one big kill, really. And you can close it out now. Just about 10 needed for the win. They're still finding kills on the feed. They came alive midway through the first playthrough of this, and they have not looked back since. A chance to win this one by over 100. They've got point control. They've got house control. They did for a second. And LAG said, we're not going out yet.
When we were on that P3 with Kiz, he was like 12 and like 17 or 18?
12 and 18.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, again, just as soon as they do not aren't winning rotations. I mean, obviously nobody's doing well, but just makes it so tough for him, and you're seeing it here.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's just running into gunfire, trying to dodge bullets.
Yeah, the other side just like props to Geo, because yeah, he was the one that really stepped it up before he replayed it. He keeps it going here.
He had like what, 8 straight and a 5 straight. Yeah, he was definitely one of their big catalysts to get it going. You're trying to stay alive. You only need 4 points. Yeah, I think you just have 1 rotation here, and you close this out if you're Rocker. You have to flirt with perfection now if you're LAG and going to win this.
Flirt with perfection. Yeah,
you gotta
make love with perfection.
Yeah, you gotta be in there nice and deep.
Yeah, I mean,
with perfection.
It's a perfect hard point.
So far, though, they're doing it. You just gotta do it for what, 3 straight points.
That's a long time.
See if they can do it. This will be a monumental collapse from Rocker. Do you know, as moment by moment goes by, you start to feel the pressure a bit more. You're just saying one more break, one more moment, one more break, over and over until finally it comes, and there it'll come. You get them all, they finish it off, they get the final couple of seconds, and they push it to a map 5 again. This Rocker team will not go away. LAG just can't put them down as we get ready for a map 5 on Hacienda.
It just feels like once one of them gets going, whether it's like, honestly, take your pick between Estro, Nero, and Geo, because they've all had it. Like, Paul's been great, Search, but Respawn specifically, when someone just has like a multi-kill or a spree, it just feels like they feed off each other, and then they just take off.
I mean, I don't really want to mean this as like a negative, but like Geo, to me, feels like they're only a sort of consistent Respawn player with regards to like kills. The other three are pretty, I don't want to say X factor for everyone, it's just like the thing you want to say, but like they're kind of all over the place at times. Like, I don't know if I'm going to get a double negative or a double positive. Geo's like their guy is going to be, I don't know, positive more often than not, but yeah, it's like if one of them gets going, or even if it's sometimes Geo, yeah, it's, you heard their comms, right? Like there was a lot of energy in it, and sometimes it takes like one guy just get going and get fired up, and then everyone else's energy levels raise, and you're like, whoa, we're doing this.
We're doing it, yeah. I don't know. The more you yell, the faster your gun kills.
I guess.
That's the way it works.
But now you heard the passion absolutely flowing through the Rocker team. And the listening we had before the replay, they were frustrated about the replay because they had just come ripping and roaring back into it, but they're able to get it done then. I mean, a couple of crazy protocols between these two.
And listen, I'm just happy that it was 200 to 200 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
We got to the replay, because that's always good.
No, it's always tough.
With.
I mean, it's been something we've talked about for years. It's frustrating. It happened. It's happened at LAN. It's happened online. I mean, it's frustrating for everybody. But yes, it was about as close as it could be at least. And now you're able to get the W if you're Rocker, who we felt was kind of in the position to close it out through the first time because they, I don't know, just made some big plays, made that big comeback. But what do you think about Hacienda?
I mean, yeah, we haven't seen it, obviously. Brand new map. I mean, LAG, they did look great in map 1. Maybe they put a little extra work in Haci. I'm not sure.
Well, it's going to be different than last time, but Rocker won it in map 5. This time, can they do it in a reverse sweep fashion at our first minor in round 1? Rocker look to do the unthinkable when we get back from the break.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Scrap follows up with another one. It's all going to be on to Brezzy now to make the play, and he can't do it. This is dominant from Ultra. Scrap just stood up, celebrated, took off his headset. You got another round, bud.
He's locked. Yeah. He said, my bad.
We gotta find him. We gotta find him.
You guys get smokes if you're a little weak.
He's running outside. He's running outside.
Hey, Teddy.
You're right. You're right.
Close. You're right.
Let's go, baby! Come on! Come on! Let's go! Let's go! Turn it up! Let's go!
Going for it
night, they break the curse. London can finally weep tears of this joy and not despair.
We're gonna be really good.
I like your trophies. Which one's your favorite?
Yeah. Honestly, I don't know. This one seems like insane. Look at this one too. Like this is crazy. Like
The golden nut, baby. The diamond nut, excuse me.
you know what I'm saying? How could I not be like? How could I not feel like I'm not gonna lose? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to ask you is like, Sib, you're coming into a winning culture. These guys won champs. We obviously
To make the play, it's been all about him all tournament long. It can come down to a 1v1. Oh! There he stopped.
FaZe fans, the hype squad in the front row, they make it to nearly every single event. That poor guy that hit the deck today outside the venue, is he here?
Saw that. That was tough.
Hey! What? That poor guy ate concrete for breakfast. Tough one.
Or setting it up. Oh, look at that! Absolute athlete.
You're f***ing dog kid. How did get? I'm not winning a map at chance finals.
Let's go! Let's go! Go! Come on, bro!
You're heavy, you're humble. You're f***ing humble.
Waldo, I told you you're f***ing ass. Soy tu papa. Come on. Soy tu DJ papa.
Scrap just stood up, celebrated, took off his headset. He got another round.
You're so mierda. Mierda.
Listen, if we've got anything over any other esport, is
Our
the
teams love
personality.
each other.
Yeah, personalities of our players and the love.
Respect, appreciation.
I love the trash talk. It's great. Some of those clips throughout the breaks are awesome. But we get ready to go now for a map 5. Gorillas mate, Rocker. We've been here before. Not on this particular map. We've been here before. It was Rocker that squeaked away with a map 5 victory. They got a chance to do it again here. And you're looking for your first win of your LAG. Like, you want that first dub on the board. Can you do it here?
Yeah, you don't want to get reverse swept, right? You go up 2-0 in the series.
Yeah.
You lose a protocol control round on defense. You probably should have won, and then, yeah, just lost momentum going into that hard point.
You absolutely did. We get to see Hacienda twice. Is it now into the rotation? And I don't know what to expect from this. Just give me some wild and wacky moments. It'll be offense first now for Rocker.
Yeah, well, probably the biggest change, right, is sort of the close hall side over towards the left, over towards A. There's that new window. It's like a side hallway that wasn't in the map before, and that'll have a big impact over towards that A site. Is we're getting trades on the map, but man advantage over towards Minnesota Rocker.
Well, great job pointing that out. And yeah, getting to a little mix early on. Nice wall bang to kind of start things off with the first blood. Now Rocker, try to get this done with numbers, but it's a great pick from Priesta to put us into this 2 versus 2. Bomb starting to work on up towards A.
And there you see that window that I was talking about. But Lynch is down low inside a connector, and it's into a 1 versus 1. Gio, I think he spots him versus Priesta.
Spots him and wins it. Shooters shoot, takes the 1-on-1, puts him up early.
And it's not the easiest shots onto that player on the fence. Maybe a couple of those shots go through the wall, but either way, Gio, he was so good on protocol hardpoint. Doing it here on Hacienda. Gets that quick trade and just the headshots hitting with the AMS.
Yeah, no, it looked like, look at Priesta hit the first couple bullets. I mean, it's pretty close. But it's just straight headies. No, it looked different from his POV than I thought maybe the first few were in, but then I saw his POV, like, never mind. Just nothing but headies there. He gets incinerated as we see it from both angles. What was that? Someone have nunchucks?
I think it was a knife. I don't know.
It sounded like nunchucks.
I'm not sure.
I think it was a knife, but I thought there was a ninja loose, dude. Holy. First blood for Linz. As we enjoy the classical music here in the lobby.
Beautiful art.
I'd live here.
Yeah.
I'm not cleaning it.
I don't think you are if you own this place. No.
No.
There's a shark.
I never noticed that. That's a shark. You got a shark in your house, you did something right. Like,
or very wrong.
Oh. You misbehave at my house here. going for his Skies and Lynn's trying to clutch up, but both getting tagged up. Just playing around this B site, looking for some kind of pick to put him maybe into a 2 versus 2. I thought Chow was coming, but Estriel going to back it up for now. Under 20 seconds to go. Just trying to slide back and forth, maybe look for an opening. Nate will give him a little bit of clearance.
I say you can just wait. They have to plant. Like they're going to have to plant sooner or later. Okay, now they're going to commit to it now. 2 versus 2. They get the time, and just a little bit scary once their throat gets taken down into the 2 versus 2. But they just play the clock. They know LAG has to commit to the plant, able to catch him on the bomb.
I thought once they got the player on the other side, they'd spot it too. I thought they were going to hit it. Like, there was about 7 seconds left. I thought they were going to take the 2-on-2 fight and push it, but I don't know how weak like Skies was after that first fight.
Well, you're also just thinking if you don't have the info, like they're just going to back up, right?
Yeah.
Just sort of get away.
Yeah,
wait for you to plant. So they try to commit to it.
I just figured if they got the blocks there, they're dead. Like, if they get out the door and get the block, you're dead. (2-0) now for Rocker. Nice start from Paul and Gio as they're 6-2 combined. LAG kind of 3 by B for the opening of this defense. And we'll see what the 2B players opt to do. But you're kind of right up the gut and then cutting back towards B if you are Rocker offensively. And pushing all the way deep and getting aggressive are 2 players from LAG. So we'll see how this plays out. It's really, I think, a lot going to be on Kiz and Linz. Like, they're kind of hunting as a duo right now.
Yeah, they're just not going to think they'll be planting over towards B right now. They have no info on the map over towards A. They're thinking this is like an A play. You see 7 and 8, but it's a plant over towards B, and now they can work through garage.
Yeah, it's just the route you took up through mid and cut out. Yeah, it's just, you used them the whole way around the map there, a few of those 2. But I say, I don't think anyone knows where they are either. Oh, now they do. There's some shots coming from Kiz. Kiz, well, he gets 2. So I thought it might come down to Kiz and Linz. It looking like that might be the case. All 4 dead, plenty of time for the defuse, and it was kind of a wild one on the minimap there for a minute. Yeah, he said it's like they got so much map clearance, but they really had no info.
They had no info. Yeah, there was nobody in the middle of the map. They were just hoping they were over towards A.
Well, their info was they thought they were A, yeah.
Yeah, and there we go. But yeah, Kiz, I mean, this is what we saw in map 2. He was very active. Him and Linz, they found, what, 6 first bloods in that map too to lead the way, but Kiz there with the double to put in a 1 versus 4. Skies and a cleanup Geo, so LAG, they get on the board.
I needed that one, but the frustrations from the map 4, you don't want to go into too big of a hole. They keep it within a round. Nero's still looking for his first in this one. You've got a 4 stack kind of towards A and that A side Valk. Estriel, well, he shuts down Kiz. Kiz wants to get aggressive. That's a big win from Estriel. You're going to be in a good position if he's winning those fights for you. Uh-oh. Nade's going to hit. Sky's just going to buy his time. Estriel wants to activate again. He's in a tough spot now, though, but he's able to get one. His teammate's there to help him. I thought he was dead to rights.
Yeah, just great teamwork there from Rocker. Nade's on the Skies. They get that info. Now Lynn's left in a 1 versus 4. Nero hits the slide. Lynn's able to win the gunfight, but he's got 22 HP and a lot more work to do.
Gets back to full, but will not matter. Cannot get across the mid-map cut. Rocker. They bring it back. They push the lead out to 2 again as they're up 3-1. But Estriel, nice gunfight then win with Kiz. You think they're going to be headbutting sometimes, and that time he's able to get the advantage.
Yeah, that fence is bomb site, A bomb site. I remember like BO4, there was just some crazy moments, right? When you're hot, you remember you could like mantle the fence back and forth at Mach speed?
There'd be a one-on-one that would take like, I swear to God, 55 seconds. Just, well, especially with like stims too, plus like, yeah, no, they were insane. Everyone's trying to wallbang, like get that first bullet through the fence. I swear I remember like people running out of ammo in a one-on-one, and like that's that scenario. You're just trying to shoot, get whatever shots in you can. Well, a little bit different of a setup defensively from LAG. They kind of have everybody over towards A, so they're going to play the 4-on-4 retake now. As Rocker plant this at B, and Joe, what do you see on the map as far as the retake?
Well, yeah, I was going to say, maybe you're waiting on Lynn's on the full flank, but he's going to hop up top middle. It's just, you're just waiting on him. Kismet's here. What does Lynn's find? He's going to have a 1-on-1 versus Paul. As soon as he gets into a gunfight, they're going to go. It just depends how it goes, and it doesn't go his way. But now they have to activate on the other side of the map. 3 versus 4. Kiz, it looked like he was trying to like stretch the bomb, but not able to find anything. It is just so tough to retake when you lose that first one.
Yeah. I mean, it looked like Lens got some shots. It was probably a pretty close gunfight, but a big one there from Paul at close range against the SMG. But yeah, you're right. If he wins that, it's like you got to go because you know you've got a 3-on-3.
Yeah, it's just like breaking the hard point, right? I mean, you know where everybody is. They're stacked up on that statue. You're pinching them from both sides. I mean, you even have the bomb as more cover in search and destroy, so it can be tough if you're getting pinched. But yeah, they just they don't have to. Paul wins it. Now they're up 3-1.
So much can rely on one-on-one at the beginning of that. Paul gets the first blood. Paul continues a strong performance here. It's been Paul, Estriel, and Gio. They've got 5 apiece. You're up 4-1. At risk of an 0-5 start if you are Gorilla's mate. If they're going to start clutching up, they've got to start doing it now. But man, this Rocker team just seems to have their number.
Yeah, Kiz does a good job there. There was a chance he could have got caught there. He's able to dodge an age and the stuns, but you can see all 4 players from Rocker, they are flying on through. Kiz maybe sees the footsteps above him, at least finds one, does his job in the 3-on-3.
Now you got to hold this. This round is massive. 3 versus 3. The pressure is on Rocker. You have got to close out this round. LAG trying to do just that. Time dwindling. 20 seconds to go. Rocker's got to activate, and here they go. He's just laying out the barrel. Oh my sweet God, what just happened?
I think maybe he thinks he dies there. I don't know if he thought like maybe his teammate was going to get that kill. He just didn't even shoot. I mean, honestly, that animation messes with me sometimes still.
You think that's what it was? Because that looks stupid.
It literally looks like a dead body. It really does. That animation always messes with me, and I think he just...
It might have been. It might have been that, yeah.
It legitimately looks like someone's dying. Yeah, Paul's just like... Yeah, Lynn's just like... I don't know if he doesn't see him. Maybe he doesn't see him.
Yeah. That looked absurd. Okay, well, I put all the pressure on that round for Gorillas to win, and they absolutely did not. No, they didn't get a kill once it was to the 3v3. Clutching again is Rocker in an absurd sequence. You got 3 players on 3 straight. They've taken over. It was, what, 2-1? And you've just started to dominate since. Kiz is able to get 1, but Insta-Trade is there again. He's been a fight in the opening seconds, it feels like, every round. Rocker looked to close it out here. Kind of got a triangle set up around mid-map. Just seeing where they want to attack towards the bomb. They're starting to work towards A. They've got a 2-on-1 on to Priesta. They're going to see if they can isolate him. That's going to be the play call. And that's exactly what they'll do. Priesta gets chopped down. Nero comes soaring in. He's on 5 in a row. You've got numbers now, 3 versus 2. Chance to win it here.
Yeah, I think the difference between these two styles is like what Rocker have done on Hacienda compared to what LAG. Rocker have just controlled top halls. Like they have just been rotating so quickly from bomb site to bomb site. And you can see LAG, they just have like no info, right? They're not fighting in the for the middle of the map. They're playing a lot more retakes.
Playing scared, kind of?
Yeah, no, they're just taking like the outer routes where Rocker's like, if you want a 4-on-4 top close or top open hallway, we'll do it. It's just like when you give that up, you give up a lot of the map.
Well, Skies is killed to get him to 2 versus 2. Gives them a chance now. They're hunting as a pack. Lens and Skies look to collapse here, keep them alive in this game 5. Just trying to get a spot here for the opening challenge. You're just lying in wait. Paul is waiting. I'm nearly able to snap, but Skies will get both. Lives with 5 HP. They'll defuse it, and they'll stay up. Still some life left in LAG.
And this is why you saw a very heavy retake style even in BO4 on this map. Because, yeah, I mean, defending both of these bomb sites, it can be tough in the post-plant position. So you've seen it now, what, a couple rounds over towards this A site where, yeah, they're able to retake. They have enough time to find that info. And while they were just both looking the same way, Sky's able to hit the slide and wins the round.
There's just a lot of cover, a lot of finesse ability to like get up close and personal around the bomb site. And that's why you saw them just kind of like, not even playing for info, just kind of laying prone, like just hope you catch somebody.
Yeah, give them no info.
Yeah, give them no info and hope you, yeah, surprise them. You're going to have to win 5 straight rounds, well, 4 now, to win this for LAG.
There's a player in the car, so Kiz Might be thinking, like, do I try to find this player? But Gio's all the way back there. Priest's got to be careful depending on where that RC is. So it looks like that got blown up, and now Kiz is in a great spot to find a first blood. Oh, that was insane. Oh my God, why did he just do that?
I thought he was Spider-Man. I have no idea, Joe, but he sends it out, and the great spot to get a first blood is no longer going to be the case. Oh, it's going to be on Priesta and Linz. Joe's face was comedy in here. Dude, he's athletic, bro. Let him rock. They bring it back again. Might have a chance to do it. It's still 1v1, but Pollux closes it out. Rocker gets the win. Rocker have LAG's number on the year. They've been able to beat them twice in a Game 5 fashion, this time via a reverse sweep, and the frustrations for the LA Gorillas mate continue.
I mean, that's just it, yeah. I mean, you see it from the player champs. Bro.
Just your face from like, he's in a good spot here for first blood. You just go like, what?
I mean, you're literally like, they have no idea you're in office. Not a clue.
Why not just dive out?
Like, just wait for your teammates to do something else.
It looked insane.
They have no info on you. That was crazy.
That's the Bulldog, bro.
I get it.
He's got to get.
Maybe this is what we're kind of talking about it. Like, maybe he's just putting too much pressure on himself.
It might be. He feels the need to make a play because like if he's not like the first domino, if he's not starting the fight, he's like no one's going to.
Yeah, because you actually made the play to get the office. That is the play. Yeah, that's a great play.
Yeah, but you might be right. Yeah, just a little bit too much pressure. They've got to figure out.
Yeah.
Well, they obviously have to figure out.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, because they're popped out in the first round here of our first little mini minor. Our first minor? Yeah, I have no idea. A mini minor is not a thing.
Yeah,
some of the mines, it's really mini. Minor one tournament. It's not the mini. We'll go to the desk.
I like where he's going with that one. I imagine a very small dwarf with a pickaxe. Let's jump right into this game, though, as we refocus our attention on the fact that Minnesota Rocker just pulled off a reverse sweep, a ridiculous 2 Game 4 victory, basically, and then they sealed the deal in a Game 5. And as we take a look at the highlights, where did you know things were going wrong in LA?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was right after the reset. I mean, we get to that protocol once again, right? And it's just bottom computer still, like getting fried both times. Like, obviously, you're a little bit late on rotation. You're losing the P3 on the second time. But Estriel just finding 2 big kills in Spiral on each of the rotations, just making massive plays. And then, Chris, Ali, we get to this Game 5, and I'm glad Clint Joe talked about it a little bit. Kismet is playing totally different than he did last year. Like, even like the dive out, a lot of people are going to refer back to that play and be like, oh, he went Ultimo Rogue, but it's more of like a mentality thing. Like, he had 2 first deaths that map, and when you look back to the map 2, he had 3 first bloods and 10 kills. So he probably felt like that's what I have to do in Search and Destroy. I have to just be involved early on and make all the plays, but that's not the case. Him and Lynn still seemingly figuring things out, and the Hacienda, man, they just don't look good.
Yeah, him and Linz were the only ones getting first bloods in their team. That team, the map number 2, it was Kiz with 3 and Linz with 3, and you got your SMGs up close and personal. Unfortunately, it's not going to work out that way on a map like Hacienda. I'm extremely shocked to see that map go the way that it was. It wasn't only poor post plants from the side of LA Gorillas, but also they just gave up so much space on the map on defense as well, and it didn't feel like they have a game plan for the countering of what Minnesota Rocker was bringing to the team.
I'm surprised.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm really surprised. I thought Gentleman's going to look way better coming into today.
All of us wrong on the desk. It feels like day 1 of the Black Ops 6 season where we went 0-4. Will the upsets continue? Well, don't call that one an upset. Minnesota was the higher seed, and they also earned your Scuff play of the game. Let's take a look at this one. It was an attacking round in control. You're not supposed to win these on protocol, especially 3 versus 7 in lives.
They were unreal. Minnesota Rocker was unreal in this map number 3. It doesn't shock me at all. They were able to win this attack. Gio was going takeover mode. He ends up ending this map 25-16, and they just kept getting lost in silo. It felt like LA Gorillas were just not prioritizing towards computer, and were not putting enough bodies in there, and Nero and Gio were just having their way.
Yeah, Gio says, screw it. I don't need a sub to get in your base. I will pull out an AR. It does not matter. Does that, finds a couple of huge kills, and, you know, a pretty comfortable protocol for them.
Bad picks by Estro, especially at that turn on Skies, as well as we take a look. What does Minnesota get as their reward for winning this matchup against LAG?
Toronto Ultra!
Toronto Ultra. It's not the same squad from last year, but Ultra looking ferocious in Black Ops 6. We still have 3 more battles to go. It's opening day of the CDL Minor 1. We'll be back after this with Miami versus Atlanta.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. Upgrade your game with the SCUF, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Like a cannon. Blast like a cannon. Big bang coming through. Blast like a cannon.
I don't see anything, bro. I literally top up.
Put your head down
Nading him?
and secure the target.
Planting the bomb. I need him top up.
He's in the little thing. Come back in. Come back in.
I'm already bombs out.
Yeah, bombs out.
That way.
I can kill that guy. Nice.
Above you on the gear.
No man.
No man's right now.
Oh baby.
Hey bro, I'm on Mars, right? I'm on Mars.
But the Miami Heretics are hungry for a win. Can they end this streak?
Then, Toronto squares off against Minnesota. The Rocker will need a masterclass from the rookie Lindsay.
What is Ben doing here?
That's true. Well, why are you, bro? Where are you going? Why are you going?
Dude, you're gonna get in trouble, bro.
Why are you
gonna
like
get
it?
fined? All right.
What the f is that?
Hello. And then
Actually, about
looking in the thing.
You're an idiot, bro. He's not in here. Join the game.
C'est Annie encore. Le triple coude. Triple de Cindy, mon gars. Voilà, mets-toi en confiance. Oui, mon grand. Oui. Allez.
Who really stopping me? I did not come for apologies. I am not here for the politics. Your confidence started with common sense. They gonna cry for acknowledgement. I got I'm bound to go too crazy. Tell me that I can't, I'm bound to go too crazy. Release the focus and the diamonds are canary. I try to tell them, but they didn't get the message.
In just a few moments, we'll be loading in with Miami taking on Atlanta FaZe. Before that battle, though, we want to catch up with a very special guest. Joining us live, the one and only Estriel. And Estriel, congratulations on another win. Minnesota takes down LAG in a second Game 5. First question, why is this series so close?
I think the few weeks ago, like, we didn't play to our best. And I think definitely our first two maps, we came out super flat. Like, the energy wasn't there. It didn't feel like we were like in a match, I guess. Like, it didn't really kick in until like map 3 were really like playing a tourney, playing a match. I feel like
shake the rust.
We just came out flat.
Yeah, for sure. Esther, I want to first of all congratulations you on the win. I believe this is like the second reverse sweep on the year so far, so congratulations for staying in the game. And also, I just want to kind of press you a little bit. Obviously, a little bit of a slower start in the opening 2 weeks of this season for you personally. What was that work like to go back into the lab, and what kind of did you do internally to come out swinging for the first match for this minor?
I think the first few matches I wasn't like playing to my standard. I was just trying to like play the hill and just like, I don't know, I wasn't playing with confidence. Right. I just wasn't playing my game. I was trying to like fit in and do like something different, but I think I finally got this. This was a good match out of us and we got the win, so play more like this.
Esther, what did you guys use the break for? What, like, this is a long break, and I feel like some teams can let off the gas pedal a little bit during the holiday season. You guys, you look like you improved a lot in some areas. So what did you guys use it for? What was it like?
I think the biggest thing was like working on our teamwork and our comms, like especially over the break. Like we didn't really, like even when we were at home for the holidays, we were still scrimming a good amount, just trying to like work on our comms and just making the game easy for ourselves. Like we're in a lot of like advantageous like situations, but we just like troll them sometimes. That's like the biggest thing. Well, and obviously S&D, we've been working on that.
We want to see you clean it up. Some faster series would be appreciated, especially on a 4-match Friday. Estriel, we got to get to the next one. Thanks, bud.
Yeah.
That is Estriel. Minnesota Rocker takes the first match win of the day. But as we just said, there are 4 coming your way. And number 2 is loaded up. So let's jump in with Atlanta FaZe. This is a squad that it didn't matter what title you tuned in. Atlanta FaZe was on top of our standings, on top of the leaderboard during regular season. Right now, this lineup, 10th seed coming in.
Abysmal. I don't want to name names. I think everybody has had their moments of struggles, but I do have to put a spotlight on Jaza right now. 0.61 S&D, a 0.76 to control. This is not the player that they picked up last year to fill this role and win championships. Need to see more out of him.
These guys just won a massive tournament, by the way, to close out the previous title. FaZe champions. We know they can do it. On the other side, can Miami continue their upsetting ways? Can they cause problems for Chris Lair? I guess the Simp and Abizi combo we should look out for.
Absolutely. I mean, this Miami team, they've been fantastic when you talk about the respawns. Control, they have been unbeaten in their first 4 matches. And then the hard point, it's been solid. Rencor, man, we talked about him. Like, I remember you said in the pre-show, Ali, like, will he be nervous maybe? He just looks like he's been in the league for years already. Like, he's been playing so well. And then Real picking up where he left off from last year. It has just been search and destroy. Like, retaking has been terrible. First Bloods, not able to convert them into round wins. Like, they had to go back to square one in search and destroy throughout this break, and we're going to learn if they fixed it.
We got a new map in the mix as well. Let's see how it plays out in this best of 5s as we take a look at our maps and modes. Officially locked in. Alley Cat, who do you think has the statistical advantage, a double dose of Vault?
I'm going to actually lean towards Miami here a little bit. I don't think FaZe really has a lot of maps they're comfortable with, especially in that Vault control. Again, that's going to be their biggest pain in this series because for Miami, they're 4-0 in that game mode on that map. We did not veto Vault for some reason. We're going to be playing this instead of Hacienda. So for Atlanta FaZe, expectations are high letting that slip by.
Yeah, and the red card is a map that Atlanta was getting rid of in 2 of their 4 series, right? So clearly they put in some work on it over the break, and that Vault, you feel great if you're Miami. Yeah. So for maps 1 and 3, if you're Miami, got to be feeling pretty good.
All right, well, feeling pretty good. We are at the desk. Let's jump into our Scuff Pick'ems and make it official because we're 0-1. I feel like we could go 0-2 as a group here. I'm going Atlanta FaZe. Let me start it first.
I want to go last. I don't even know. Oh, this one's so hard. The S&Ds are going to be everything in this series. I'm going to go on a limb. I'm going to go Miami Heretics. I'm not going to keep banking on the potential.
New blood, not the veterans.
I'm not going to keep banking on the potential. I got to go with what's
Listen,
doing
Atlanta have been bad, right? And they've not looked good even by the eye test, but they have lost to 3 of our top 4 teams so far. I think with this 3-week break, they put in that time, and they get it done in for Atlanta FaZe.
I can't wait to take second place for Maui Cat. Let's send it over to Miles and Chance. Let's kick this party off.
Thank you very much, gents. Yeah, there is a party to be kicked off, and it is a one-and-done series, folks. We've already said goodbye to one team. We get to say goodbye to another one at the end of this one. And yeah, Miles and Chance here to get you through it. Mate, where are you going for this one? Because FaZe, the talk of the town right now is that the scrims haven't been fantastic. They've been getting beaten up a little bit. Heretics, though, can't win a lesson to save their lives.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine it's going to be easier to improve in the S&D game mode just with how poor Heretics have been, because it's like, all right, we're just going to have to rethink all of our different maps over, and you have the opportunity to steal strats from every other team who's had success. Atlanta FaZe have just been sort of down and out, even in like control, like a vault control. It's not like the map has changed since they've been playing on it, so you got to imagine Heretics at least have the edge there. So I got the Vamos Bucks in full force, of course, though, for the overall hard point record. Both of these teams dead even on the record front.
Yeah. Which is a fun thing to see at the start of Black Ops 6. We'll see where that fares throughout the middle of the season, even towards the end. But FaZe, a little slow start from them, uncharacteristic. Real has been the Real deal, though, so far. 1.09 in hardpoint. We got a red card to start this series off. Vault does look good, though, I can't lie. But we're going straight into this one. New skins on display. Heretics take on FaZe.
Yeah, so bright as well. You just imagine you can be seen across the map, Abizi basically glowing, but maybe it is just the glow up, and, well, we're going to see exactly what happens in the roaming sort of outer steps fights while Atlanta FaZe maybe not going to come out on top. Metals is going to dominate it. Draza there is there for at least the cleanup crew, but Heretics end up winning the break, at least for the time.
Yeah, Draza wins his fight, stays alive, keeps that outside of the map safe for his boys. They're now trying to keep the members of the Heretics off of that for now, and that's ideal. Good kill there from Metals. Now pressure on the Sim, and he's got to look everywhere once again. This time, though, heads on a swivel. Can't get both. Heretics once again, time and map control.
And yeah, considering the fact that Atlanta FaZe have just dominated the step side of the map, the fact that Heretics have the 20-point lead, kind of impressive. You think you want the steps control, but they're showing off the goods. Of course, though, with how many of the kills have just been flowing the way of Atlanta FaZe, they might not have the lead, but they have the spawns for new, unless Metals just makes the play. He might go and take it from him.
Trying. Oh, this is a big move down steps. Rancor on the other side. The pinch is in. Are we going to see some heads turn here for FaZe? There's a contest. Checks the wrong corner, but teammates are there for the trade. Immediately, wow, what a move. Heretics are in. Massive set of control here.
Yeah, make no mistake, you don't want the back spawns for very long, but to get them off the rip like that and just make sure you get those reinforcements in that much faster. I mean, Heretics is showing off some of the fundamentals right now, and I mean, really taking Atlanta FaZe to task. Rancor there to cut off everybody. Sullium, the last player to fall, and now it is the back spawn dagger. Miami Heretics, I mean, they're playing with their food.
Oh, yummy. A little bit of tap pass. Oh no, Sim runs right by Real. That's unfortunate. 3 down there for FaZe. Us boys up on the hard point. Yeah, old time, all good for Miami. New time, all good for Miami. Look at that scoreline.
This is the absolute dream. I mean, multiple 4-man downs that Heretics have been able to accumulate. Once again, having the back spawns, which you don't want later in the hill, but at least off the rip, you want the extra bodies for it, and then set up the spawn traps. And right now, you got what? Simp and Draza, the only men that are out in the bout, but Real just handling that. He's on a 5 spree, and Simp maybe avoids the clean 4 down, and he keeps up the pressure on the pinch, but it simply does not last. Heretics, this has been flawless so far on red card.
Herb red card so far. Well, into the stairwell we now go. Lucky holding his line. Real, oh my word, picks up a pinch, finds the pair, 3 of them actually in the stairwell there. Now, no one gets taken care of, though. You've got hardpoint firmly in the hands of FaZe for a Mo. Counter-attack on from the Heretics. It's a sign of life chance, and you wanted it sooner rather than later for FaZe.
Yeah, signs of life, but that's like a CPR kind of moment. Like, if you're having to administer that level of care, that means things are a little bit rough, because once again, ahead on the rotations, you do have, well, maybe more players on FaZe near the actual point, but the Heretics players are surrounding it. Abizi, though, just letting his ARs go to work. Selly and Draza, they have him covered.
We're looking for a 2-piece in the feed here from Miami, and Rancor trying to find it. Abe, pressure on the point. Heretics all around. Sim finds one in the feed, trades again, and the Heretics closer and closer towards the point. There's the break, last man up, Draza, and he's in the middle of a bad place. Another great break from the Heretics.
Just so overwhelming as well. And Real, you know, you mentioned him at the sort of start of the map, 13-7 as well. So helps when he goes on a 6 spree in the middle of the map, but obviously he has been thriving. Now lucky on the cross, good damage, good comms. Trying to dish it out to Metals, who cleans them up down low. A stronghold here from Heretics. And again, this is Atlanta FaZe's hill. They sort of broke the momentum for Miami, but Heretics is simply taking it right back. Atlanta FaZe, they have to set up around new. They get all 4 bodies in and around P5. It is a dream situation to try to claw back in the game.
See if they can get it done. Seen a couple of nice comebacks so far in BO6. This would be a pretty one. Over to Cell, still soaking with that time. Metals on a pinch. Red, dead, Abizi, all good. Hard point still Atlanta.
At least for Miami, though, they're going to have the BS and D spawn, so you'd rather be approaching from the bottom side of the map, but doesn't mean it's easy.
Not at all. Real, second attack here, and it looks like it's worked out. 3 dead, all down for FaZe. 30 seconds to go on the point. You're going to see a counterattack now, and Real with the immediate hit, 17-9. The young Spaniard so strong.
He's just so snappy in a position just to make sure you get the cutoffs, and we're lucky he falls. He's right here to sort of fill in for the boys, and just gets to be a nuisance. Drag all that attention his direction, and just try to be, again, just a thorn in their side, because that just means all this scrap time wins for Heretics, except for Abizi, maybe stripping away the final 4. But, I mean, Heretics just on a game plan front, they are overwhelming right now. Atlanta FaZe cannot handle the heat.
Not at all. Real's 18-10 certainly helps. First set of hardpoint is a 100-point difference right now with the Heretics in the lead. Back over to P1. FaZe with a lovely outside steps map control. That was their saving grace that managed to keep that P1 good for them. This time round, will it be the same? Metal's trying to make a case for it. Selling Abizi. Find theirs. That's the hardpoint in Atlanta's hands.
Yeah, and they continue again, just the big steps sort of like destruction. They've completely controlled the outside of the map, and more good news, at least inside the time. And this has been the best Atlanta FaZe has actually looked so far in this game, the most stable that they have seen, but it is still a 70-point lead right now for Miami.
Okay, great lead for Miami. FaZe still in control. Looking at the comeback, let's see how the Heretics do with a quick listen in.
Puedes ver que la can exterior. No. Vale. Pega, sujets, tú doble puertas, tú doble puertas. Tengo que sí que saber en sujets. Tengo el medio entero. Vale, estoy jugando los 6. Para que sabes, cara. Tú me voy a ir al exterior, te opinas en la liga. ¿Y qué? ¿Muerto? Ahí la liga, ahora sí. Te tengo la lista, estoy tengo la liga. Muerto medio. No puedo mirarlo. Tengo yo por ahora. Tengo yo Ascendí Wick. Una corta Ascendí entra de cara, sí. Puedes chalear, te tengo el curso de metal. Te tengo el curso de metal. No chaleemos, no chaleemos. Stage, una bala Stage. Yo tomo S2 cerca ya, ¿vale? S2 y Stage los que quedan. Los dos prombres, está Wick detrás, Tengo tiro Stage. Vale, tengo el anillo, ¿vale? Ha limpiado. No pueden ir por el Ali. Vale. Voy a chalear esto, ¿vale? Ahí, muerto. No te mates Stage. Abajo Stage. Stage no lo veo. Anda punto, ayuda. Sí, lo mato, no lo veo, ¿Qué haces? No lo veo. Ahí lo maté yo. Está muerto. Nacen restaurante. Vamos a ver, sí, tengo una ventana. Estás conmigo, Celix, tocado. Toco una bala. Yo tomas en Ambi, ¿vale? Ambi se ha tirado el de top para el 6. No, yo también. Un tiro en globo. Escuchadme, vamos muy bien. Vamos a hacer la ruta, ¿vale? Vamos muy bien. A ver si estaba en globo, ¿vale? No le veo. Y otros Midors. En el coche negro que hay al lado de Ambi y Midors. Vale. Corto yo esto. Un caracol. Mira el límite, métale, no sé. Te tengo el límite. Tengo el límite, los dos. Buena bala, Lucky. Solo dos fondos, los dos fondos. Tengo el tren, el otro también, mismo fondo. El otro tiene que ir por ahí también o medio. Vale, tengo yo en medio. Sí. Mira a la izquierda, Luke. Mírate a la izquierda, sí, mírate a la izquierda. Ahí exterior, abren tus medios. Ahí uno, toma tiro, está Wick, Draza en... Otro más X, Chema.
Outstanding work from the Heretics. I'm not sure exactly what he's saying, but it's Rencor, the man who seems to be constantly speaking here for the Heretics. Oh, what a break from Middles, 10 seconds for the win. You're not going to get it here, but man, the kills are so good for the Heretics.
God, they're phenomenal. Atlanta FaZe can't buy a trade, can't buy a kill, can't get nothing. Lucky's picking up 4 pieces on that hill. Metals is picking up pieces left and right. And for a team that has just been the most confident in the world for years, they have no aura. Miami Heretics decimate them on red card.
Graal el mapa número uno, Miami Heretics. You boys come to play. And you do need that. We did dress this up quite well at the start of the series. The Search and Destroy has not been the bread and butter. It has not been terribly tasty for them. FaZe left scratching their heads after a thrashing on red card. And this is a one and done series, folks. Heretics start proceedings off with a big win.
Yeah, I mean, look, I guess maybe they're playing from not necessarily home, the offices, whatever, but to like have to sit at home and watch the rest of the tournament after only playing one series. Oh, that would suck. So don't want to falter early. And well, Miami Heretics certainly did not. The output that Real just brought to the table, and obviously that is a full team effort, but just watching the types of plays that Real is making, it's not like he's just the main slayer. He is a forceful presence on the map, almost magnetic and drawing the attention towards him. So whether it's finesse plays or the slaying, Real has been an incredibly clean POV. And of course, you want to give the shout out to Metals as well. We watched this man break some spawns, have some great rotations, on top of the fact that 21 kills, not too shabby, and he lived inside of the hard point. But obviously that is just a well-oiled machine for Miami. So hey, tip it for the hard points. Red card was a bit of a mystery map, maybe tough to predict, but they made it look easy.
Yeah, really nice. Well, another thing from the sort of POV of Real, it's a lovely example of, you know, the way you can use Omni movement, the way you can hit a fight, the way you can get away from a fight. As soon as he finds himself in a situation he doesn't want, perfect example there. Straight into the stairwell, straight out of the fight, gets a quick regen. He's so fast and so dangerous, you know, in those close to mid-range engagements. FaZe didn't really have a whole lot going on there. I mean, caught unaware on a map like red card where there are a lot of angles to play with, a lot of routes that can be taken. I mean, man, they were really looking tough there. FaZe, see if they can bounce back in the Search and Destroy, you would expect it, but at the same time, Heretics, if you come out this hot, if you have had a fantastic bit of work done over the course of that holiday break, looking to put it to work here in Minor 1.
It's going to be fun now. And, you know, I forgot to look at the stat as well of just like the non-traded kills, but even in so many of these highlights, it is just multi-kill after multi-kill after multi-kill. They're coming in from Miami. So they're going to be feeling pretty gassed going into map number 2. And of course, they are absolutely going to need that confidence and try to ride that high because as you pointed out, their S&D, at least in the first 2 weeks, it was abysmal. 12th in the league in a few different categories. They were absolutely not present, but the guns are obviously hot. Like the boys can clearly shoot their guns. So it is purely a strategic front where they were faltering in the S&D game mode. So we get to see if they can clean that up and again, really just ride the high of what the pace they set on red card. And for Atlanta FaZe, there is no better opportunity to bounce back and search and destroy, maybe except for the fact that their S&D hasn't been good either.
No, this is it's not a mid-off at all, but it is going to go down in Vault. And seeing a scoreline like that and seeing this sort of separation from start to finish there, that's tanta dopamina for all of you Heretics fans indeed. Over to Vault we now go. Can you right the wrongs of many tough Search and Destroy scorelines and then keep it rolling into that Vault? A 3-0 against FaZe, nearly impossible to predict right now, but you've got them in a place where they don't look as strong as they have done. They're definitely in a bit of a mental deficit. Happens to the best of us. Will they be able to capitalize? That's the question right now for the Heretics chance. You got a good chance to do so right now.
And Vault's going to be a very fun map to look at as well for Search and Destroy, because if there's a map where, like, if strategy has been your problem, Vault is very much the calculated, okay, off the opening break, where are we sending our pre-nades to, and how are we going to sort of capitalize off of that? Because you can get the nades dished out from any direction right off the spawn, and you can start controlling things from the first 5 seconds in the round. So you have to make sure you're going to be able to execute off the back of it. So on a game plan front, you know what it's going to be, especially so a lot of those A hits down in the pool, let the SMGs get mixy, but neither team has been particularly strong at the game mode. I'd say for the moment, Atlanta FaZe is gonna be the team feeling a lot more pressure.
We'll see what that pressure does. 30% better or 30% worse, they say. S&D has not been great for either team. At least FaZe are on a winning streak, at the very least on a winning streak, but we'll see if that amounts to anything. Vault now on its way. I wonder what War Beast the game is, Chance. Is this War Beast that we're playing it right now?
You spend so much more time actually like soaking in the map and all of its surroundings than I do. That I know it's one of the arcade machines, but I don't even have a guess. Maybe like the zombies mini game thing you can play, like the Dead Ops.
Oh yeah. Oh, here we go. Round 1. Heavy stack here from the FaZe boys. 2 going towards the catwalk. They're gonna run in a Real. Will one of them get run over? Quick retreat and a look towards the B bomb site. I love this from the Heretics.
It is completely open. The question is, where do you actually set up for like the post plane if you get it down? Making sure you clear out vault, but at this point, maybe a little bit of time wasted. Draza is starting to wrap back, and only one player is able to get towards spawns, and you don't even get the bomb planted. So Heretics already missing opportunities, and Draza there potentially to be the one that shuts it down.
Raincore's under a tremendous amount of pressure now. 2 members of FaZe on the back line trying to take care of him. Simp and Abe versus Raincore. Bomb still down over by B. Oh, Raincore may be gifted one. Trades are taking place in the kill feed as well. Here we go. The turning point and maybe the deciding moment of this map. Oh, and Raincore, they've slipped the net.
They got the info on him as well, and they got the info on Real. That should be the round. You got bombed down on site. Atlanta FaZe are going to know it. You had intel on both of these players. And time's ticking. Someone's going to have to make a play for that bomb, and there is simply nowhere to go. Real in a triangle, and Draza there for the dagger in the rounds. And looking at that mini-map, Heretics had a massive opportunity. That was a 10 or 15 second window where they could get that bomb down for free and get positioning on the map, but they did not feel the presence long enough. And Draza, as soon as he sniffed out the push, wraps back, gets the pick on the guy on bomb, and just wins you the round. So big one there for Draza, big one there for Atlanta FaZe. And if you're thinking about Miami, how bad their S&D has been in the first 2 weeks, that is not really the one you want to set the tone.
No, that was a superb round from Draza. The first kill basically sealed the deal. Can he find another one here off the rip? No, it's his teammate Abizi. Back to his old tricks. First blood, now Real in the immediate pushback. Oh, and he's got the time in there on a sim. Can he confirm the bomb down? He has. That's a big win there for the Heretics. Can they make anything of it? Yeah, they can. Lucky. He gets one as well.
Yeah, look at that chaos. That's a nice little bounce back for Miami indeed. And you get the intel on Draza. Easy cleanup kill there for Rencore. And Real there for the stamp as well. So back-to-back defensive rounds. Not too shabby there for Miami. And again, just looking at the player cams, much vibier team. Like these guys are feeling confident. Maybe running the high of the winter holiday break in, as well as that red card. But the plays continue made by Real. Again, not just a slayer. The finesse is absolutely there. A very heads-up player. High impact consistently.
Oh, yeah. And this has been, I think, a map like Vault. Having that individual playmaker to really take the game into their own hands. A map like this, it certainly plays to their favor. If they're hot, it's going to be something special. 3, only 2 confirmed visually there by Metals, but the stun check's not going to find anything. They know they're down low in the vault at the very least. Here we go. That's going to be pressure on both bomb sites from down low.
And a lot faster this time is Miami to actually get around, but a different setup this time is Draza. This time with the Jackal in hand, maybe going to be there for the setup, but the coverage is there. You get the bomb planted at B in this site. I'm telling you, is insanely difficult to actually retake.
Beautiful place to plant there from Metals as well. He saves himself from the player hitting him under the truck, and he saves himself from the player in the side door. Sim now on the pinch. Another one of his teammates falls. Can he find any more? No, it's all down to Sim. It's a 1v4, and it's soon to be over. Wait a minute. He's managed to make a meal of it. 20 seconds on the clock. Forward we go.
Oh, and that... Oh, never mind.
It's a 1v1. It's a 1v1. Sim. Can he do it? Against Metals. Oh! Unbelievable moment. I cannot believe the Phenom. The Kobe. The anti-air, the car bomb, you name it, it was all there for Sim. What a round.
That is a man fighting boys. That should be a crime. Real thought he had a freebie. Rencore saw him and called him out before he died. He saw him through the window. So they knew, and maybe that Kobe, just a peach for the car bomb to actually go off, but that will be a top 5 play all year long in Heretics. My God, in S&D, it is just such a problem.
You gotta laugh that one off. Laugh that one right off. Wow. We haven't seen too many true 1v4s And Sim gives us another. Oh, and he's managed to get through. Heretics, they're hot on their heels. Nobody watching the backside. Oh, he's going to get the plant down. And here we go. Right back at it. Fast in and out. Abizi with the coverage. Doesn't complete the bomb plant. Here we go.
Still one of the most insane. It makes sense, but it's insane to me that you have Sim on your team and he's the guy planting bombs for you. I mean, that's a good problem to have, and still down low, Sim continues his destruction. That's a nice little 5 spree he's going to be on with the bomb planted. And Rencourt, look, Miami, you're not winning search. It's just, at this point, God is against you. The gods don't want to see it.
Hold on, Rencourt. He's catching out as much as he can, trying to fight his way through this one. If you can end the spree of Sim, that might help. I'm not sure if Sim did manage to make it to the Hellstorm. I don't think so, but
no,
that kind of spree, oh, that certainly helps as well. That's 6 in a row with the plant. He's going for the points. He wants the streak.
And the defuse, too. So that actually is, he's racking up the objective score as well. So he's going to be creeping up on it, but Hellstorm is a pretty difficult feat to pull off in S&D.
He's got to be close. We'll check in on that at the start of the round, but regardless, FaZe 3-1 so far on a sensational string of rounds for them. Heretics started things off so strong. What happened?
Well, I mean,
round 2 happened. That's what really happened. Oh, here we go. Close. RC is going to help out. He's close to the Hellstorm.
Maybe 2 kills off, depending. A couple trades rolling through, and well, there's the RC car getting intel on a player you already knew where he was. So RC car is always a fun feature. Just like the trades will be, Metals at least gives you 1.
And they go for the 1 up, 1 down attack. And here we go. The battle of the vault. All on Acelium in the 1v2. Doable. Wait a minute. No. The sort of smoke obfuscating the play as he makes his way into the bomb site. But Heretics stay alive. Numbers were on their side after the first blood and ran that all the way to the bank. 3-2.
Yeah, really just shout out to Metals as well. Had the biggest responsibility covering that door for Vault. 2 players to deal with, but he at least gives you 1 for the trades to start to roll through. Another surprising thing about Atlanta FaZe, and again, it does make sense if you're thinking about just God, but that Simp is the guy that is like being the bait for his teammates. Like, I get it, but also, my God.
The bait is that dangerous. You're certainly in the sort of deadliest catch side of things. I don't actually remember watching Deadliest Catch. Was it about fish? I don't know. Can't remember.
It was about the fisherman, Miles.
That's right. Who's the fish and the fisherman in this battle? Abizi, eaten alive. Lucky. Rencourt takes care of Draws on the trade front. Now, Civ, you were way out of position. Caught, guns down, and that's 3-3. All tied up, Heretics.
Just a sloppy round coming in from Atlanta. The sort of door physics maybe not being friendly towards Abizi, where things don't pan out. And great teamwork from Heretics. I think it was Rencourt nearby to actually help Lucky out on these engagements. Those 2 players. Fresh faces as teammates playing with each other this year, but the chem's certainly there in that moment, and a big round for Miami to actually get back in. It has been some wizardry taking place for them to lose some of these rounds, but the fact that they are fighting is certainly a much better sign than before.
Just fantastic search and destroy. That's all it seems to be right now between 2 teams who we had written off coming into this one. And howdy, meeting upstairs in the hallway. Opening kill to Draws. We're getting used to this sort of pace now for both squads. It's to get down a vault and immediately look towards that hole. Lucky's going for it. B-bomb site, they're out there again. Finds himself a kill. Draws. Are you able to save the day here by B once again?
That's a play call too. Ends up getting caught, but he's being aggressive. Try to make something happen. But where all the trades roll through, it is Rencourt for a 1 versus 2. And these are just insane gunfights to even think about winning. Atlanta FaZe clutch up on defense. They get it done, and I love the counter strat in the top hallway or catwalk as well. Just prepared for that pressure, and I think it was Draza that gets the first blood in this round, and he gets the final one as well. So Draza player right now stepping up for the team.
Yeah, he's had really nice defensive rounds. It's been a staple of that FaZe success. On the attacking rounds, you're looking more towards Sim. Abencel. Everyone playing their role as well there brilliantly. Abizi's still the first blood, man. He's just been so devastating. Attacking right now for FaZe, trying to push that map point. They're looking for the equalizer after being decimated in the opening hardpoint. And a decimation there from Abizi, not the first, but the second and the third. Will it be an ace on the other side for Tyler Farris?
Oh, that'll be an interesting attempt. Cellium not even gonna give it to him at all. But to address an earlier point of like, it's crazy that Simp is the bomb planner. It is because he has Abizi next to him, who, as you mentioned, Miles, is the first blood Reaper. And if one wasn't good enough for you, why not number 2 and 3? Tiny Terrors dominating that site. And you see the difference of like that initial catwalk control as well, right? That's the route you take to dodge the pre-nades, so you don't have to worry about the defensive nades just winning them the round at the start. But what Draza did the round before is meet them in the catwalk and catch them before they can make it out. And obviously Atlanta FaZe not letting that happen, just making sure they get the stun. So catwalk control has been key, and now Abizi playing off of it. Maybe looking for a fast flank.
Fast flank, red or Real keeps it safe. And now a bit of back and forth. It's Draza's first blood after the chaos of the opening gambit closes out. Abizi does have an RC to play with, but surely not at this stage of the round.
Full reposition as well. So Atlanta FaZe, they just dominated the middle of the map, and now they're right back towards sort of the top catwalk area. And Rancor is going to have the Atlanta FaZe players sort of scouring to get in position to deal with them. And for a 4 versus 2, Atlanta FaZe almost assuredly going to get this one done.
That's the pawn. Lucky. Oh, straight out of the fight. Gets himself involved real quick. Draws on the drop down. He might be able to cause some problems. That should be it. That's game. Atlanta FaZe. They're in the search and destroy. Keep the win streak now onto a 2. And then they tie up the series.
Yeah, and sort of a classic look for Atlanta FaZe and S&D. Abizi, first bloods here and there. Simp just with an absolutely ridiculous play, which that is our MVP from last year. So he is prone to pull something like that off. And of course, Draza especially so on the defensive end, making plays for Atlanta. So clinical S&D performance for Miami Heretics. Admittedly, luck was not on their side for that one, but at the same time, just another S&D loss. That feels bad, and that is a lot of first deaths for both Metals and Real. They felt the pressure on that one.
Wow. Tough one. Vault, we're going to stay on it for control, but just shy of 7 minutes. FaZe level things right up. An unbelievable 1v4 from Simp, which we'll be talking about for a hot minute. And a ridiculous 3-piece from Abizi as well makes that map very much all FaZe. Looking good in the white, looking good in the red. And now we're up 1-1. Again, to tie things up that quickly, chance is a really, really strong sign for the FaZe boys. I think the mental is still there, very, very confident. Should be feeling that going into control, but I mean, we'll see how things fare. That was a brilliant, brilliant match. And again, map 1, a bit of a turnaround there, man. I mean, Heretics have come out very, very hot. If Respawn's their mode, then this could be a very interesting series. We have to go to 5. Obviously a bad look for them, but hey, man, good card so far.
Well, I'm just thinking for the control, this might be the decider, because Atlanta FaZe, they chose it in the pick and bans. They could have opted to play the Hacienda, but you have Miami Heretics, a perfect record on that map for control, 4-0. They have been absolutely clinical on it, and Atlanta FaZe want to square up, and Atlanta FaZe, their record does not match, 1-3 on vault control, so that might be sort of that holiday spirit filling them with the vault control joy. Atlanta FaZe, they certainly know more than I do, but on a map record front, it looks like a crazy choice for them to make.
And just from the stats there, just shy of 1 round each, where you got yourself first blood and you won the round. That's enough for Chance tonight. It's over the desk to break it on down.
Hold on a second, I gotta dress like Miles. Here we go.
It's just right. Yeah, you're good.
His dad bods look good, don't they, Miles? And so does Atlanta FaZe in search and destroy. Alley Cat, I was a little worried. Hardpoint had me nervous, but then we had this scuff play of the game. Walk us through it.
I mean, I don't even think I have to walk you through it. I think we all just need to sit back and awe. It is Simp, Chris Slayer in the 1v4 on the professional level. This was disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, it's always the second guy's fault. That's what we go by in Call of Duty. So you can see he finds the first kill here on the car, and then Real just like, oh, so easy. Let me slide down and kill him. And then the next guy, yeah, let me sit behind an explosive van. So then now 3 are dead, and it's a just straight up 1v1. 12 seconds left on the clock. He overextends Metals to try to see if he's going to hop the bomb. You think after Simp finds 3 kills, he's going to go for the sneak defuse? There is no shot. So gets a 1v4, and then that could be the spark of their season.
That could be the spark they needed. And Nameless, I wanted to just ask, like, you play a ton of Call of Duty. How often do you see bomb down 1 versus Force.
Never. Like, legit, I don't even, like, we've seen, I guess, like, a BZ clutch a 1v4. We haven't seen too many just straight up aces like that. That is disgusting.
So far, play of the game in Black Ops 6. Let's take a look at the rest of the highlights, though, because it wasn't just Chris Lair getting involved. Real had some big moments. The first blood battle going back and forth between Real and Abizi.
I will say for this series, like, the S&D was 50-50 on both sides. Like, going into it, both these teams have been struggling. Atlanta FaZe have been 1-4, Miami 1-6, a little bit worse. But the difference for me was Atlanta FaZe needed to put work in the search and destroy, and I feel like we saw it today on this map on Vault. Again, I opened this. Draza has a .61 in S&D. He was the first blood king when it came to this map number 2 alongside of BZ. Both of them 6 combined, 3 each. And he ended up having like 8 or 9 kills by the end of it on top of Sims 1v4. So for Atlanta FaZe, it looks like they finally put some work in their S&D, and their game 2 is looking way better.
Fair to say that after that performance, but I will say I don't think I've learned anything from Atlanta FaZe so far. They just played a bang-out Vault Search and Destroy where they're running it down, and they got absolutely collapsed on that map number 1 red. So still leaving a lot to be desired. I mean, losing 250 to 113 when you're Atlanta FaZe is unacceptable.
You can't get quote-unquote clapped on multiple games of Respawn, can you, Ant? Because we got Control Game 3 coming up.
I mean, realistically, Chance just like called it, like he said it, like you look at Miami, they're 4-0 in Vault. For some reason, Atlanta FaZe allow it to get through, which could end up being the reason they lose. So we'll see if they made some improvements.
Taking a look at what we have in store. Vault is guaranteed. Protocol is guaranteed. Alley Cat, do we go to a Skyline Search and Destroy Game 5?
I feel like we'd be in for a treat if we did. I would expect the series to go Game 5. I think we'll meet that Skyline. I think the momentum off of winning this Vault Search and Destroy could make this map number 3 a little bit less in favor of Miami, just because Atlanta FaZe give them an inch, they'll take a mile. But I do want to give my flowers to Miami Heretics because of that map number 1. Their respawn is looking really strong.
So to sum it up, are you still confident in your Miami pick?
Yes.
All right, and we got to take a look at some of the numbers though here, and I like this showdown. 2 players to watch. You got the up-and-coming star in Real. You got the world champ in Draza. Throughout this series, you can see pretty close.
Yeah, it's been pretty close. And it was a good balanced team effort, too, on that map number 1 from Miami. Draza getting some big gunfight wins we saw there on that Vault Search and Destroy. But once again, man, we just saw Atlanta FaZe lose Vault control to Vegas. So coming into this one, you got to feel like the edge is to Miami.
Game 3 is ready. Chance, does Miami win this series?
Yes, they do, Puckett, if they win to the next 3 maps. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, it's got to be in the next 2, because if it gets to Search and Destroy, it's hitting the fan pretty bad. And I don't know if you've ever seen it hit the fan, guys, but you just got to leave the house. Here we go, though, folks. Back in the Vault, back to Control. And Chance, you talked about it, Names talked about it. Why do you think that FaZe is squaring up with a team that has a flawless record on the map and mode?
My honest guess is they just hate Hacienda Control that much, because on paper, there's no other explanation. I would be shocked if these guys have improved so much that they're all of a sudden like a dominant Vault Control team. And don't get me wrong, obviously, they're going to be like in contention. We know Atlanta FaZe are going to be fighting, but the records just tell a story. That is for Miami, #1 on attack, #1 on defense. Like, they've just been so clean on it. I feel like, why would you play with the fire at all? But I don't know if this is like a sort of positive decision. They've been all these improvements in the past 2 weeks. I think it's a negative one. I think they just don't like Hasi.
Whether they hate Hacienda or whether they've somehow cracked the code to enter Vault and enter the win column, we'll find out. Because Heretics, they have taught us all how to play this map. And
by staying on it is helpful.
That's your ass. FaZe, oh dear, looks like we may have lost all of Atlanta FaZe. It looks like the Heretics, they're up, but FaZe, it's a squad wipe. Already? We'll find out what's happening there, folks. That might be a power outage at the FaZe facility. I'm not sure. I do understand that it's snowing in Georgia.
Oh, yeah. They're not built for that in Atlanta.
Absolutely not. Despite the ice we saw in that previous round. Am I right? But Tish. We're waiting on an update, folks, before we do call anything here there, but that might be inclement weather causing problems coast to coast right now in the United States. If you are in Los Angeles, please remain safe. Do what you can. We've got some terrible weather. Terrible weather right now. Heretics, they'll be waiting for an explanation of their own, folks. Yeah, we may have lost the FaZe boys, but again, waiting for official confirmation of that one. Chance, We were just winding up to get into what could have been a very, very exciting opening break there. Again, we're just waiting, folks, just waiting for the word of what happened there. But any more takeaways or any more sort of spice to add to this gumbo that should be a fun map?
No, I mean, I think the story is pretty easy for the control. I was prepared to talk about like U.S. infrastructure specifically in the South and how we can't handle the cold. I'm from North Carolina. I've been there. But outside of the fun stuff, I think the vault control is really going to be the tone setter and will answer very big questions for Atlanta. Maybe the only other thing we could like sort of sneak into the fray on this one is just the fact that Atlanta FaZe, they've played a lot of the top teams. So like their 1-3 record on it, obviously it doesn't necessarily tell the full story, except they also lost to Vegas Falcons. So, like, you know, giving away one of the only map wins to a team that is sitting comfortably in the 12th spot in the league is also not a particularly good sign. So we'll see what sort of bounce back takes place. But maybe they just, if we want to go lore-esque, you dodge Hacienda because you don't want to play the Spaniards on like home turf, but that is obviously nonsensical. So what are you going to do?
What are you going to do? But deep and thorough analysis there from my friend. We have received confirmation, folks, that the FaZe facility has lost power. They're going to do what they can to get that one back up. In the meantime, we're going to run a quick commercial break. And I say commercial, it's a CDO TV and it's a brand new season and it's already lit. We'll be right back after this.
You heard some words. Scrap and Draza now getting the opportunity to go toe-to-toe. Who gets the final chance to head to Twitter? We're about to find out.
Obviously having a big performance there over at that Train Hill. This guy is looking to finally really pick it up. He's had a few slower maps, but I guess he's finally caught his bearings. Now 16-9 and forcing the issue on the flank. He's inside of their face, as that's going to be 5 in a row. For Capsule, he is woken up and erupting right now on the subliners, making 8 in a row.
Nice, I'm in the game. Yo, CDL 2024. Yo, this is fire. This is fire. Oh, this fire, yo, Pete. Hold up. CDL champ and the shit. Come on, huh? That shit clean, bro. This kind of clean.
Yeah.
Yo, that's aura, bro. Come on, now.
We're winning. Keep it that way.
Behind one. Top one now. Frosty dead. I'm in their spawn. Nice. There's gonna be another one on me.
I'm pressuring. What's works today?
One's on me. That's two.
Nice. Nice. Spawn the shit.
Yo, come or you. Yeah, go.
Yeah, we have it.
You guys are good.
Nice.
Spawn dead.
My God, Caesar.
Okay, Frank. I'm just trying to shoulder everything.
Just get all 4.
Oh my God. That was dirty.
But like good.
Just no. I was working picks, bro. I was working picks.
Really right there.
Yeah, got me. Don't even worry about it, guys. These guys on.
So go next.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
Did you go
next? Just go next. Just go next.
Yeah, we're good.
Oh, we gotta laugh that one off, boys. Oh,
yeah, we got that one off.
Bad.
We gotta laugh that one off.
Correct.
I'm trying to chop my cut. Purpose up, cut for shot top.
I can't trouble this. Well, that's tragic. I'll be slow to middle.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I think that Nate hit one a couple times and stunned mid cut.
What am I doing, bro?
One guy's mid cut.
Record that you and Karma and crew at the top are feeling safe with 3 rings. Karma, Crim6, and Clay all with 3. Eggs, JCap, Apathy, and Arsities, as well as Simpa Peasy with 2. And that list should stay the same.
We're safe for now. Nobody's catching us this champs. I'm happy about that. We do have quite a few world champions up on that stage. We got 4 of them up there. I had to bust the rings out. I had to bring them out back to their natural habitat. They were forged in arenas like this at Call of Duty Champs. We're good.
Take it on the chin. Get ready for the next round.
Wow. Okay. Well, something to note. Never f***ing dive off that ever again. Wow. Okay.
Back him up. Make it on the plays. It's Crim6. The curse has been broken.
Skies dies, and then in a 3v4, effectively, New York Subminers slid on through.
We've got the power. The power is back. FaZe. They live. Their body temperature's still in a good place as well. The hands are warm. They are hot to trot, boys and girls. And they got a fresh like router reset as well, Chance, which for some people is a big deal. I remember hearing Crim6 talking about if he leaves his PC on all day, his aim assist gets a little weird. I think that might be cap, but you know, Crim's one of the best.
I remember
to do it.
Crim6 forcing someone to bring out a leveler to check if the stage was level because he's
professional.
The stage was slightly. I mean, you know. Then again, elite racer, so maybe he is just in tune with the details like that. So I'm not here to question Crim, but he is a funny guy.
He taught me some insane tricks that I'd never really thought of that make sense, if not being a little conspiratorial when it comes to auto aim and aim assist in PC COD. The man knows what he's talking about. Even if it sometimes sounds a little crazy. I did share with you. We're talking. I shared with you. And I'm not going to share on the CDL right now. You're going to have to go and find that for yourself. Here we go, boys and girls, into control.
Don't help anyone when playing against him, right? That's not ideal.
Who doesn't need any help whatsoever so far, it is the Heretics. They start things off in the nice 3, and Simp is still on a run.
He's just trying to find any opening on the map. It's not really a good situation when you're forced to go over towards the B zone off the rip. You're expecting to get overwhelmed. You're just trying to sort of open up some pressure and get an extra couple kills, and that is pressure open. Draza has made it towards this A zone. Now just waiting for some of these reinforcements to start filling in. Selling picks up the kill. Atlanta FaZe, nice and stable in the kills column. Just need to start getting that progression going, but by the time they figure it out, you were thinking the flanks might roll through. Rancor dealt with, and Atlanta FaZe full stranglehold right now on the map.
That's 3 dead. Last guy up in position is... Oh, it was Real, and he wins another one. Oh, no. Abe, you shot. You're a red dot. Get out of there, son. Keep the cap going. Massive win. Second segment in the bank. Nice job. Draza keeping the play alive for a mo. Metals there with a trade. Safe and sound now for the Heretics.
Yeah, and credit to Real, and then credit to Metals as well. The multi-kill madness they were throwing up on Red Card, maybe continuing here on Vault Control. And that's Atlanta FaZe. I mean, it had complete control, had the kills flowing, had everybody in position, but just not exactly stacking the objective. And, well, that might end up costing them. Once again, Simp in a situation where he sort of has to calculate, you're behind enemy lines. How do you find this opening for your team? And I mean, he moves over towards this A zone, but those Heretics players are just crawling around Atlanta's spawn. So Simp is in no man's land while his teammates are in the spawn trap.
It just feels like the case time and time again on Vault. One player gets out, they're trying to make a single play. Your teammates are getting blown apart in the back line. Final few seconds here. Heretics, an iron grip on the A zone. Last ditch attempt, not there. Heretics, first round on the board.
And I'm definitely not trying to jump the gun, but right now it's shaping up to that holiday spirit. Everybody was focused on things other than Call of Duty, because the first series of the day went exactly how you would have expected it to based on the first 2 weeks of like Rocker just from out of nowhere fighting tooth and nail just to win a Game 5, LAG not being able to clutch or win anything at any point. And then for this one, I mean, S&D, Heretics, no sauce. They got 1v4. That wasn't great. And then here in control, they look comfortable. So right now, it is just exactly where we left off just a few weeks ago.
FaZe. We'll see what they've got now on this defensive round. The attacking, though, Heretics, they've been so good. They're first in both attack and defense. We'll see what they can whip up for us here. Putting on another show, and it's Renko again. A lot of team kills. This is back-to-back team kills in both of the opening breaks here for the Heretics, but it doesn't seem to slow down their progression whatsoever. Across the map, they are still looking dangerous. Lucky, can he do what Simp could not? And that's tried to create a bit of a problem here. There we go. Once again, defense reigns supreme on Vault.
Well, Simp at least gave you like the one. It's not like it was anything crazy, but still kept up the pressure. Right now, Miami, they've lost all the pressure on the map. You got to deal with Selling in your spawn. You got Draza as the backup right behind him. And of course, your SMG players crawling down low. So you got past Cell, but now Draza, the next sort of hidden player. And just looking at the mini map, he is just buying you so much time. The arrows, heads on a swivel, spinning in circles, and they do clean him up, but that is only 45 seconds going to be left on the game clock, and Heretics don't have too much pressure at all.
No, 18 lives, they're bleeding out. They've committed quite a lot to this one. This is a 3-man stack-ish on the A zone. Abe looking for the solo cut off. Real has spotted him out. Makes nice bit of work. They get great kills. Raze sends it. At least managing to get the trade. Still a lot of members of the Heretics in the middle side of the A.
I really do love that play from Real. Just the patience, no players nearby. I don't even think the stun connected, but still heads up about it. But the one good play from Real just kind of opens up the map for his teammates just a little bit, but it was still a 50-50 where Heretics not able to get anything done. Atlanta FaZe pretty solid so far on the defensive end. The time is still ticking, less than 30 seconds on the game clock. Heretics do get 2 in the feed. Jaza leaves his impact, takes at least 1 player to the grave, and doesn't even get traded out. Nice little play.
Oh, there you go. Simp. The fadeaway Omni puts the Heretics in a tough spot, 17-9. Final 15 seconds here. There's an opportunity to get on the zone at the very least. Abizi cuts it down. Can he find another here? 10 seconds to go.
I mean, again, Draza, got to give him the flowers, too. He has also been pretty on point, at least this map and the last. He's making those big plays as well. Heretics about to swarm this A zone, and they got all the kills in the feed. 1.5 seconds on the clock, and you'll take the extra tick progression, but on a lives front, it is looking devastating.
Devastating indeed. 7-12. You bought a lifeline. Real's out. Can we get a trophy? My kingdom for a trophy system. Celium wins a big fight. Lucky on the pinch. Keeping the flank wide open now. Draws down as well. Lucky was shots.
Oh, they're going to get it. They got an extra tick. They're putting up the pressure. You got Abizi chasing kills on the opposite side of the map. This might be extra ticks gone.
No trophy. The Draza manages to nail it with a sweet peach. You're halfway through the second segment of B. If you can get another set of kills, you might be able to close that out as well. But 2 players left is not going to be an easy task. And a really amazing late round attempt here from the Heretics.
Yeah, I mean, it's like 2 extra ticks, I believe they were able to get, even though they were down to just 7 lives. So that is certainly sort of digging, finding gold in a big patch of dirt. Either way, though, Atlanta FaZe at least get the round win. So all tied up on the scoreboard front, and a few nice plays the whole way around. Really clean work out of Draza and Simp towards the middle of the map. Just Draza being the last man standing, getting a kill, getting out of dodge, finding the second pick, and just making sure all those Heretics players are worried about him, while Sim gets to flank for free. But just a difference maybe in objective play as well, because Atlanta FaZe did have those moments where they could have stacked things up, but not quite as quick on that front as Miami was.
It feels like they're showing a tremendous amount of respect to the Heretics, especially here on Vault. They're expecting so much of them. They must have studied so much tape. You know all the possibilities. It can be almost overwhelming. You're trying to do too much as opposed to just playing your game. You're trying to account for every little move they could make there on the defense. We'll see if it plays off again, though. Miami back on defense. First time round was pretty solid. And here comes the trades. No team kill this time round. Rencor gets himself in there. Draws the pinch. Will it pay off? Yes, it does.
Eventually. Those are some of my both favorite and least favorite fights of just the guessing game of who's throwing shoulders, who's going for the long sides. But Jaza had a leg up on that one, and Atlanta FaZe has 2 bodies on this A zone. Make it 1. We plan for some spawners, and again, kills before objective right now. Atlanta seems focused on, but if the kills are flowing, they're feeling good.
Second seg. We out. Looking towards B as well. Sim's trying to make something happen over there. Shots at draws. Whoa, right in a second. Easy. Nice. Are we able to keep this going? Metals now unlucky fighting their way out of spawn. Celium keeps the capture going. Last minute contest. Metals saves it for a second. There's Rencor with a pickup. Wow, the timing.
Man, and again, just the lack of stacking on the A zone. It's kills first, objective second. And the kills were flowing for a bit, so it was going great. I mean, Simp goes on a 5 spree in the middle of that, but in spite of the sprees and the great plays that you think are happening, you are back to square one and still have to burn more game clock to attack this A zone.
We are. 3 dead. FaZe. Bad looks. Abe's last man up and he's swinging, but here comes Metals, who has been a dagger in the side of FaZe all map long.
And now just 30 seconds on the game clock. The daggers continue to stick in their back. And Atlanta clearly squaring up to go attack this A zone. Metals, there's kill number 1. Good damage on the second player. Looking for a couple of these clean out kills, and the pillar fights are just insanity. And it looks like Atlanta FaZe maybe should come out on top unless Lucky can get in the mix. And yes, he does. Is it enough to stop the A zone? Yes, it is. Miami pour onto this A zone, and Atlanta FaZe can't cook anything up.
Renko with the cut-off, not there. 2 players coming through the inside. Metals reads 1, the second over towards B. Real pushing forward over to the B zone for a second. You've stopped it. Cancelium saved the day by A. Dives on in. No one there to stop. Oh, through the front. Simp kills a Beezy. No, it's fallen apart for FaZe.
That's an emphatic dead coming out there from Metals. That is a lot of pressure alleviated because that was a big round. I mean, you and Atlanta FaZe again, kills flowing at the start of it, but that was 2 different nail-biting moments to not be able to get that A zone. Vault continues to be an issue for Atlanta FaZe. Granted, map's not over, and defensive shootout has been ever present on this map as well, so Atlanta FaZe can absolutely force the round 5. Biggest problem is, if you get there, it's very likely Atlanta FaZe are going to end up on offense for it, because on the objective front, I mean, Heretics, again, just a much cleaner round 1, and you expect them to not get stuffed on this upcoming second attacking round.
Say what you will about Vault Control. I don't love playing it. I do love casting it. It is always a lot of fun to watch. Abe catches Metals. Real catches Abe's. Back and forth we go. Not a huge amount of effort here towards the A side of the map. FaZe have held it together quite well. The Heretics teal now ripping its way across the bottom side of the map. And Real find anyone on the hop? No, we're going straight to B. Smooth moves.
I mean, he's just like a distraction player, making noise on one side of the map, poking us head up over towards A and making noise on the other. And is this just a potential B hit coming through? No, Celium gonna shut that down. Atlanta FaZe maybe 1 up on the life front, and this has been 0 ticks of progression, so this is actually the one way Miami can falter. You take the foot off the gas just a little bit, and the tables will turn for that potential round 5. They're gonna have to stabilize and stabilize quick, because Atlanta FaZe is actually doing an elite job right now on the defensive end. Simp, a menace, so difficult to kill.
Yeah, Cell as well. He's had his moments in this round. 30 seconds to go. Heretics have not been able to get anything going whatsoever. The trap is now set. We saw FaZe do this over towards that P2 side of the map, and now they're doing it all over. 1 man sneaks through. It's Real. And Real now in trouble. 20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, this is just gorgeous as well. I mean, Real needs to do everything he can just to draw some attention, and in the feed, he's there. Simp, you gotta trade this if you're Rencor, and you can't get it done. Chris Lear, 6 spree again, going on a 10.
Oh, that is what you want, folks. We could get a contest. There it is. 4 seconds. Okay, couple of kills, not over yet. Celium got to go big. Can't get it done. All over to Rencor. Holding the line as long as he can. No, brought down. Lucky. Down and out. FaZe force round 5.
That's an absolute slavage, too. Wow, talking about, you know, ignore everything I said before the start of that round. Atlanta FaZe, they found the key to getting the defense for the round 5. It is simply destroying them on the defensive end. And here's a look at the best play, and always fun when an SMG player gets in one of those spots just wiggling behind a tree. Poor Rancor for that moment. He's done a good job of no longer killing his teammates, but you got to kill Simp too.
Man, that little shimmy behind the tree as well just gives him all the power he needs on that hit. All right, FaZe. This is it. This is your chance to break the run of the Heretics on Vault Control.
Keep in mind, with the way the S&D has been for Miami, if you lose this map, you're feeling like that's a massive problem, but nice opening break. They get 2, maybe 3 bodies around this A zone.
I like this from me. Back over towards A. Oh, what a catch. Man number 2, Rencor, the bigger fish. Graz and Cell on the pinch, though. They find theirs. Last man alive on the zone, doing what he can to keep the capture going. Simp's there for it. A zone safe, but a lot of work done by the Heretics.
Yeah, and only 1 tick actually rolled through as well. So that is going to sort of be slowly drained by Atlanta and just make more time that Heretics have to bounce back from. And this is not a good looking mini map. If you're Miami, I mean, 1 player by himself, like roaming out towards B, and everyone else getting gunned down by Simp, who is 29-19. Simp, arguably the best control player of all time. It's a weird thing to say, but he's always been that good.
You're absolutely right, mate. It came in BO4. It was his come up. And he was the man of the mode, and he still is. Second segment.
Wow, there you
3
go.
in the feed. Heretics back to spawn we go, and look at the white arrows on the minimap. You are now trapped. Heretics starting to dwindle. 30 seconds. The spree comes to a close. Celium, Skeet shoots Real from here back to spawn. And it might be an opening to get on the inside. No, another man down. FaZe still in control. It's pistols in a ring core. Another 3 dead. 15 to go.
Well, John would be proud, man. Atlanta FaZe might have just had their defenses dialed in. Maybe that is going to be the secret recipe for them on vault control. Miami Heretics, it is a last-ditch effort to get this A zone, and then they're going to have 9 lives to go and capture B.
A chance is a chance, and they have got it. That's A done. 8 to 16. The lives may not matter if you can get the stack. FaZe, you fought so hard to get here. Heretics holding on to their record. Here we go. The car bomb. Sim down, Metals with 2, and here comes the stack.
Surely not, surely not. Down low, there it is. Draza able to get it with the double nade kill rolling through. So many things started to go right for Miami, but not a trophy to be found. Now you get 40 seconds and 3 lives remaining and 2 lives remaining. Atlanta FaZe gonna get it done.
Oh, FaZe have done it. FaZe, the victory lap on vault finally. The champions of the map and mode brought down. The Heretics take an unprecedented loss, the first of the season. And FaZe take the lead in Minor 1.
And that is the holiday improvements that we have been sorely looking for in these first 2 series. Atlanta FaZe being the first team to say, hey, we actually put some time in. We started to figure some things out, and at least for that map, it was simply just the defenses on vault control. The first one, a little bit squirrely, but effectively standard. Honestly, they should have been able to stop the A zone. It took a couple like sort of miracle moments just for like even the extra tick over towards B to come through for Miami. But outside of that, I mean, that is just a perfect look on the defensive end. 20 kills for every single player on the 3 defensive rounds except for Celium, who threw up 18, respectable as well. Frankly, that is just, I mean, pretty much everything you could ask for Atlanta, at least on that side of the stage.
Highlights, folks. We saw it all. Very nice cut of kills, lovely map pressure, really great spawn traps from FaZe. We saw at least 2 of those in their defensive rounds. I think a weird opening gambits there from the Heretics, a couple of mistakes, but never really seemed to actually be punished for them, which I thought was very interesting. Again, Heretics still an incredibly dangerous team with vault control. I'm sure we'll still see plenty of this throughout the year. I wonder, though, for some teams, all it takes is a single loss for that confidence to take a knock, and then you seemingly can't stop losing them. Heretics, though, will test the mental game now as we go to another hard point. And this is to stay alive in the minor. And then they've got to do something real special in that game 5. Getting ahead of ourselves, though. Highlights were good, though, man. Great pinches, great goal line saves there. 2 in the same round from the Heretics just to take the lead there.
And I really thought those were going to be the kind of moments that were like, okay, you're going to have all the confidence in the world. Like the gameplay's flowing, and it was, again, multiple of them with different players getting involved. So it seemed like everybody on Heretics had sort of found their flow. But yeah, Simp, I think, just being a very dominant presence so far in this lobby, has had just ridiculous moment after ridiculous moment, impossible to find and kill. Also, one of the finest pistol players that we have in the league, and I mean, just even more looks here and there. When you're seeing that many pistols pop up in the kill feed, that team's having fun.
I'd like to watch he and Dashi have a sort of like pistol fight. And like a sort of an entire, a couple of maps, like gunfight size maps, maybe.
Who's your money on?
Hard point. Oh, I couldn't tell you, man. It'd be a fantastic matchup. No stuns, nades only. Maybe just pistols would be exciting there. But 6-3-3-2. The end of the vault run here in our first matchup between FaZe and the Heretics. Protocol coming up now, Chance. And again, I feel like both teams got a decent stab at this one. But after the first look around the red card, I do think the Heretics have a certain edge when it comes to the respawn mode. Of course, that was a wonderful upset that we did just see there on the vault. I still think this could go to a game 5, and if it gets to a game 5, I mean, yeah, I don't know what I'm talking. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, I would just say that if you're looking at like the pick and bans for Atlanta, red card was their most banned map they had in the first 2 weeks of the qualifier. Granted, super small amount of data that we were able to collect, but it's just been outside of the red card, a good map spread. Like their 4-3, now 4-4 hardpoint map record has sort of been evenly distributed across the remaining maps. So it's not like we have a ton of data from them on protocol. And the same thing can be said for Heretics. I think each of them have one map played, which is not enough with, you know, how long of a drop we've had since the qualified stages to really say anything for certain. I think the only thing we can say for certain about the series at this point is because Heretics have to win in Game 5. I'm already leaning towards Atlanta and saying that they have a really massive opportunity to close out this series, which of course for Heretics would be tough. It's a minor tournament. It's a one and done. You lose this next map or lose the Game 5, you're done. You're stuck at home and you have to watch everybody else play and have fun.
Yeah, and that's a tough one for the points as well. There's no more opportunities this weekend for you to get points in the run-up towards Major 1. This could really be a dagger in that run to champs, which we've seen many years in a row now. Has been incredibly decisive, and typically, or middle of the year, towards the end of the year, we really start to see the teams that aren't going to make it. In little milestones like these minor tournaments, they certainly might be the ones that cost you. So turnaround here for either team could be huge. Protocol hardpoint. Who's walking away with it? We'll go to that Skyline S&D for the Game 5 as well.
That maybe a little bit of foreshadowing, I suppose, could be going through the sunshine of the Skyline versus the rainy day that is ever present on Protocol. Depending on whatever your favorite streamer's sound settings are, you really hear the rain on this map. That's how you know who is going to hear you from across the map.
Yeah. Hey, opening nades. Real's gone for the P2 flank. We'll see if that helps out in a moment. And it's the first, so you're still battling for the top side of the map. Top side of these sort of catwalks, P1, you name it. Simps all over the place. And this is lovely movement. This is very, very good map control so far from FaZe.
Dodging the nades, took a nice route. His teammates die, so he hops off and plays for the spawners. Perfect Call of Duty being played by Mr. Simp, but the shot's not quite there. Lucky there to take him down, and Heretics really quick to bounce back. Everybody getting involved. A little two spree from Rancor and Lucky apiece to get him on the time, and I mean, final 15 seconds on a P1 is absolutely worth fighting for, and it's another nade actually from FaZe. So on point with the frags for the moment. You take away that 15 seconds of scrap that Heretics would have just gotten, and now you just got to make sure you read these split spawns. Metals gets caught, and well, with Real shooting his gun, Atlanta FaZe, no, it's all guns forward.
Guns forward. Yeah, there you go. Simps in the zone. Lucky can't bring him down. Metals, check a corner, any corner. You don't find the one that Simps in. A 5 spree now, and he's doing it from inside time, so great points. He's nearly got the Hellstorm.
And this is a brutal moment as well. I mean, 40 seconds left on this time, but Metals even gets picked before the play really develops, and now 3 players trying to stack up and run out of the lighthouse. There's the timing for it. How do the trades roll through? Well, you were a man down, so Atlanta FaZe, they remain kings onside the time. That is just not a well-orchestrated push, but maybe this all's well that ends well. Still fighting for the final 15 seconds. At the very least, Heretics will have spawns for now.
Spawns for me that would help. Bottom side of that P3 building. Simp does secure the Hellstorm. That's going to help out indeed when it comes to P1s and P2s. Everything else on the inside. There we go. Trying to break Casa Heretic. Because they've got players nearly all over the place. But Simp marches through the front door. An absolute classic strategy. And he's caused nothing but problems. We're staying on board with Simp. This was a nightmarish run to deal with.
Oh my
God. For the Heretics.
Hey, that's revenge on Lucky, how the tables turn on that site, and you just got to call it out as well. Metals is 1 in 9. Might have a case of the sprints, not quite coordinated with his team. He's the first one to die on this engagement. You're looking for the break, but again, it's going to be a man down in Atlanta FaZe, a wrecking ball of a cleanup crew.
They came in like a wrecking ball, and they have certainly run it. A nice rotation. They're 20 seconds out from the Heretics, get themselves in towards P3. Now, we know P3, an absolute super hard point when it comes to the comeback. A money hill, if you will. Can you get a break here? A Simp through the front door, through the big door. Draws with the trades. No, what a win from Wrinkle. That is disgusting. Cell and Abe, though, they get in. Real holding it down with the nades. FaZe not out of this yet. Over to Celium. He gets the last kill in. That's the break.
Yeah, Rancor was the bailout, but that was just to keep things mixy. Atlanta FaZe running the show on Protocol. So this has been completely destructive. Everybody showing up for the moment, and Simp again continues to be an absolute force. He's responsible for the elevator, which obviously Heretics don't want to deal with. They're choosing Big Door instead, which is even more of a nightmare with a head glitch like that. Draza for 2 and Rancor say nothing you can do in that moment. Ridiculous shots, but he does get traded.
He's the peeler, man. He really does get those kills when you least expect it. It's an incredible stat line across the board there from the FaZe boys. 11-8, 11-7, 11-7, 11-4. They are whooping ass here on Protocol. Rancor into the jaws of Simp, who devours him on a force spree from the hill again. He's nearly lapped his Hellstorms.
6 and 28 combined right now for Miami Heretics. So Rancor and Real, I don't know what is Spanish for help me, but they're going to need a lot more production out of those two players if there is a hope in hell to get back in this game.
FaZe running the show. FaZe finding the kills. FaZe listening.
Top rope. I hear. I'll help you. Give me top. I'm trying to go pick up. I'm gonna top rope. Wait, one top lucky. Lucky, top right rope. I have no top. What's that? Nice. Hey, you want to bottom door? Okay. Tell me. What's that open? Record. I hit him. What's up, man? Yo, someone rotate right. I'm down here. I'm down right. Yeah. I'm nading time. Nading it. Hold somebody call. Got that. Nice. Yo, you're picking the flipper. Outer time. Outer right. Nice. Zach, have your low, Zach. I follow your low. My flip. I have your gun. You left me. I follow your low. Stand up. Hey, lucky. Stun me rope. Nice. Good shit. Read it. Top ammo. Jumped on me, dead. I make cross there. Fight. You're the best. Metals is on top. Nated on top. Close up corner and then tower door. Sure. I'm watching big door. I think they're going low, okay. All left. Underground hitting left. Low rope. Under rope. One left to me. I'm pitching. Left. Tower. Oh my god. What's the top? I'm trying to I died. Tower's weak. Tower's still. Tower record. I'm watching Sparrow. Zach, I need to watch that. If you want me. You want to get the tower. Last two. Tower. Stun him. Tower. Watch that tower. Stun him, Zach. So much fun. I'm watching my Sparrow. Last 2P1 after I got Sparrow. I'm sitting in the back. Take it back. I refuse.
Honest to God. Yeah, dude, fantastic job. Sorry, not to cut you off, but like the blocking spawns callouts coming in from Jaza in these moments were like perfectly timed to make sure even the guys off time are making sure grab back, don't let any funny business going through. This is extremely controlled gameplay.
No, I couldn't tell though. It sounded like Abizi said it in a very monotone, sort of slightly sarcastic way. Like, I'm having so much fun right now. As they absolutely tear the Heretics into little pieces like this. And Sim finds himself another 5 spree, and he keeps finding kills on players all across the map. It is just sensational work from the Phenom. 23 and 13. As he has helped lead the boys to a sensational lead over Miami.
And it's not like Simp can make a full-blown montage off of Miami in this series, but he's certainly added a few clips to the reel. Like, this has been destructive in a P4 where the holds have already been so easy, and yeah, you're struggling to win the entries. Atlanta FaZe in their flow.
I challenge the community to make a nice montage of some big Simp kills from this series, because man, we got it all. Final 20. The final 20 seconds of the Heretics performance here in Minor 1. Lucky looking for a break. Brings him down. Adraza to hold the big door. At the door is where you will leave the Heretics, begging for a second more, begging for some CDL points. That is the end of their run in Minor 1. FaZe advance. And what a string of maps that was.
Tournament time, and Atlanta FaZe looking in much better form. Admittedly so, you know, the S&D is sort of going as expected, but their control on defenses specifically, I mean, Miami Heretics, best attacking team in the game. They have been so on ball control specifically, but didn't look like it against Atlanta. And then that was a slamming of a protocol. And again, Simp, I think, just rose to the occasion. Someone has to step up for the team. He did that, and then some.
He also tried to hit the most unbelievable ego chow on Rencor by P2 steps from like back box, where he hopped it, and I think he was a bullet or two away at that range, but he wanted that 3-piece real bad. Well, boys and girls, Atlanta FaZe come out swinging. Hot looks from them here in Minor 1. All you folks that thought they were going to be whack, all you folks that thought they were going to be terrible. Let's see how things go from here on out. That's disgusting.
Metal's leaving the game. He wants to make Easy Mac's life even more difficult because Easy Mac puts in more work than just about anybody that I know. And when you leave, that's just because you were getting destroyed. So yeah, Metal started off 1-9, and it's not like the stat line improved too much after the fact. So unlucky for Easy Mac, but yeah, a double neg, more so performance. I'd lead the game too.
11-26, the final line there from Metals, and wow, what a different look from the first hardpoint. Red card seems like a different life. If not for that P1, there was nothing out of the Heretics there. 2 hardpoints, nearly 4 hardpoints in a row where they barely got anything. Yeah. Goodness gracious. FaZe back in there. But delightful start for them there in the minor. We'll see if they can continue, but 6-3, 3-2, and that 97 scoreline didn't even have to go towards the game 5. We don't get to test the Heretics Search and Destroy anymore this weekend. They have been eliminated from Minor 1. No more points for them, no more chances. They are now sitting watching this one. Well, again, I hope they've got the notebooks out, plenty to learn from there. And again, after that red card chance, really good looks from the squad. The Heretics looked fantastic as far as I was concerned. I mean, Real putting up some of the most superb plays. After that, not a whole lot. That's for myself. Chance, now it's over to the desk.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Chris Lair, for making us look good. Chance went with your heart. They went with Miami. You both were wrong. What went wrong for your squad tonight?
The 1v4 from Simp. I think he literally just turned around the momentum in their favor. I believe Miami win that map number 3 if he doesn't do that. So you know what, Chris Lair? Watch out, I'm coming.
All right, so I think he jumps right back up into the MVP convo. Let's find out how many of these highlights come from his POV, because there were other people in this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, and when you talk about this series, like, there are multiple opportunities for the Heretics, even in that control, as Ali mentioned, like, obviously the 1v4 is tough, but you're sitting at 1-1, yeah. You're going into a map that you're 4-0 on, and as Chance mentioned, like, they were dominating on offense, and the Ticks just didn't go their way throughout that one. They got staggered on their push, on their offensive round in the very end. They're able to cap it at the end, and then what happens? No trophy. You get double carbon by Draza. Yeah. They had 2 dead. They had a massive opportunity, but you're playing an Atlanta FaZe team that's desperate, right? They've been putting in so many hours, and Simp just decided to call game. I mean, he had 30 bombs in the final 2 maps, took over in the Search and Destroy. Yep. This is the Atlanta FaZe that we were expecting to see, seemingly figuring it out in the middle of the match, but nevertheless a good sign.
I completely agree with you. That map 4 was everything we expected out of Atlanta FaZe in week number 1. It's taken us some time to get here. Will it stay consistent? Is the biggest question mark, but the fact that they can even do it, I think spells a good enough sign for Atlanta FaZe, because there was no hope after that red card map number 1. There was a little bit of back and forth in the ball, as Ann said. It was just a lot of bang outs. And then that map number 3 went all the way to round 5, all the way to the wire. So Miami Heretics, a very good fight. Unfortunately, their Search and Destroy is just still holding them back.
LAG out, Miami out. 10 teams remain here at minor number 1, and it's time to bring in a potential MVP of the tournament. I'm calling it early on day number 1, but Chris Lair, you're back, baby. I was a little worried about your squad. Today, you had to take things into your hands. How'd it feel?
Oh, I mean, it felt great besides that map 1. I feel like overall we're making great plays in the hard points, and even in the control, I feel like we did a really good job of getting that last round defense. And yeah, I mean, I'm just feeling great right now.
Simp, congratulations on the win, and I wanted to ask you kind of what was the work from Atlanta FaZe during this break? Obviously, it's hard to schedule with people on holidays and things, but with the slow start of the season, I'm assuming you guys put your heads down and hit the grind.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think we definitely came back a little bit earlier than a lot of teams when it came to scrims after the holiday break. But I mean, you know, we definitely had a lot of things to work on, so we've definitely been keeping our heads down, locking in, and I feel like our respawn showed a little bit better that series.
Oh yeah.
Simp, you know, throughout your career, your teams have been pretty dominant. Whenever there's issues, like it feels like it's one thing where it's like, oh, we got to fix our search, or oh, our map pool is just not large enough. This time, it feels like it was a multitude of issues that you guys had to attack. So for you being in this like unique situation, how have you guys handled it over the last couple of weeks?
I think just staying confident in ourselves and just trusting ourselves and the ability to like really just grind out and get better. Because like you said, we've never really been in this spot before. We're kind of had a slow start, but you know, with the talent we have and I feel like the dedication we have right now, you know, we can turn anything around.
Go ahead, Ant.
I gotta ask you one more. Can you walk me through the 1v4? Because we don't see too many of those, and that was nuts. Like, first 2 kills were crazy. Talk to me what was going through your head.
I don't even know. I feel like it was straight up 10 seconds, but I knew there were 2 trophy. I killed them, and then I kind of just threw a prayer nade, got the car bomb kill, and I don't know what Metals was doing, or if I got good timing on him or what, but I think he could have just put his controller down.
We're watching it all back live. Ridiculousness. All angles, the grenades, the gunny, the movement, all in play here. What's the strongest part of your game right now, Chris?
Right now, I just think, honestly, my IQ, I feel like he's always top tier, but I also think, I'm always slamming, so I feel like I'm just finding my flow.
Never doubt him. Over, under, always go over, I'd say.
Absolutely.
That is Simp, a.k.a. Chris Lair. We can't wait to see you in your next round where you face off against LA Thieves.
Yeah, it'll be a good one. It'll be a good one.
Appreciate it, man. We'll catch you then.
Appreciate it.
That was Simp. Here's your bracket. 10 teams remain. 4 of them got to buy into the second round. Those were our top 4 seeded squads after 2 weeks of play. But Ali, now 2 matches in, we're starting to fill this thing out.
Starting to filling out a little bit, and honestly, I couldn't be more excited for that LA Thieves and Atlanta FaZe match, because now that we've seen that they're kind of getting their groove, they're going to go up against one of the top teams, but I really want to see a rematch between Boston Breach and Optic Texas, but there's still a match that has to go before that.
You just instantly writing off that.
I said I hope to see it.
We powered through purple, we powered through the red. When we come back, it's a battle of the green squad. Optic Texas takes on 2 new faces for the Vegas Falcons.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Stall out time for your teammates to work this pitch, because you know what Hydra is capable of. Finds that kill onto Insight. Skies across the map, finds a second. Now Sid left in the 1v2 on this side of the map. He finds the first 1v3. Off the reload! Oh my goodness! One was fine. 2 was a goddamn miracle.
We're going to have some laughs during this match, Maven. I'm going to openly just ask, who will be the worst player we see in the All-Star game today?
The worst player from all of these teams. Oh, this is hard, man. It's the All-Stars. Oh, I got to think about this.
It's going to be Octane.
It's going to be Octane?
Yeah,
he was a beast, so he was number 2 overall S&D KD.
Yes, he has, but guess what? Octane's had one good event since like 2016.
I'm going with Nameless just because he can probably hear me right now. he's going to choke big time.
Reset. I'm in. Front of me, dead. And we gonna heady. One more me. I'm mid, dashing, one shot dead. I'm in, one shot. Dead. What? Wait. One more dead. Alright, push it. Pink cross. Go one more me.
Can they be shop scrap? No. Okay. Both in you. Yeah. I'm in you. We can do it. Nice. Our set time.
It's sell. Make him do something.
It's 20 seconds. Nice. Come on. One more.
Damn.
Roxanne. Mirror on the wall. It's to me, Roxanne. Anyone do some breathing with me?
Yeah. 3, 2, 1, go.
Got it. I blow. Just come in the bottom. I blow. He has to go top. Blow.
I'm gonna help you 2 seconds. Nice. That
played so bro.
Welcome back. It's our third fight of the night on a 4-fight evening, and we, of course, have a big name going up against a brand new squad, Optic Texas fan favorites, world champions. Currently starting off in round 1 with a 3-1 record, taking on Vegas Falcons, who have really only won a few maps. So, Alley Cat, let's start here with Vegas Falcons. They are the team, the newest to the CDL.
Yes.
They've had some struggles, but where are their strengths?
Their strengths have kind of been in the control. We talked about earlier. They were able to steal that versus Atlanta FaZe, and their search and destroy is actually pretty on par with the rest of the league. They stole a few maps there. The biggest thing right now is getting their first series under their belt. They did make 2 changes. We lose Kicks, which is unfortunate because pre-break, he was one of the best players on this team. I'm hoping with these new additions, their roles are kind of more solidified because they were only working with one main SMG.
There's some hype around these young studs as well.
Yeah, you know, we're on Shades. They've been frying when they were playing in challengers. They have talent. And when Allie mentioned, like, the roster change, Kicks was far and away their best player throughout their first couple of matches. So definitely going to be looking for Dahum to pick it up there for him. But for these guys, yeah, it's all about development at this point. We saw them take a control off Atlanta FaZe, which was Vault. So hopefully we see that again in this series. Might give them a chance.
On the other side of this one, we have Optic Texas. Let's take a look at the fan favorite squad that brings in Hook as their newest 4th.
So for Optic Texas, like, the thing for me is that we bring in Hoop, right? And we all put the spotlight on him. And he does well. It's not necessarily that he falls short, but Shotzi just has been taking over all of these series. So for Optic Texas, their biggest focus is just cleaning up some of their fundamentals because that's where they were falling short and forcing these game 5s. But Optic Texas, I think they look great right now. I'm excited to see the work they put in during the past 2 weeks.
Shotzi also in that MVP race right now. I know we're only 2 weeks in, but he's been a front runner. Let's take a look at the maps and modes. Where can a guy like Shotzi be most dangerous? We got a double dose of Vault at game 1 and 3.
Yeah, I mean, look at map 1. You know, we were looking at the map, so it's going to be a world of pain when you talk about the Vegas Falcons. Like, Shotzi and Hook are just going to be running around. Protocol Search and Destroy. We saw Falcons go to a round 11, if you guys remember, versus Toronto, where King of Bo just kind of died on the zip line. Right. So they had some pretty cool strats there, like wrapping back and forth and taking their time. So wouldn't count them out immediately. It's just going to be tough because Optic have been great in Search. 4 straight Search and Destroy wins where Dash has been going nuts.
It's time for our Scuff Pick'ems. Allie, at the bottom of the totem pole, you do not have to go first. I will take that honor, and I will go Optic Texas. Your turn.
This is like the one series you could have gone to me first. I'm going to go with Optic Texas. There is just no way I go 0-4 for the first day of the season, right?
World champs or newest franchise to the CDL?
I'm going with Optic Texas in this one. I think they get it done in 3.
We're going to 2 classic casters. They're my favorites. It's Merc and Maven. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you, beautiful. Yay. Listen. Yeah, this is a lopsided matchup. Optic are brimming with confidence right now. You know, you saw some comments from Shotzi. He's been streaming scrims. He said no one can replicate what we do.
Check my bank account.
Yeah, he's feeling very good. And, like, can you blame them in the sense, like, listen, if it wasn't for Atlanta FaZe last year, they might have had one of the most dominant years we've ever seen. Like, they beat everybody outside of FaZe in a lot of those matchups, a lot of those tournaments. Like, that was the road bump was always FaZe last year. With how FaZe is looking right now, Yeah, I bet you have all the confidence in the world. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, there's just a change here, right? Obviously, who coming in for Pred? That's just going to be sort of the question mark going into the major, right? In the rest of the year, I mean, we've seen some success with him on these rosters, but normally when it got to the big matches, which we're not there yet, right? Like a slip up here and there, but it's a totally different Hook. And yeah, kind of what the Des was talking about, Shotzzy is just at an unreal level right now.
No, and even last year, like Shotzzy specifically, against everyone that wasn't Atlanta FaZe, he was God.
I mean, this
has been absurd, though.
Yeah, it has been absurd.
I'm just wondering, like, listen, we'll see.
Let's play Vault twice first then.
Yeah, great idea. I'm curious on this, the streaming scrims thing. We'll see.
Yeah, no, 100%.
I'm just wondering, we look back in a couple months, but like,
yeah, I don't think so, but
no, probably not. But it's always, it's one of those things that's a hot topic. Like the second they struggle for even a moment, that's what's going to get brought up. Right. That's just what happens. But this is a look at how the bracket is so far. As Rocker and FaZe have gotten wins to move into our second round. Ravens and Breach waiting. If Optic are able to win this, they'll have a matchup with Breach. Remember, Breach beat them in the first series to kick off this 2025 season. To close out the night, we'll have Surge Cloud9, but. I mean, this one, there's just no way around it. Optic are the heavy favorites. No, there's been a change for Falcons, but I don't imagine it's a change we're thinking about. They're going to have a chance to be in contention here.
Yeah, and just, you're going to see some different names. Yeah, on the scoreboard, we were told it's Dehum and Wixel.
Yep.
So when you see the names, that is how we were told to pronounce it.
Yep. So we'll get into it as quickly as we can. I think we're just waiting on Hook, as we were just told from the production team, and then we'll get started. But excited to see Optic back in action. I mean, excited to see Shotzi's POV. As a commentator, he's been... It's fun. It's a lot of fun to watch his POV. I mean, same could be said for Hook. You just know who you're watching, and they move.
Yeah, I think for me, maybe one of the biggest things is, like, we kind of talk about, like, sort of Ken getting comfortable with this lineup, right? Adding in Hook, we know he can kind of be the leader for this team, and are they in a fundamentally good place to where he can kind of be himself? But yeah, here's what we're talking about with Shotzzy right now, specifically in Hardpoint. He's third in the KD rank. They've had some close games, but he's just been unbelievable.
Oh, he's been unbelievable. And I wonder, we've talked about Hook because yes, you said in some of the big moments, sometimes his head's gotten away from him. He's just gone the wrong way, right? Influence is spawning correctly, and he's taken a lot of flack because there's been a big spotlight on him. Thinking back to when he was on Optic last time, and you wonder if that, is maybe Kenny can. I don't know. I don't want to say keep him in line, but help him in those moments, those big play moments, like keep him locked in on the game plan and not going rogue.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of the question. Then his, year last year with Seattle and how kind of he improved and was the in-game leader, the vocal guy for them. I mean, he kind of talked about it. He never thought he was going to be back in this situation, right? So he's going to try his darnest to not mess this up.
No, I don't even know what it reminds me of. I don't want to say Slasher when he went through things and went back to FaZe.
I mean, in a way.
Kind of. That's what pops in my head, sort of.
Yeah, I mean,
they're not really comparable as players, all, but you're sort of at one of the lower spots in your career, and then suddenly you're on the best team. I mean, that's 100% kind of what pops in my head. But we're excited to see what they're able to do. We're going to take a look at some of the highlights, some of the stats from what Optic were able to do. As you take a look before the holiday break. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Hope you had a fantastic holiday. Happy New Year. And we're ready to kick things off with this minor. Just a reminder that it is a single elimination tournament just over the course of the weekend, just kind of mixing up the content we're bringing you here for the 2025 season. It won't influence Major 1, but you do get CDL points for this, so it is all counting towards champs. So some money to be earned, some fun to be had. I don't know. Anytime someone's being eliminated, adds a little bit of sauce.
Yeah, I mean, for the players, money on the line in a tournament, baby. Give me, they want as much as possible.
No, 100%. Give me these all day. We need our league matches, obviously, just for seeding and stuff still, but you can throw some of this stuff in. I don't know. It's not really the same, but think about the NBA's been doing, kind of adding mid-season.
Well, they stole it from us.
Yeah, that's right. It's like a very esports thing, kind of, right? But Texas Falcons, all 8 players in their seats, getting hydrated, getting ready to go. As we'll see what Dehum and Wixel can do on this team. It's funny because the Falcons players have definitely had some names where it's I wasn't sure how to say them because it's just it almost reminds me of gamer tags from 10, 20 years ago when you just sort of put letters. And it wasn't exactly what it looked like, which has sort of become the norm in the league.
100%.
I would have said, I want to say Doom, but that's all right.
But you see that name pop up, you're like, shoot.
He's shooting.
I gotta sit up.
Absolutely. But into our map 1, Wixel, Exit, Roxas, and Dehum. Here to fight and see what they're going to be capable of. It's a 2-man change. It'll be kicks away for personal reasons and a Boob, battling down and challenges, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, poor Boob. I mean, just He was the lonely sub, but a nice start here for Falcons. Roxy's able to find a double. DeHoom with a double.
Yeah, and I feel like he got baited for 2 weeks and been sent to challenge.
He was running, dude. He was trying to do what he could. Solo sub.
Probably not the most fun thing. This little snapback there from Wixel. Him and Exit able to combine to take down 3 of Optic, and so far they're going to enjoy all the points. Tucked in a corner, tracking there and on point. Shotzzy nearly able to evaporate him, but can't quite get on through. And they're just playing their corners, letting Optic Texas kind of funnel into him. And what a great start to first hard point.
Yeah, and they're playing very patiently when they're getting these kills. I love this play from Wixel, able to find one. Now his teammates starting to work up the map. They're able to get that close spawn. They just have to find who. They have not allowed Optic to get a second right now. As X is able to find, it's going to be 4 dead in the feed. Falcons with a great start here on Vault.
No, I just love like the patience you're seeing and just kind of like ratty playing away. Just like go prone, pick a corner. You know Optic Texas is going to play overconfident in this. They're going to run at you. Like, you know they are. How do you deal with that? I mean, one of the best ways is just be annoying. Just be annoying.
Yeah, no doubt about it. They're doing just that. It's going to be 65 unanswered points. You do have close spawns here for Optic, so they're going to be funneling on through, but Exton is ready for it as the Falcons are shooting.
One team kill comes in, but they still find the other 3. Still 0 points up for Optic Texas.
What a start!
Just getting absolutely fried. They're not quite back from the holiday break yet. Somebody give Hex a call. We got to get the boys woken up because they're getting slammed.
I mean, honestly, you bring in 2 more rookies, and you say your first match here is versus Optic. Like, there's some nerves, 100%, but they are turning that into adrenaline, turning that into momentum.
And it's a great start, but like for me, it's still going to be like when Optic make their run, which they're surely going to do. How do you deal with it? Because that run is going to come. Roxas on a little bit of a run himself, though, as he's on 4 straight at 9-2. The feed was starting to get a little bit green for the Optic side as Van takes out 1 player. Hook will end up falling behind that, but finally you're getting some points on the board. The streak for Roxas, though, now up to 5, and he'll continue to try and keep moving and grooving, but he will drop.
Yeah, keeping him off the time, but you want to flip those spawns when we talk about P4. Nice shots from DeHoom. Hook, though, going to pick it up. And I'd love to see Falcons, if they could, just try to milk some of this clock because you don't have the good spawns. But they're just playing for positioning. Kind of what we talked about, just trying to be annoying was Exton. Couldn't find the double, but trades all around the map. With 5 seconds to go, Optic, they're going to have the good spawns for P4. This is their chance to get back in the game. And before the break, the problem really for Falcons, they would shoot well, but it was just their break ability sometimes on these hard points.
No, it absolutely was. Yeah, I was going to say you got nobody kind of sneaking through to try and make a play to get spawns in the back, but they do get 1 on through. That gets picked up beautifully, though, by Optic Texas. Is they'll now hold both sides of the backside spawn. They'll spawn them out deep and trying to make a pinch around. It'll be Shotzzy. He's getting back to his place around the hole. Likes to make plays mid-map and catch people, and he's trying to do just that. Just disrupt anything you're trying to do with your Falcons. Now, this might be the run. This is where Optic Texas are starting to get going. Yeah, what do you do now if you're Falcons? Can you take a breath and make some plays?
And then Shotzzy just moved up in this position. So you spawn so far across the map if you are Falcons, and it's just one of those questions. Do we go for this again, feed streaks, or just set up for P1? But number 6 actually gets a close spawn. Optic, they're going to realize this, start to turn around. Kenny was ready for it, just too many doorways to check. Does get taken down. But yeah, you start to get some momentum if you are Optic.
Yeah, it's like just the final 10 points or so for Falcons. So not the end of the world. You get back to mid-map. And yeah, can you turn this momentum into something? Shotzzy starting to get into his bag. He's still on this same streak as he's been loose and making plays all over the place. So get the streak up to 6. He disappears. This is where you've got to pick it up and find him, and you're not able to. You can get so many angles here from mid-map. Shotzzy can be so elusive. You cannot let this man be comfortable. It's exactly what's happening. Thankfully, you got such a big lead if you're Falcons early on. You might be able to survive this first blow, but you definitely want to stop this from going.
Yeah, Exton's still on 5 in a row, and there we go, able to find it. That's going to be 3 dead. Exton on 6 in a row. He's starting to get fired up in the cam. Man, these are just sort of the hills where if you have a lead like this, just finding chunks of time, 10 to 15 seconds, just to keep that leader, grow it a little bit, put the pressure on Optic.
And you know, we were watching Shotzzy's plays. I didn't realize Exton was like on the same type of streak, just kind of giving it to them on the other end, which is exactly what'll counter that. Is he's now up to 8 straight. Dashy, though, will just hold the stairway heady and shut that down, so the streak will come to an end. Lead around 60. New hardpoint popped, and this is where you've got, this is where it kind of fell apart for Texas the first time. You were thought in a good spot, and then you just all 4 dropped.
Yeah, I mean, Ken was the only player on this side of the map. The other 3 players are still around P1. Dashy was on 5 in a row. And, well, there we go. Falcons able to get in. It's like they were rotated in one way, but, yeah, back spawns were open. Nobody was playing safe, and now Falcons are into this P2.
Well, we'll see how much time they get out of it, but, I mean, if they're able to hold, that'll be the thing that stands out the most through these first few rotations, just this P2. I mean, Falcons have been able to break really, really well in these situations. They're still holding around a 70-point lead. Falcons in a good position to take this map 1. Let's head to Elicited with Vegas Falcons.
ايه هد دبل هد عندي كني هدوا الكل مع بعض هدوا الكل مع بعض ها خلفي كده ناخذها من مرة فوق يمين واحد من الدبل انا كاد داشي فوق ها من الدبل عندنا شوت غدا شوت لو بينا هدوا مع بعض هدوا شوت عندنا نيدات تايم يا عيال بعطيني شوت عندنا نذبح ونقدم على شوف جسم انا فولت ها يمين مرة فوق يمين مات تايم قلبتم ناخذها كامل واحد جنز انا قد ونخل رسبرين انا مهدي بيجيكم مين انا مين ايمهم ابو علي ايمهم خش حتى ما حد ستاتشو هوكو مات فوق مين داش فوق مين داشي بديك
A good stretch there. I thought a good chance there for Falcons to really build upon this lead, but the kills come through for Optic Texas to get the break in. And Joe, you looked a little frustrated.
Well, that was kind of your gift there. You had 2 players that spawn up behind that P4, and Optic, they had no idea.
That happened last time, and they picked it up really well.
Yeah, they just thought that they spawned them all the way out with their positioning. Couple of players, spawned up. They got a kill, but then Dashy was on like 7 in a row. Yeah, nice shots from Xnid, but yeah, that was maybe your chance. You still have a lead here, but yeah, things have swung big time here for Optic.
And I couldn't follow the comms exactly, but just from body language, you could tell they were almost getting too fired up. I think at one point Xnid's like, "Come on, take a breath." I think someone's yelling at him, pushing to Art. He's like, "Hold up." Things kind of fell apart. Guys, I know it's a big moment, it's a big series. We're looking for our first win, but they've been doing it a lot through the patience, through the ratty plays. Keep it going, keep it together, because it's starting to slip away.
No, there's some emotion 100% on the side of Vegas. You just love to see it. As Xnid, he's on another 5 spree, making 6. He's up to 34, slaying with the best.
He's having an absolute map. But you're not enjoying that same lead. You're going to have to come up clutch down the stretch, and that's where they've struggled late in some hard points, right? It's been the clutch. It's been the closing periods. They've just fallen apart in some big moments, but there's a different roster. Maybe you bring in with Wixel and whom. I don't know. They'll have a little bit more ice in those moments. If it really goes down the stretch, it's going to be tough against, championship caliber team like you have in Optic Texas. But I'm curious to see if it's like a 220 game, do they crumble? Because I know Ant's broken down a couple plays for me from them where they just literally, it's the brain shut off.
Yeah, and again, these are the sort of situations where they're going to need a break at a P2. You're up 40 points. Can you try to, if you make that, maybe close out the game? Put it darn close, but Optic behind Dashy. He's on another 4 spree. He's up to 31, locking it down, and well, now the game's starting to come to them.
Well, this is the first time you've really been able to hold on to a P2. If you were Optic, you've had opportunity, but you've gotten broken the first couple times through.
So maybe number 7, Roxas, he spawned all the way in the back. I think number 3 and Hook spawned and saw that cross, but pressure towards the front of the hill. It's Xnid again with a double. Hook is still there, just trying to finesse. It's a 2-on-2 in the area. And Roxas able to come out on top.
Once again, you're able to break into a P2. It's going to be a little bit messier, I think, here, as you still have some bodies from Optic Texas. It wasn't quite as clean. There they cleared them out again, but you disrupt, 15, 20 seconds of that, so you'll be able to hold on to the lead. But now this is going to be a big one. You gave up most of that time. You have your rotation over to 3rd. You've got the position on the map outside of really Shotzi, who's got a chance to kind of cut between your defense. You pick up the guy mid-map, and now you've got a lot of room to work with if you're Optic here. Well, yeah, and that's, do you see the room to work?
Yeah, now Exit spawns out, so that's what they're worried about. I mean, Roxas would love to stay alive top art. Just try to keep spawns for P4, but is he going to pick this up? He drops out, so he's just trying to play his life. And these are the moments when Optic are playing for this position. They should be finding chunks of time if they can. And again, behind an Exit double, there is that chance, but again, just playing for positioning, trying to find Kenny, who's just lurking up top.
Exit working on 40. He's getting there. There it is. He's got 40 on the map, a minute in the hard point. He's putting up numbers, but...
Oh, they all died and the spawns flipped.
Yeah, you have Dust at a very rough time. Now, you've gotten gifted kind of with some spawns deep in P4 before. One time you get caught, one time you make a play behind it. We'll see what ends up being the opening moments of this next hard point. But once again, you'll still have a narrow lead leading into this. Can they continue to make it messy and split time? Big sequence now to hold for Optic Texas. Big break opportunity for Vegas Falcons. All four currently up for Optic. Dashing to his power position in the window, and just as you thought maybe one sneaks through and rocks as he gets caught.
Yeah, nice read there by Dashi. And anytime they kind of needed him to make a big play, he's been doing it. He's been the anchor so far for the squad, him and Shotzi. But Wixel's able to find a double. Lead change in for Optic, and well, they can win it here as well. So you're going to need someone to contest some time for Vegas Falcons.
Well, they got two down. Might be a chance to do it. Hook trying to bring it back when the flank has come in. X did, I thought, going to be the hero again as he's on 43 in this, but he does the damage. His teammates there. Shotzi is lurking, but the rest of the bodies around the point is going to be Vegas Falcons, as they're now looking for a lead change of their own. Some movement up the balcony and nearly a little snapback from Shotzi. Couldn't tag it on. XD gets another. He's at 45. Looking to set the CDL record as there it is with 46. Lead back to Vegas Falcons, and we got ourselves a barn burner here in map 1. But this is what I was wondering. In these moments when you've got basically a tie game going the stretch, will Vegas Falcons step up?
Yeah, here we go. It might just have to be accident. Roxas, though, is able to find a double. He continues to hunt. Dahum's on a bit of a pinch. You see number 8, but nobody on the time. Now maybe he starts to get on it. It's Roxas and Exnit starting to clutch on up. That's going to be 3 dead. Can Falcons take map 1?
Did such a good job just getting to their spots, going prone, waiting for them to kind of come into their web. Roxas just again playing around the pillar, trying to lock it down. 15 points away from the victory. Pressure on Optic now to try and get the break. Shotzi able to get 1, but efficiently traded out of Falcons. Wixel does get 2. Hoop gets 2 of his own though, and now you're in if you're Optic. Not enough time there to win. And you've got spawns for P2. What do you do if you're Falcons here, Joe?
This is risky. Rex's going for a big play, though, because if he dies, yeah, now...
He's like, give me 50, baby.
Well, I was worried if he makes that push, then his teammates die, they spawn out. But yeah, it's all going to come down to this P2. That first player into whom probably going to spawn out here. They're dropping at the wrong time. The map about to flip. Roxas has to try to do what he can. Able to find one, maybe that gets them there.
Oh, God, and that's what I was worrying about. You just have a moment like that where you've got position for P2. You don't win a single fight and you fall apart. Wixel, though, able to get a pick for you.
Nate hits.
6 points needed for the victory. They're going to clear everybody out. One more going to be in the back, though. It's going to be Hook that's going to have to try to make the plays. He's going to spawn everybody else there with them. They'll hop into the point, though, does Vegas Falcons. 10 points now needed for the victory. Hoop trying to go nuts, 2 pushing around the back to try and clear him out. They get him outside of water, tied up 244, 244. 30 seconds still remaining on the hard point. Optic finding all the kills. You've got one last effort here to try and get in. It's going to be Roxas that I think will get there first. Can he get in to make the play? He's going to contest with 2:49 on the clock, but then he will drop. Optic Texas ice up and win. And yeah, maybe just some smiles. They're not going to be too fired up because, well, that's one they think they should win by a much more significant margin. But the fact is, they do it the hard way. They get the dub.
And I'll tell you what, I love that play from Hook, right? He recognizes that teammates are spawning right behind him. So his goal is he wins the first gunfight, and you saw him just hit Top Cat. He's trying to clear space, and he ends up finding another kill right after that poolside that gets his team on the hill.
Well, it's like, of course, it comes down to P2, too, because, like, what? First 2 P2s, Optic setup, and like an immediate break from Falcons, right? The third P2, I think they broke it with like 30 seconds left and broke up a lot of that time. The one time they had to do it, they had to hold or they had to break. They just couldn't quite get it done there at the P2. Ends up being a 6-point game. You get 52 out of Xnid. 5,200 damage. That is a monster map. Dashy leads the way in the damage department, though, with 5,700. And Dashy, I'll be honest, he bailed them out many times early on. Like, I know Shotzi had that nice spree, but Dashy had so many multi-kills and big gunfight wins that were massive.
Yeah, I mean, 29 non-traded as well. Exton's at 36 on the other side. But yeah, just a back and forth battle. A great start for Falcons. And again, I think when they go back and watch the VOD, there's just a lot of chances where the hill at like P3, the hill at like P1, it's great, right? We only had 25 seconds left on the game clock. I think if they can find 5 to 10 seconds, they probably just win there.
Well, and that's
right?
been, I mean, even before the team change, you were a little critical of their hard points sometimes because they were slaying with them. There'd be games that were losing by 100, like the slaying was even. Like they aren't turning the kills into objective time.
Yeah, there's a lot of sort of moments in that where like Optic is clearly playing for P4 spawn.
You got to take that time.
You just have to take it.
Yeah,
they're giving it to you.
Yeah.
Right. So you have to take it.
So if you're not going to take, you're going to give them rotation, not take the time. You're losing on both fronts.
Correct.
What are we doing? And yeah, when it ends up being a game where you needed 6 points, you could have got 6 in that P3 100%. Because there was someone kind of juggling it out of it. Like he didn't even have to juggle it because everyone was rotating. So you'll be a little frustrated with that, but like, I mean,
outside of that,
there's some positives to take away from it.
Absolutely. Like, yeah, I'm just sort of criticizing small details, maybe the difference of winning that map versus losing it, like we saw here. But yeah, I mean, just a great start, and I mean, hell of a map out of Exton. What more did you want from him?
No, an absolute masterclass in the KD department from Exton. As he just puts up a bomb there. And Shotzi just kind of smiles and says, holy shit.
Yeah, he does.
I don't think he was expecting that war there in the map 1. They've been frying in scrims. They're feeling very confident. This is one they're thinking 3-0 all over the place. And, well, it's a tight win there in map 1. So now we'll get ready for Search and Destroy. And, you know, as Ali kind of said on the desk, this has been the one mode where, you know, you've battled. You've gotten some dubs there. It's in the respawns that have been the trouble for Falcons. So you've got a chance here, certainly in the Search and Destroy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they've had some close ones, and they've had just a very different style than, you know, some of these teams. And again, when you're a new team in the league, new players, no one really knows your sort of play style, how you like to play, your tendencies. Where on the Optic side, this is where you really started to gain some momentum with Hooch on the roster. They've really been frying in Search and Destroy.
We'll look to keep that going here and continue on. And again, our first minor here through Major 1.
Yeah, and this is the reason why.
Yeah, he's been very good in Search and Destroy since he came into the league.
Forever.
I mean, I just when it really I'll always remember is what, that first tournament with him and TJ when they were in Optic and they won. Was it Vegas? It was Vegas. They won. They had the number 1 and number 2 KD in Search and Destroy. I'll still remember this. It was like they both had like a 1.62. Exactly.
That's your first memory. I was thinking
no. That's my first memory of like him coming in on a big team and just like he was a Search and Destroy god. Because I just remember him and TJ like they literally dropped like 1.6s like that event. And
I remember like that World War II Complexity team.
Yeah, no, Complexity. That's probably when I first remember it was Complexity. But like it's a little different.
Yeah, I know.
When they weren't like very good. Like he was good, but like that Optic Vegas tournament is where I just think like he just was like, I don't know, I'm that guy.
And he has been that guy this year in Search and Destroy.
Well, because remember, back then, I think the reason I remember it so much is because Optic were shit in Search for so long. Like we talked about it for years. Maybe not horrible, but compared to the respawn percentage, like they were so. It's just no matter what team it was, they were not great in Search. And then like Dashi and TJ came in and sort of changed that. And then I know there's been ups and downs since, but I just remember it was a big moment where I was like, wow, you guys win Search, you're very good.
Very good. Yeah, they were very good.
Yeah. But now we'll get ready for the Search and see if Dashi can continue to put up those insane numbers. I mean, he is one of the more fun players to commentate in his clutches he's had in Search. I mean, the Optic team's fun just because, the talent you've got there is insane just between Shotzi and Dashi alone.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, yeah, we'll just sort of see how that SMG tandem continues to work in Search and Destroy, I think. I mean, yeah, Shotzi is defending his boy Hooch, right? His fellow world champion online a lot. This is my guy. We play for each other and can't wait to work this year.
I mean, I guess that what more can you want? Like, I think if you're going to be someone that, I think Hook's going to take some flack just from the community times, just due to, I don't know, some wrong plays he's made in the past or inconsistent play or some of the things that fell apart with Optic. But like, if your guys have got you, it's all that matters. Like, if your SMG duo next to you and the rest of the guys believe you, it's all you need.
You know how social media works.
Tune out the noise.
A scapegoat.
Tune out the noise. And even us. Like, well, hell, I mean, we've called him out for stuff because he has done dumb stuff at times. But like, if your guys have got you, it's all that matters.
You can see 1-3 there for Falcons, 4-2 for Optic, but it's 4 wins in a row. It's really just that first match where they lost in a Game 5 to Boston, drop both searches. Since then, it has been clean.
Back to protocol with that bit. Okay, well, Wixel's out of it.
And that was the one thing I was worried about when you saw the scoreboard. I'll get to that in a second, it's 2v2. But yeah, the two rookies, the two players they added in just recently, Wixel and Dahum, really slowed down in map 1. I think they both finished around like 25 and 40.
After like the hot start.
Yeah, maybe just that sort of pressure.
Well,
again, it's not the easiest first match.
Yeah, you get almost like too ramped up like when you start like that. And it's just, yeah, there's the pressure combined with the adrenaline and yeah, you crash out a little bit.
Yeah.
But now, I mean, that's the nice thing about the beautiful thing about our esport, though. You kind of slow it down now, search, take a breath, and hope you don't blow yourself off the map the first round.
That did happen, though, but it's a 2v2.
Yep, still a chance to win it. Unfortunately, your god Nextnet is gone, but Dehum and Roxas will do their best to get the clutch. Don't have bomb to work with, and with under 30 to go. They'll start to work their way forward. Dashi will be that point man. Nice slide back to the double chow. Perfect. He knew it was coming. He repositions, but now it's down to a 1 versus 1. We were just talking about how good Dashi has been in Search and Destroy. Another clutch to add to his resume. Nice little spot on to get info there. Time is dwindling. Knows he's got him tucked in the right corner. Just jumps over the stun and chows it and guns him.
I was a little nervous. I could not believe he still had a stun with 5 seconds to go. They played with such patience. The only problem is as soon as the stun hits, Dashi repositions, and when he aims in, right, the aim assist is just going to hit on, and yeah, stun not going to matter.
Got some of the best centering in the world, and through the stun, able to do it there. Yeah, let the AA do the work.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, these aren't the strongest stuns that we've ever had.
But no, it's hard. He's a guy you don't count out very often, though, in a 1 versus 1. But no, I thought the biggest play, honestly, was just the reposition after the first chow. Like, just knowing the chow was coming in after he took the shots to the opening player, just a little slide back. Like, it wasn't like that crazy of a thing, but just good heads-up play, slide back, win the first fight. Flurry of kills back and forth shots. He takes a wild chow here into the stairwell, just playing with confidence. And we get into another 2 versus 2, and a little different than last time, maybe because you've got bomb in hand for Optic Texas, but we kind of take a breath here for a second. And for Falcons, you're a bit split right now.
Yeah, and the way Falcons have been playing, even map 1, we talked about their patience. They're really just trying to force Optic to over-chow them, just catch them sprinting. Not over-peaking our Vegas Falcons. And there we go. Again, just patient. Wixel all the way in the back to spawn. You were just not going to expect that if you are Shotzi. And there we go. Beautiful read onto the second.
Well, who was it when we were watching? It was like Ultra playing him. Like Beans was losing full in Surge playing against the Falcons team because he just like it's just unorthodox. Some of the ways they would make plays. You know, you said earlier, like you just play players, you know what they're gonna do. You know, like your typical option A, B, C, and they just were doing D, and they're like, what's happening?
Well, yeah, I mean, you've just been competing at the highest level for years and years and years, right? And is there sort of a correct way to play or how you should play? And these guys have no idea.
Yeah,
but I don't know.
To be fair, if there's one where like I think the CDL probably could improve, it's probably Surge. Like that's just where the least work goes in compared to the other modes, just from a scrim standpoint. Like you know, there are some Search and Destroy gods out there, especially when the S&D scene was really popping. Like the wager scene that were better. They just were. So they'll come in and catch some people, and well, they're doing it again here. Hook left alone in a 1 versus 4. Falcons hit, and they hit hard.
Right, Dehum able to find that double, and well, this is what you wanted from Wixel and Dehum in this map number 2. Both leading the way with 4. Able to spot Hook. The stun connects. Well, waiting for that flank from Xnid. Another stun connects. They're making sure they get this kill. There it is.
Yeah, just toying with their food there for a second, but fired up after that round victory. They run in the opening seconds.
Just shouting through it. Yeah, I mean, Xnid every time we see him on cam, bro, he is yelling.
I love to see the passion out of these guys as they push this S&D deeper. Just trying to bounce back after a tough map 1 loss. Keep your heads in it, but I love how much they're talking though, because a lot of times I feel like when we see like some of the pro teams talk after an S&D round or before, it's usually like one guy speaking and the other 3 are just sort of like listening.
Yep.
Not that you need to have a voice from everyone, but I don't know. It's kind of refreshing to see them all talking through it.
Yeah, just kind of what they want to do.
Because that's not normal, I feel like, during a Search round. Maybe it's too much, but usually it's like one voice and people nod their heads. Somebody call play.
Well, play worked. Actually able to find that first blood. Shotzi is inside A, bomb down, so 3 versus 4. Can Falcons now retake?
Shotzi just holding top. Get Hoops view of the big door. He's going to get double, maybe triple swung here, but he's able to get 1. Similarly, he's all kind of dashy, slide back and reposition. He's able to do it. The nade will clean him up, but he's still got big Brucey here. Kenny still looking for his first.
Xnid ace potentially. They have to work the defuse though. The nade didn't buy Shotzi some time, and he is out. He's gonna have to win a 1-on-1, then maybe kill the player on the defuse. Here we go. That player hops. Shotzi times it well, able to re-snap. wins the round. It almost gets away from him.
No, I thought
the slide.
I thought the first Falcons player hit a ridiculous slide to make the play, but Shotzi able to readjust and recenter and clutch up in the 1v2. Yeah, I'd leave the guy work on the ace off the bomb.
Yeah, I was honestly going to say that. The guy who dropped 50 and is working on it, let him
get him off the objective.
Yeah.
Get him off it.
And he has a sub.
And I know in that moment though, you're just like scrambling.
No, I'd be thinking the same thing.
Yeah, as soon as I saw it pop up and said exited on bomb, my head was in my brain goes, why? That's the first thing I thought. Oh, they need to set like a CDL record. Let's get him off the bomb. Nice clutch though. From Shotzi, and yeah, well, the gun of choice too makes it even a little bit more. Let him hold that with a sub. But we'll go to 2-2. As we see kind of the defensive setup and hold in the elevator battle, the rope battle here, which is just the trolliest fight always. Like, it's the trolliest thing. Xnid.
He worked this the last time through as well. That's how he was able to flame through bottom middle. Just trying to find an opening. Kenny's all the way in the back. Maybe Dashy now going to reposition. A nade like that hits, you're like, all right, there's somebody top mid.
Yeah, nice win there from Xnid.
He should definitely not been on the bomb.
No, absolutely not. He is shooting right now, making all the right decisions, hitting those beams, leading the way for his team at 5. He got the first blood, but then he ends up getting dropped, so Hook able to bring it back.
Roxas is getting a pinch, though. This is going to be a big kill. There we go. So they have B bomb control. I thought maybe Kenny was going to find Wixel on the bomb, but they time it well.
And Hook just doesn't have the weapon of choice to take this fight. You got trophy coverage, too. Like, he can't chow this. I think he got subs in both hands. This is going to be so hard. You got one at Heli, you got one at back statue. Like, how do you do this right now if you're 2 sub players for Texas?
Yeah, you just need somebody to mess up. I'm not sure that's going to happen with Roxas here, and there we go.
Yeah, it's just you had to find an AR and hope you just, like, rip somebody.
And that's just a nice little round out of Falcons, right? Actually able to find the first blood, but then Roxas setting up a repinch when they start to work that B bomb site. Just finds the timing on Ken.
I think Ken's struggling this one, right? He's 0-5, 0-6.
And he's one of those players who's probably like, what's happening?
Oh, yeah. Oh, 100%. Yeah. He is pissed. Look at him. Look at his face. He's just like, all right, get me out of this. Yeah, 0-5. Struggling a bit, but see if he can turn up. I mean, still have a 1-round game.
Oh, they're going for it.
It's just like, okay, I'm going to send it all 4. Guys, whole team is here. Oh!
Man. Okay, we're in a 2-on-2 after all that.
Just happened. Xnid was so fast. Like, who pooped himself?
I don't know what.
Dropped a little present there for the rest of his team. Killed 2.
Not sure what happened there.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll have a replay of it. We'll see.
Oh, I'm dying.
I'm assuming he missed a nade.
Yeah. 2 versus 2.
But it may not even matter.
No, it might not. Wixel. Alone now in the 1 versus 2. They've been in that room the whole game, and they'll win the round. Didn't matter. Hook's like, thanks, boys. My bad.
I also just saw Xnid yelling, yo, that's on
Wait,
me.
Did Kenny die to it too?
Yeah, he did. He did die.
So he's like, bro.
But, I mean, yeah, Xnid, that was they had stuns and nades on all 4 of Optic, and he just flew at that.
Yeah.
And he was literally like, yo, that's on me.
Yeah. The whole team there. You're going to find that video on the internet.
I might have overchowed that.
Yeah, if you're going to find that on the internet.
It was a throwback. Oh, so he tried to. Okay, so there was a nade on the ground, and who tried to throw the grenade away?
Oh, okay.
That's what production told us. So
okay,
thank you, production.
Yeah. Because I was curious. Like, I thought my poop theory was the most accurate. So I'm glad I was corrected. No, but honestly, I love info like that. Thank you, production team, because we didn't know. In the moment, I'm like, what the hell just happened?
Well, was it his name that he threw back? We don't know.
Wait, was he playing catch with himself?
Sometimes it happens.
Yeah, numbers here for Optic. In the 3v2, round count 3-3. To whom will be your bomb carrier? And and Dahum will be gone. His dashy doesn't miss, and well, Dahum didn't much either. That's 2 HP. That's the difference of a headshot somewhere in there. He'll take that fight. And now Roxas will be left in this 1 versus 3.
I think Ken sees him. Yeah, Ken has to see him from Heli. I think, yeah, Dashy's just going to reposition, open the doors. But Ken's just been hanging out with the helicopter. And there we go.
Back-to-back rounds for Optic Texas, and now they will take advantage here in this search and destroy. Ken's like, guys, just give me one.
I thought he was going to get one that round. Yeah. I thought it was this one.
But Texas just trying to push through this map 2, take the 2-0 edge. A nail-biter map 1 where Exnid dropped 50, what was it, 53?
52?
52? No, he is twisted, bro. He's always, like, I feel like he's always just leading something. Eyes just wide, you know, like, fired up.
Shotzi's done this a couple of times, just right through top mid, and yeah, easy flank. Nobody watching over that. It's going to turn into a first blood. Whistle, though, does bring it back.
He loves the challenge. You saw him do it twice and just win a fight. Well, a little awkward there. I thought he almost had an opportunity there to recenter and win it, but he'll get caught just awkward with the stairwell fight. Hoop, you're ripped. 28 HP, he's gone.
And this is a really solid round from Falcons after that Shotzi first blood. They knew exactly what Opti was doing. They held down Spiral. Didn't allow Shotzi to get loose. Bomb being planted, though, by Dashy, 1 versus 3.
Well, he clutched up in a 1v1. Let's see if he can clutch up in a 1 versus 3. One of the most clutch to ever do it.
He's got a lot of room to work with.
Yeah, you just got to hope you're able to at least catch one just by the reposition. And then can you get away with your life? Or don't know if he got spotted.
He's not going to expect. I don't think you're going to expect Wixel here, though. Wixel takes the long route as soon as he shoots Roxas. There we go. So heads up play by Wixel.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't do that. You really got a chance there if he played with his teammate towards bomb. But he did not expect that at all, and you get a big one there for Falcons. So you're back to 4-4. You couldn't quite ice up in the map 1, but chance now to do it in the search and destroy and get the 1-1. And again, yeah, you see it's like, I don't know, it's pretty quiet. Like, I think like Hook said a couple things on one side, and yeah, they're pretty animated and chatting through it still if you're Falcons.
And just trying to see what they want to do on this attack.
Dude, the knife definitely sounds like nunchucks, dude.
It's crazy.
The ninja.
Like a karambit?
Yeah. Okay, well, it's just the day of we're just blowing each other up. Round 1, what Wixel blew himself up. Doom just killed himself and a teammate. Oh, people are just getting stabbed in the face.
That looked cool, at least.
Yeah, it did look pretty cool. That was pretty Batman-esque or something. I don't know if Batman stabs people in the face, though. But
yeah, probably not.
No.
In, like, some versions, right?
Yeah, like evil Batman?
Yeah, I want to see that one.
See if you can pull off the 1 versus 4. But yeah, no. And yeah, then Hook's like tossback nade. Like, what is going on this map?
I'm going to assume he threw it. I don't know. I don't know what to assume.
Hit someone in the back of the head or something?
I guess.
We're a production rating update. What happened? Eyes in the sky are omniscient leaders. Please, what the hell just happened?
What's going on?
Because Joe and I are lost in the sauce. Oh, if he would have somehow snapped and ripped him out of that would have been disgusting, but that did not happen. Okay, this time they weren't sure what happened. Our omniscient leaders have let us down. Unbelievable.
Well, it didn't help them in that round.
No, it didn't. It didn't. This was cool, though. Let's see this again. Yeah, evil Batman. Just right in his face.
Was there someone else right there?
Yeah, I'm not really sure how he didn't get traded.
Yeah, that's just looking up. It's like the same thing when you're looking down. Like, it's just I don't know.
Well, yeah, but the person at the door, I thought would just shoot him with a bullet. But I guess you do get up pretty fast. Because why not? Let's have grapples.
Yeah, I'm in.
Yeah.
It's better than doors.
Yeah, I want to get a grapple installed in my apartment or something. Or like if I get a house that's 2 stories, like I don't need stairs. Give me a grapple. Take that thing naked.
That would hurt. Yeah, be careful with that one.
True. Optic, though, looking to close out here in the last round. They can get this done on offense. Xnid, that heater in map 1, maybe trying to come up with some big plays. He was like 5-2 or 5-3, and then he has fallen off.
He's the playmaker here. I mean, they're giving up A. They're playing for the retake, so 4-on-4. And I thought, if he full flanks that he has a chance to find Ken and Dashy. Instead, Shotzi's going to go to his staircase. He owns this. This is his real estate.
Except for the last round. We had awkward timing, but yeah, for the most part, he likes to fight from those freaky positions as he does and gets the first blood. Exit trying to bring it back though. Not able to get another. One player remaining. Hoop cuts him down. Optic Texas get the win. Kenny,
he's ecstatic.
He's saying prayers right now.
He loves it.
He is going through it. He might dye his hair a different color. I don't know what's going on with Ken. He is.
Well, the whole world's been sick, so maybe he's not feeling well.
That's true. Could be. Could be. Immune system not great on that one.
But I think in that round, I mean, there was a lot of things that happened. Team nades. But I think actually just needs to go for it, man. Just go for it.
Yeah, well, he was going for it in some plays, yeah. No, I mean, he sent it into the room.
Well, just that last round, man, he would have had a chance there. Yeah, that full flank there. Because instead, what, he just back up to big door and 4-on-4.
Ken avoids the goose, though. He gets 2. I was just crying. Dude, his face after every round was so funny. Guy's killing me. But 6-4 victory for Optic. They take a 2-0 edge. They'll look to close out in control. Again, I mean,
hasn't been the cleanest.
No, it hasn't.
Falcons are playing well.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I'm torn when it's something like this. Like, do you want to kind of gas Vegas Falcons how they're playing, or is it Optic just being, it's going to be a thing with the confidence that's coming out, like on stream and scrims. Like, are they a little too overconfident right now, or it's just a play style that's screwing them up? I just don't know which to put more weight in right now. Like, improvements for Falcons or Optic just not taking it seriously enough.
Yeah, not sure either, but
yeah,
see what happens.
I can't be inside their brains, Joe.
Yeah. Nope.
To the desk.
Thank God.
That was fun.
All right, welcome in, everybody. Plugging alongside Alley Cat and Nameless. And Exodus drops 52. A league record kills in game number 1 for the L. At the end of the search and destroy, I'm thinking to myself, this could have been a 2-0 Vegas squad.
Easily. This easily could have been 2-0. I mean, it was 96-0 at some point in the first hard point, but I'm going to save that for drawing some conclusions. I'm going to focus on map number 2 right now in the search and destroy. It's unfortunate because Falcons just kept kind of beating themselves, right? You got some unfortunate nades and you've got some unfortunate timings, but for Falcons, like, this was winnable in all facets of it. Unfortunately, there was just a little too overzealous, a little too overzealous. Like, when I believe it was Exit that just flew straight into computers, right into all 4 members of Optic Texas. Just not really playing the timing. I believe we're going to watch that 2-nade happen back right now. So for Falcons, still a strong map number 2, but on the flip side for Optic Texas, I mean, given the situation, I have to shout out Shotzi. I mean, 4 first bloods, 12-7, and was put in a lot of really awkward situations they had to get them out of.
Yeah, that round 5 clutch as well, the 1v2.
Massive.
And you think it shouldn't be this tight, but it is.
Yeah.
What do you do from here, Nameless? What do you even talk about if you have a guy like Kenny who's just looking lost at the end of the search despite 2 dubs?
I'm tapping my teammates on the shoulder. Yo, tighten up. Like, seriously, tighten up. I mean, you look back at the map number 1, which we'll talk about in a bit, like Optic just blowing their P2s back-to-back, first 2 rotations, and then in this search and destroy, like, so many situations where somebody got loose on the side of the Falcons. I really love how they played this map. I think they literally lost to the 1v2 clutch. Why is Exnid the guy that's on the bomb? Makes no sense to me. Like, he's winning that gunfight, but just by virtue of how he's played throughout this series, and then the team nades, right? So the young guys, players who just got put in, Wixel's got to calm down a little bit. Had 2 crucial, like, he naded himself, and then he had a team nade where he killed himself and somebody else. So they just got to calm down. I think they literally win it if it isn't for those dumb blunders.
Yeah.
Falcons said they want to see how their challengers players stack up against the pros.
So far, so good.
We've had 2 games, pretty close ones against world champs from the previous title, but it's time to dive in deeper. What do you got for us on pen and paper?
Yeah, let's talk about the end of this hard point. It was absolutely insane. So what I want to kind of focus on here, it's going to be Exted. He drops 52 on this map, right? But what you don't want to coach out the playmaking from him, but at the end of maps is where you kind of do have to taper it back. So we're going to talk about what kind of goes down here. So first of all, notice the situation. There's 29 seconds left. They just found 2 kills. Optic can no longer win off of P1, right? They're not going to get enough time to close it out, right? So we're going to go into the map. We're going to talk about what happens. As soon as number 6, which is Exnid, spawns, what he's trying to do is he's trying to go around and like catch a couple players and grief them to, alleviate the pressure as we're rotating over towards P2, right? Which they've been great at all game long. But given the situation, situation, if you're him, I just like it better if he either cuts through open or backs up to fight with his team, right? Because as soon as Optic identifies that he's trying to flank, they're going to clean him up immediately, and then they're going to push all the way through. And we're going to jump back into the mini-map and talk about what this flank does to his team. But early on a P1, maybe if it's not the end of the game, I kind of like this play, right? Because you're going to catch them off guard, you're going to stagger their push. But at the end of the map right here, Optic's desperate. They're going to be playing more aggressive, so they fly out. And seeing as he just goes around and dies, now it staggers number 8. So he's in a tough situation where he's going to have to fend off a bunch of Optic members. Whereas if Xnid were to have wrapped back and played with his team in this moment, they would have retained this position and potentially closed out the map, right? So you don't want to coach or mentor out the playmaking that this guy can do, but at the end of games, you definitely want to taper it back and play tight with your team.
I'm like, you got 47 kills at this point. Go do whatever you want. You know what?
True.
You want to put your controller down, just stare at him. You can do it if you want.
But it's something you talk about as a team. Like at the end of maps, guys, let's control the controllables, and they didn't there.
100%. X's and O's, that is a key moment that, of course, helped Optic win that game. We've got 30 seconds to go before game number 3. Alleycat, do we make it to a game 4, or is this Optic able to shut the door on control?
I think if Optic's going to shut the door anywhere, it's going to be in the control, but I would love to see the series go longer. It's been a banger so far.
Vegas has taken maps off of Atlanta. They've done it against Carolina, our number 1 team. How many games do we go?
I think they could win this map, right? Like we saw them win it before, and this roster definitely looks more formidable, so I think it's potential to go 4.
All right, Xnid's dropping 53 kills. I'm ready for game 3. Let's send it back over to Merc and Maven.
Thank you so much. I love that breakdown from Ant because we talked about, I brought it up multiple times in the hard point. Like it's been these misplays late in hard points. And that is a tricky one though. I like what you said. Like you don't want to like tell your playmaker not to try and make a play, but like there's times where you just have to just think about the scenario and whether it's worth the risk reward.
Yeah, I think the fact is that his teammates are rotating, right? So him getting 1 kill, it literally turns into nothing in that play. Where if like maybe if they're in more aggressive positions, he gets the first one and then they fly in. Yeah, like it may work out, but there's no like it's just literally a hero play.
Yeah, and but he kills 2 or 3 there, and we're having a very different conversation. But
maybe
that's why it's tough.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
No, I like the breakdown though, because that's just that's where they've had some misplays, some miscomms. They've come up a little bit short, and just I think that's the game. The more they're playing against the pro teams, I think the biggest thing is the game's going to slow down for them. They just have to get used to playing at the pace of some of these teams in respawn. And it's going to slow down for them. And I think the mistakes will be less common maybe once it does. Like, because right now I bet it feels very fast, especially like when the pressure's on those late moments. It just feels like you're playing at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
No, 100%. That's why we talk about like having someone like Clay there, right? Just sort of, hey, in this sort of situation, you have to be thinking about these little things. I mean, you know, Call of Duty, our pro players, we're talking about this skill gap being just so minuscule. All these guys can shoot so well. It is always about decision making. Just these tiny moments are the difference between being a world champion and not.
Well, it's tough because it's frustrating. It's like one thing if you have a lot of players that make the right decisions but don't necessarily have maybe the gunning or the skill level. It's a very different thing when it seems like you've got the skill level. It's just some of the decision making. Like on one hand, it feels like you should be able to fix the decision making. You should be able to fix the brain part of it more than you can like the raw talent, but it's not always gone that way.
No, it hasn't. I play with some dumb people. Let me tell you. Wow. Let me tell you.
You think that'd be like the one you could fix, but
no,
you can't fix stupid, can you?
No,
you can't fix stupid.
You can't. Wow.
Oh, I'm crying. But no, it's just it's little mistakes that hopefully they can ham up. I'm sure that's what Clay and team are working on quite a bit. As we now bounce into our map 3. Optic Texas look to win this one 3-0 and move into the second round. Xnid spinning in circles, looking to get locked in and get on Vault. Absolute heater in the map 1. What can he do in the map 3? Let's take it off his POV. He finds nothing, so we hop right over to Dashy, who was the guy going toe-to-toe with him. Put up 5,700 damage in the map 1.
Yeah, and then who'd be able to find a pinch, and Shotzi, that's going to be all 4 dead. So you're already in a spot where you got to alleviate some of this pressure. You see Hook's spot right near Pool, to whom they're able to get out. This is where they slow it down. They're able to find a couple of kills. Can they get on the point? That's going to be 3 dead. So nice job there by Falcons, not getting trapped.
To whom? Hold down the point. About just pegs someone with a stun, but then gets dropped by Hook from the top rope. They'll continue to try to progress this. First tick. What? That'll be done. Knock, knock.
I don't know if that was Codcaster or what, but If I died that way, like, I would probably just quit. Like, what was that animation, dude?
Yeah. No, that did not look fun to...
Can we get rid of these freaking doors?
Listen, just one of the many things from MW 2019 that we're still holding on to, Joe.
I need to get rid of these doors. Like, somebody
we had trophy like field upgrades. I'm not even starting to. This topic pisses me off. I'm just gonna let's just focus on the map.
Can we get rid of these doors? What's that?
25 seconds to go. Still holding it down on defense is Optic Texas. 4 straight for Hook, 3 for Kenny. Another mistake is made by the Vegas Falcons.
We're not playing, so.
Oh, yep, you're right. We might, yep, that will make sense. I was like, what is happening? Someone maybe hopping out the map to let us know what's going on. We're going to see what the deal is.
Yeah, somebody lied out, so we'll figure that out.
So maybe we're restarting here. I didn't see exactly what had happened, honestly. We were having a laugh. But more than likely, we'll be having a restart unless he's able to just join back into this and we continue. I don't know what the call is going to be.
Yeah, I mean, holiday break, there's definitely some things to work on.
Yeah, you mean for the game?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I was on vacation, Joe.
Oh, I know.
Visiting loved ones and stuff, and we'll get back to it. Dude, we're going to be a perfect place come, like, June.
Yeah, that's good.
Yep. I'm looking behind me towards the game. Okay, so I think we did lose a player, so... Well, I know we lost a player. We're seeing if he's actually able to get back in or if we're doing or restarting things here. As soon as we know, we'll update you guys. But you see team kind of chatting through. Yeah, we'll look at the door kill from Hook as Joe just about lost his mind.
I'm just saying this animation is insane. Bro. It's what is that, man? I mean, obviously the headshot hits, but like from Exit's point of view,
it doesn't even look like he's looking at him. He's not even like looking at him as the bullets
he's
start
still opening the door with his shoulder. The guy's still hitting the door.
Oh. I don't know, Joe. There's never been a successful FPS.
His goggles were looking at the ground.
There's never been a successful FPS outdoors, Joe.
Dude, I'm just saying, that was insane.
I'm kidding. There has.
Wow.
No, that looked wild. Truly wild.
Unbelievable.
That really did. Like, I didn't really even notice it. I was like, look at the minimap when it happened. But seeing it there, yeah. I mean, there's nothing that frustrates me more, I think, than, and okay, it's animation related, sometimes we ping related, whatever, but like when you get shot and the character's not looking at you, or they're in the midst of another animation, nothing sends me faster.
Yeah, getting cameraed?
Like nothing, so you just get cameraed out of your socks, and I'm just like, okay. You know, sometimes because that happens, like that's not a good example of it, you know when you like, you're like holding an angle, like you almost like think you have a freebie. Like you almost like take an extra second to make sure you hit clean shots because they're not looking at you, and then suddenly you're getting flinched and shooting the moon. I'm like, bro, he's looking to his northwest. He's looking at the moon or something. Like, what's happening? This guy's bird sighting, and I'm getting beamed. Pisses me off, man.
I tell you.
I remember some dude. Remember like H1Z1? Some of them in that game. I remember I was like, dude, I got 2-tap by a guy literally facing China. Like, what's happening, man?
I hear you.
Used to piss me off. But I don't know what we're talking about. I was ranting about doors and animations at this point. So yeah, we're just waiting someone to... Okay, so we are waiting on the rejoin. So we're waiting on the hop back end. There's not going to be a full restart. Whatever happened, probably is getting the client loaded back up and getting back in. But we're going to take a look at our Call of Duty League Minor 1 tournament. Just a reminder, we have a single elimination tournament going on this weekend. CDL points are earned. It will affect seeding and getting into champs. It does not affect the seeding for Major 1. That'll be just the league. And the prize, listen, it's winner takes all. $20,000 to first place. Just battle to be champions? I don't know. Listen. It's different. It's a tournament. I already enjoy it because it's a tournament. People are getting knocked out and people are moving on.
Yeah, I mean,
I see a bracket and I'm like lit.
We already got some great matches tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know, Optic Boston's a rematch. You know, if that happens, LA Thieves FaZe, that was a Game 5 banger earlier in the year. Ultra Rocker, Battle of the Purples. I mean, up top, we'll see what Surge and Cloud9 bring next, but trying to take down Carolina in their hot start. So, yeah, can't wait for tomorrow. Yeah, no, I think Carolina I'm excited to see more of. I mean, I think I'm convinced they're the real deal at this point. Just it's just tough because it still just hasn't been a lot, but like they look like the real deal. Like they're playing the right way. They're working together. It seems like just the team composition is great for them. Bro, this is one of the first titles in a really long time where I feel like we have had like clear cut like top 3 to like top 4, and I still couldn't tell you. Like right now. No, well, I think because of FaZe is like in the limbo. I think FaZe is like this weird question mark for all of us because like
They just never really started like this. And I think no matter how bad the start is, like we all kind of assume.
Yeah, is Carolina the real deal?
We kind of assume FaZe will be good, and then like what's going to happen? I don't know. But usually, I mean, I'm just kind of I don't know what's going on. It's like after Major 1.
No idea.
I was here for the ride. I don't know. But I think I saw headsets going back on, so hopefully we're getting loaded in. I lied. I was like one headset went on.
Yeah, you did lie. Can we talk about this, by the way? Some guy during the drawing conclusions, I'm looking at my phone. Some guy likes a tweet of mine from 2010 that says I joined Optic, and hopefully if we do well, I get to go to Dallas, which that was the first Optic tournament. That's insane. Somebody found that.
Yeah, I always wonder, like, I've had that happen where it's like a really old tweet. I always wonder if it's like a weird bot scenario, or is it someone that like looks something up? Like,
I have no idea.
I've had that a couple times where it's just like a tweet from like 10 years ago or something. I'm like, why did someone like
And I'd show it on stream, but I didn't spell Optic correctly, and I don't want Hector to yell at me. Like, I spelled it. I didn't have a capital T.
You know what's funny? I got texted by Hector in the middle of that map. He said, skin routine. Now, what are you doing?
Oh, wow. Lots of water.
That's what Hector texted me. No, honestly, I was going to text him like, I drink a lot of water. I exercise. I use lotion on my face in the morning and night.
Yeah.
That's it. Wash my face in the shower.
Yeah, no, it is impressive after
what I was.
The double-digit years you had. Woo! What a run it was.
Yeah, I'm trying to dial about time, but it was funny. I looked at my phone. I was like, why is Hector texting me?
Yeah.
Water. Just drink lots of water. That's actually all I drink at this point. No caffeine, just water. I don't know who the hell I am.
Me neither.
But we're having fun.
You're wearing chains and...
I have 2 chains on. Why do I have 2 chains? I don't know. I just wanted to wear 2 chains. They call me Maven 2 chains.
Sure. I like it. We're just waiting for the game to start.
I wear pants now. I'm wearing like chinos.
That's good.
I wore shorts all of last year. The year before, I wore Lulu joggers. I have adult pants on. Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Let's give it up for him.
It's unbelievable.
Proud of you.
I'm a freak. So I'm not really sure what's happening. Maybe the computer exploded. There could be I don't know, a blown up computer. They're trying to find another one. We're going to talk about in-game skins and how you could commandeer them.
I mean, listen, it's the best value, no doubt. Always has been. The CDL skins.
Absolutely.
I mean, you get the camo, you can put it on any gun. They're the best looking camos. They look great. This year, teams really stepped it up, had a little bit more design freedom.
Well, they actually designed them all for the first time, right?
Yeah, like they had some limitations.
Okay. I wasn't sure the
There were still
specifics,
some
but they were involved
limitations.
more than they ever have been, right?
Correct,
Which is awesome.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, the Boston one looks sweet. The Optic one looks great. Yeah, phases. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
These are sexy.
I'm telling you, man.
I like it. Because I remember rocking them back like, they were horrible. I remember some of them like early.
Oh, early? Well, like the MW19 ones were pretty good, like the Warzone ones.
No, they were. You're right. You're right. They've actually always been pretty solid.
Yeah.
They're a lot better though now.
Well, it's because I mean, we got crazy, but the fact that you can put them on all the weapons.
Yeah.
Because we have like the blueprint system now, which is but yeah.
Okay, we were going to hang out, and I don't know. I couldn't tell you what the next topic was going to be.
This is now. Are we podcasting now?
Basically.
We're like watch partying.
Listen, we love all of you. To the other watch parties happening out there, whether it's Kataga or Scumpy, we hope you guys are having a great time. I apologize. We're headed to a quick break. We're resolving some sort of solution, but I think you are all sexy as
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
mean, maybe you can ego chow at times, some teams if you're FaZe, but you're not doing it to Sim. There's two that line up in front and Cell, maybe making the play, trying to stay alive, pushes in, and Cell goes nuclear.
Here come the Thieves, they cannot allow this to slip now, and there is snaking going on. Octane and Envoy have broken through. Ken finds one, finds the second 1v1, and it's Clayster looking for the last, and it's 10 seconds, 10 points, the comeback of the CDL year. Can they do it? The Thieves are moving, but they are moving into the kill feed, and Legion has just made the greatest comeback in Hardpoint you will ever see.
Hey there, sexy people. We're back, and I'm told game is about to start. We're going to get back into the map 3 here. So we are starting from 1-0 Texas. So it's a restart of the map, but they'll hold like a 1-0 edge. So we'll keep an eye on that as we continue into it. Which I feel like we've only ever done that with Surge, I swear.
Well, it's round base. Yeah.
No. We can in control. I just don't remember doing that anytime recently. So we'll have the 1-0 edge. As we get back into this, Vault control to shut it down. So you're going to have to obviously come from behind now if you're going to take this if you are Falcons already in the 0-1 hole. It's been a tight series. We'll see if Falcons can get some life going here. And we already had one reverse sweep today. I don't know if it's in the cards here, but we'll see. If they can get something going, got a little break, take a breather, lock it back in. Map 3, here we go again.
Just hits by. I was about to say he just got by the nades, and then his teammate blew him up.
Yeah, so he got by some of the nades.
Yeah.
Not all of them. Hook, a little shoulder, a little chow. Winning gunfights without the door animation. Reposition, that's going to be a tough one there. As the Hoon backs up and gets to the heady. Shotzzy can't win his fight either. He's not really finding an opening here on offense yet. Here to the Texas side. Nice stun and nearly some beams at range there from Kenny, but couldn't finish the kill before he got back to cover.
And this is kind of what I was thinking, right? You're like, when are we going to see a third sub or teams start to try it out? Ken pulled it out there on that life. We'll see if he keeps it out, but Falcons, a nice start here throughout this round.
Yeah, I mean, you've got 5-5 advantage. Well, dwindles a little bit as Dashy gets one, but oh, that did not look fun for Shotzzy there. Kind of lost him and tried to hit a little movement.
Roxy just pistoled him. That was crazy, but 30 seconds.
Yeah, I don't know if he thought he was going to like slide past him there or what. Like, shots he was going for, but yeah. You have no time and you found no success. This is looking like a 1-1. Unless Shotzzy can make a play. He actually might have been okay if he did just chow that, because the other play, he was in a fight.
Yeah, but you love that. I mean, just takes his time, backs down, allows Kenny to work up. That turns into 2, and you're finally able to get on A. Actually, just trying to find an angle from down low, maybe to find one and get his team inside. But
he's in Shotzzy's hole, and he's looking to make plays from it.
He's just not sure. He doesn't have any help. Doesn't have any help in there.
Yeah. This has been a good stretch now from Optic. I mean, you were down, what, 6 or so lives. You bring it within 2. You're looking to get the minute extension. Now this becomes winnable. Or, well, at least you made some progress. It goes to around 5. Kenny was on a little bit of a streak there with a sub in hand. He was on 4 in a row before he dropped. You get some nice kills in transition if you're Falcons. So now we slow down for a moment. Shotzzy's still trying to be the point man, though, and we'll see if he can get looser than a goose as he gets up into art. And while he's doing just that.
Yeah, now this could be a problem. Actually, that was working the pinch, but he's going to get caught. Now all map control over to Optic. You have 2 players on it. You got to deal with Shotzzy inside of art. And it just feels like sometimes you can just never get him out of here. A nice nade from Xnid. Now a 2-man chow. They're able to do so. So a nice little retake, but you have the 4th tick in if you are Optic.
It is funny how much it takes to deal with Shotzzy sometimes. Like I said, we talk about teams like Rocket that won't go away. Like Shotzzy's just that player that won't go away.
Yeah. And he's right back in your base.
A nuisance at all times.
I mean, some tough timing here from Dahum, but yeah, Shotzzy is all the way through, is able to find one. Luckily, you're there for the trade.
Yeah, exactly. At least, I mean, you haven't allowed him to do too much damage. Like, he's made some plays, but, you know, it's a killer 2. It's not a 7 spree in your back line. 6v6 now in lives, 22 on the clock.
Now it's Hook here. I mean, this is going to be tough. And you're spawning them far with Hook in this spot. You saw trophies are down. It's a big win for Dahum. Maybe to give them a chance, but they have to get on the point. Not going to happen. Optic now up 2-0.
I think my favorite thing, I just want to clip all of Kenny's facial reactions after rounds and maps. Okay, now he's smiling. Now he's having fun. But
Well, did you just see that, or did you miss that?
No, I didn't.
Oh yeah, Shotzi's just yelling, get in the point.
Get in the point.
Well, get in the effing point.
Some quality beams here from Dashy and our best play. Now he's smiling. There he is.
Starting to have a good time.
He just looks. He cracks me up, bro.
And Hook, he is just in the zone.
Yeah, he sure is. He's in his monitor. He must have that.
He's got some great curls
going
on.
He's got that nameless vision.
Well, that was a mismade.
Sure was, Joe. Well, up 2-0 in the round, up 2-0 in the series. They can close it out here. Well, I mean, that was a really good opening half from Falcons in that round, and then it just, well, it wasn't. They dealt with a couple tricky scenarios well, but ended up collapsing towards the tail end of it. Coop on the hunt. Little sprint back, little sprint up. Now out your window, and where did he go?
Not sure, but if he's in my window, I need to find him. I'll tell you that much. But DeHuman actually able to find some kills on the point. You've been on A this entire time. Get one tick done.
This map, that's just, you go from the second floor of a building to a hole to holding an angle in the opposition spawn all about 2 seconds. It can be nuts. You call them out in one spot and you very, very different spot within a second or two. Dashy just trying to stay up there. Spot, shoulder, instead just gets ripped. We played him even in the lives department, but for Falcons, again, there's just been not a ton of opportunity on the point. They almost got the second tick done today, but couldn't quite close it out. Defensively, you've got one player on B and one player on A, so you lose two. Kenny's got to try and win one. He's not able to do that, so this should end up being the finish here onto A in the minute extension.
Yeah, get the 4-man stack down and get it done quickly. There's a minute 30, and now you're up 3 lives. They try to get for a bit of a retake to put some pressure on it. Does Shotzi, but DeHuman is there. That is a tough gunfight on the dash. You're just going to have to back away and wait for your friends.
Wixel, I thought I got away from him, but he reels it back in and takes the fight. Getting aggressive on one side will be Kenny, who's still rocking that sub throughout most of this. Just trying to keep that pressure mid-map. Always be a threat there with Shotzi. 7 health in a dream is Roxas, and he drops. So you've made a presence on A. It's just, can you do the harder part? Can you get it done at B? And, you know, even though Shotzi can get a ton of kills, it was him or Hook in Art. It was someone getting into Art. Like, are they going to be able to do that?
Yeah, they just haven't been able to, right? Who's been watching that pinch the entire time? And really what they're trying to do is just get any sort of street control right now. Finally, DeHuman actually able to find some kills, but quickly he was off the point.
At least you got a trophy down here. So you got a little bit of coverage, just puts a little bit more pressure.
Yeah, gone now, though.
Okay, well, a little bit of pressure as the utility exhausts that pretty quickly, and well, all of your teammates end up dropping. So it's Xnid really going to be the lone man here for a second. Just trying to pause the clock when he's able, but you peek a little too far, and Dashy sends you.
Yeah, he's ripping on it. Yeah, 5 in a row, and he's just been top art to bottom art, winning every single gunfight on the street, allowing Shotzi to hit the pinch. And this is looking done.
Yeah, I mean, you got 3 subs just flying, just letting Shotzi get to his spots and just smoke people, but it just feels like with the 3 subs, I mean, you can just apply a lot of pressure. You get like one wave of kills, someone gets a multi-kill, and you're just cutting down people on angles as they're coming off the spawn. Good looking stuff there from Optic is, yeah, I mean, it was tough through the first couple of maps. They had some battles, but they get it done there. Kenny's hand straight to his hair again. He's just like, I'm done with this one. They take it 3-0, they get the victory. Some good moments from Optic. I mean, a series we thought they'd win 3-0 and move on from Vegas Falcons. Maybe some improvements, but we still need to see more.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing for Optic is you kind of survive the early pressure from Falcons in that map 1. Going down 90, like, you have to lock in, right? You have to play some good, good fundamental Call of Duty. They're able to do that in that first map.
Yeah, because I think this is one where like they might be tempted to just like, play with overconfidence, just come out and shoot, just be like, we're gonna win with talent. But like, that's not really what the Falcons are lacking. Like, they have some talent. Like, they're gonna at times be able to shoot back with you. Like, don't fall into that trap. Kind of like just play COD how we know to play COD. Put them away. And it just, maybe they need a wake up call, as you said, kind of in that map 1. Fact is, they get the 3-0 victory. Maybe not as clean as a 3-0 as you'd like if you're an Optic fan, but still a 3-0. You still move on and just start to face some stiffer competition as you get going.
Yeah, now you get to rematch versus Boston, right? Who won in that game 5 just that first week. So should be a great match tomorrow.
Yeah, and we've got, one more to close this out tonight. So it's the Cloud9 Surge one, correct? Is that'll be the final match, and then we'll obviously move on through the single elimination bracket over the course of the weekend, but it's just been fun to see how this has gone so far. We had Funcast in the Rocker one early, which was like the longest. That was like a 2-hour series because we did like a full replay of map 4, which was an insane one. This series had a bunch of insane moments. The last one had like the Simp one before, which was ludicrous. I still don't know what's wrong with FaZe because when I watch Simp, he looks like God, but then I'm like, what's happening with everybody else? And then this series was, I don't know. I had a lot of laughs.
Yeah, we had a good time.
No, it really was a good time.
That's what it's about.
Yeah, no, it certainly is. But we're going to take a look at an updated bracket here in a moment before we kick it to the desk to kind of talk about stuff and get ready for our final match of the night. I know Joe is starting to get excited because what time is it? Ohio State game starts soon?
Yeah. About 5 minutes.
Yeah.
This worked out perfectly.
No, I know you're fired up for that one, so we'll be watching that tonight.
And here's that bracket that we were talking about. Yeah, so Vancouver, Cloud9 coming up next, and winner of that'll take down Ravens.
Man, Ravens, I'm excited to see them play more. I don't know. I listen, it's weird. I'm not like a fan of like a team or players, but you just have guys who've been casted a long time that you just like want to see do well. I don't know, like Slasher and like TJ or those guys. I want to see this team do well. I do. I don't know. Just they have these bounce back moments where they've been struggling. It's cool to see them finding some success, especially Slasher spent most of the year like not even playing last year. He was just memeing on Twitter.
Building robots, probably.
Yeah, probably. But he's back into it. And to break this one down before the final match, we'll kick it over to our very wonderfully intelligent desk.
Big brains over here. We all got this one right. Optic Texas taking care of business. It was dirty in the first half, but they're able to seal the deal pretty cleanly in game number 3. Let's take a look at some of the best moments. Allie Cat, who shined from Optic today?
Who shined from Optic today? I feel like everybody had their moments except for Kenny.
Okay.
But we don't want to talk about that. We don't
Didn't have to
talk
talk negative, but all right.
I want to kind of just put the spotlight on, again, Shotzi had a great series. I think Dashy played incredibly well, especially in that search and destroy when it felt like things were getting a little bit funky. So for Optic Texas, still a couple of glaring issues to work on, especially when you're going up against a team like Falcons who keeps putting themselves in disadvantageous situations. So Optic Texas, a couple of tweaking to be done, but I have to give my flowers to Xnid. I have to flip the other side because that was unreal to put 52 on map number 1. He wasn't making a lot of noise, I feel like, in the first 2 opening weeks, and now they make some changes. They unfortunately lose Kicks. That was one of their best players, and he stepped up to the plate during this series. I genuinely wrote down, I thought Xnid and Roxas were about to 2v4 Optic Texas in map number 1.
It was a lot of fun to watch, and this was really the potential we saw back at EWC coming to fruition. This was the Xnid we expected in weeks 1 and 2. Maybe just need a little swap up of the roster for him to truly be unleashed.
No, absolutely. Especially with the SMG in his hands, he was looking like a demon on the map. And, you know, it's tough, too, because when you get to that game 3, I feel like Wixo and Dahum got way more comfortable, right, in that game 3. And that's when Exodus started to slow down a little bit. So it'll be some time. But like we said, man, reps is what you need. And this is a brand new team. Pushing Optic to the limit, maps 1 and 2 is a good sign.
So we say goodbye to Vegas, but we have our scuff play of the game. And it comes from Optic. End of game number 1. This was Vegas's game. How did Optic steal it away?
It was a huge break, right? They didn't have their early rotations. Hook's going to open up with that first kill, and now they're just trying to secure the spawns. And what's crazy here is Kenny's trying to make the play for the cutoff, but unfortunately, he's going to lose that gunfight. They do end up getting that close spawns. Hook's going to be that front line. He's going to find a player, and instead of hitting front of time, he's trusting his teammates, and he's going for the cutoff once again. It is only 6 points to win. Big plays out of Optic Texas.
Yeah, this is well done, well executed, and just like to highlight, like, Shotzi had a hell of a series. Search and Destroy had 4 first bloods. This map he had 40. Dashy had nearly 6,000 damage on this map number 1. Since bringing in Hook, he has been a turret.
I was looking at the numbers. Xnid's 52 kills. It was around 5,400 damage.
Which is incredible.
So that's almost 50 kills for Dashy as well. Great stuff, and one of the longest hard points we have seen. Is Shotzi tired? It's time to find out. We bring him on live. Shotzi, first and foremost, thanks for keeping us all afloat during the holiday season. I was kicked up watching your streams. How are we feeling after tonight's match, though?
Feeling amazing. Obviously, I've been, going kind of crazy on the TL, but that was actually a good match. The Falcon, I actually tipped them because you could actually see that the progress from like when they first joined the league to now, it's like, a steady incline. So it's obviously really good to see for them. So yeah, it was actually a good series, a really good series.
It was fun to watch.
It was. It was really fun to watch. And speaking of fun to watch, I want to talk about map number 2 in S&D. Hook takes himself and Kenny out like round 6. Could you talk me through how that happened and then what comms were like following it?
Yeah, so there's like a new mechanic right now where as if the nade pops the perfect time when you're trying to release a nade as well, it'll kind of just like combine and just explode together. So I'm pretty sure the guy that we first killed had dropped like a detonate, and then Kyler tried nading Spiral, and then it kind of just naded him and Ken. So obviously really unlucky, but it's kind of funny because it happened to them like that same map.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
But yeah.
Thank you for the insight.
Shotzi, 2-part question. The first part is, man, you've been talking some trash lately. Like, where is this coming from?
I have to.
I know you've always been confident, but it's never been like outward. Like, you've never done that before. Where is it coming from, and why do you have to?
I feel like I personally have to because I'm literally not getting real practice. And what I mean by that is like people, they want to say they want to win and this and that, but like when I'm playing against them, I know for a fact they're kill whoring, they're not doing efficient stuff. And to me, it's annoying because like as a competitor, you want to get better. And the way to get better is by playing against good people that actually know what they're doing. And obviously I'm being way more vocal now. I mean, I've thought this throughout my entire CDL, besides like obviously the top teams, but it's to a point where like people aren't even playing. And to me, like, I feel like you're just taking it for granted. No matter if you're the top or low team, like I feel like you're just taking this opportunity for granted. And I mean, we're just gonna keep slamming everyone. So
100%.
Call them out.
I only tip the top teams. And obviously
tip the
we try to figure
teams.
out. Yeah. And
figure out who that is. So yeah.
The second part of the question was, I see that winter jacket behind you. I saw you tweet, you don't have much reps in the snow. What's it like out there in Texas right now?
Dude, it is insane. Apparently there was people like snowboarding or whatever, or like ski. I don't know what the word is, skiing or whatever the fuck.
Well, either one.
Sledding?
But yeah, I mean, dude, I was so scared to drive to the office today because like the highway that is somewhat nearby, like there was literally a truck hanging off the highway, and it had me tweaking coming here. But yeah, obviously, I mean, it's really cool though. So we barely even see snow here in Texas, but yeah, I didn't make no snowman or nothing, for those that are wondering.
Not yet. We're going to let you go do that right now. Shotzi, thank you for the entertainment. I'd hang out with you all day, but we have another match to go to.
Likewise, fuck it, you're the GOAT. Later.
Cheers, brother. That's Shotzi. That's Optic Texas, and they get it done 3-0 in a very long series for a 3-0. We have one more fight to go, though, Nameless. And should we be excited for this Battle of Blue?
You should. These are two dark horse teams that people expected to be better, both sitting at 1-3. Could be roster changes if either one of them lose, so this is a massive match.
Seattle Surge, now Vancouver Surge, takes on the former Subliners, now known as Cloud9 New York. They take the stage when we come back. See you then.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
look at the route that Shotzi's taking, shutting down the entire.
Oh my gosh, yeah, look at Ant on the minimap.
Depending
Guy's
on
an
what
absolute
the timing
butt
of this
cheeks.
looks like, Mac gonna go for the
waiting for the elevator.
Plan,
He's patient.
We've got 3 different floors worth of areas to explore. Your Shotzi, and now the time starts to tick against Optic's defense.
And I don't know if Sib got a sound cue that potentially someone's coming in the elevator. I guess not.
Here he comes.
Shotzi on the pinch. He gets that someone's playing towards top window, and unfortunately, Sib, you just were not ready.
I set him. Come on the stairs, Nice. I'm looking you. Could be outer. Outer. Nice. 3v1. Nice, Joe. Oh, nice, baby. Oh, my God.
I mean, I'm trying to scam it. They won't even kill me.
Can you act out the coolest kill you've had so far in Black Ops 6?
Act out?
Yeah, show me with your hands. What did you do?
I can't show you the hands, but I can show you the Omni movement.
There we go. All right, let's check it out.
The chair's gonna...
Yep.
Okay.
Oh! Hit him with the side strafe.
Is he gonna come back?
Number 40.
Yeah, brother.
Done. Hydra.
The first win for LA Thieves. God damn it, I love to be a Thieves fan right now, gentlemen. We just hit 10,000 viewers. The boys just got the first win of the 2024-2025 season. Holy shit. We should have won 3-0, but we'll take the 3-1. A win is a win, and boys, we look f***ing dangerous.
Stuff there.
God, I love this shit.
It's like watch.
If I leave, do you guys leave as well? Do you remember me from DMT?
No, I don't think so. Oh, with your leader though, I don't know. Oh, I just got clotheslined by the jumper. No.
Jump. Get it.
I'll be honest, that didn't cross my mind. I was trying to send it in, boys.
Nah, for real. They be talking tough, but they won't get up in that field. ARPs and 223s get hit up in your grill. Iron on me like I'm Tony, like an orange eye pill. Come and get your shorty, cause she tryna cop a feel. She know look chaotic, keep it hot before the deal. And you steady talking out your neck, it's never real. So I say nah for real. Nah for real. Yeah.
You've got a world champion in attach alongside what could have been a rookie of the year. He was second in his rookie year and was an upcoming star in Sib. Off to a slow start. What do we expect from them today as we're about to see a battle of blue?
We expect them to put in a lot of work on the dynamic of this team and kind of what everybody's roles are. Because right now, Mac is the best player when you have ARs like Attach and Sib, who are supposed to be laying in that damage and setting the pace for this team. So for Cloud9 New York, that's going to be their main focus. Both Attach and Sib are rocking a 0.7 in hardpoint right now, so looking to up their damage as well. I mean, they lost to a Game 5 to Carolina, and they've had a really tough schedule. They've had to go up against Optic Texas that we just saw, as well as the top team in LA Thieves. So for them, I think this is kind of a proving ground.
Nameless, give me an X factor today. Is it an AR or an SMG?
Yeah, it's the AR duo 100%. Ali just talked about it.
Nailed
Like,
it.
stats don't mean everything, but when you got 0.7s on both your ARs, it is a problem. And with these guys, the dynamic, it just hasn't been smooth. Sib is a super slayer, like really can take over games, and it hasn't been like that. So I think today they got to fix it. And then the control. 0-4 in that game mode is unacceptable, which is the most skill dependent.
I like that you said 0-4, because 0-4 plays on the other team. Let's talk about Vancouver's Surge. This squad seems to just soak up the airtime. They want to go as long as they can in a best of 5. 0-4 last time was able to clutch up. Nasty and Hixie, though, have been brought onto this squad. Have they been the difference that Vancouver was looking for?
A little bit. I mean, they're pretty average across all game modes, but that also can be what makes them scary, because that means they could win at literally any moment. Where on the flip side, we have teams that are 0-4 Control, 1-6 in S&D. They're about 3-4, 3-5 Vancouver across the board. However, they are on a 3 hardpoint losing streak, so maybe some opportunity in the map number 1 for the other side.
Yeah, there's left a lot to be desired, right? Like, I look at this roster, I just feel like they get diffed in a lot of matchups, especially in the respawn, and they haven't excelled in search and destroy. As Ali and Chris mentioned, like, they go to game 5 a lot, 1-2 in game 5 with the only win up against Miami on that red card. So I still need to see some more from Surge. As stands right now, just incredibly average.
Can I just say, studio lighting and makeup is on point today. Well done, production. Let's show you the games coming your way for the final fight of the night. We've already seen 3. This will send our 4th team packing from the minor.
I'm honestly really disappointed to not see Hacienda in this series at all, especially for the side of Cloud9. They're going to give Vault Control another go when they're already 0-4 on it. But for the flip side, I like the red card hardpoint for the side of Cloud9.
Yeah, the Hasi's definitely tough. That's the one thing that stands out to me. But yeah, both these teams seemingly in the same spot. It's really hard to predict this matchup, I'll be honest. I don't know which way this is going.
Oh, really? Because you're going to have to figure it out real quick. It's time for our Scuff Pick'ems. We got 30 seconds till the match, so let's speed it through. Nameless, you lead everybody. I'm going to copy your pick to keep the lead over Ali. Go ahead.
All right, I'm going to go with Cloud9 New York. I think they get it done here. It's a tough one. Like, I was on the fence, but I'm going to lean over to New York side.
Ali, you catching up?
Yeah, you know what? Good try. I'm going Cloud9 New York as well.
Okay, then I'll go Vancouver and give you a shot here. Let's make it fun. It's time to send it over to my real favorite casters. Merc and Maven were just in the room. It's Miles and Chance. Take it away, gentlemen.
You have to say that, Chris. You say that to all your casters.
I love you all.
Oh, you do.
You're my favorite.
Oh, you're the best, man. All right, guys, here we go. Last match of the day, and it's bound to be a delight. What did you say before the break, Chance? You were like, we now know who the best green team is. We know who the best purple team is. And now we're going to find out who the best blue team is.
No, hold on. I said we know who the worst is. Whoever loses is the worst of each respective colors, because it's a single elimination tournament. The loser of this series, done, dusted. They got to put their feet up and watch everybody else have fun. They become Squidward.
Didn't think that was coming out of your mouth. Here we go, folks. Red card, hard point. First one of these we saw today. The Heretics looked sensational on. All bets are off. Pick'ems are in. Actually, your Pick'ems might be in tatters after today. Minor one has been spicy, let's say that much. Here we go, though. Our first map of the final series of the day. Vancouver Surge and Cloud9 New York. Let's get it.
And honestly, maybe the best possible map for C9 New York, just to get the indication of how Attach and Civ are going to perform. Again, the 2 AR players that are struggling the most in the league at the moment, and this is a map where your AR players need to thrive. So we'll see how it pans out long term and the short term back. Nice routes, trying to get that big steps control, and he's going to get it in absolute force on the map for C9.
Yeah, nice work. 3 seconds garnered. But no one's playing for that hill. No one wants it. No one's about it. Worried about map control. This could be going to the game clock. That's an early call from this commentator, but a just one at that. 15 seconds remaining on P1. Can Attach get it all?
I mean, honestly, yeah, you're not wrong. 40 seconds off the game clock, and we have not gone to our second hill yet. So you might be onto something, and maybe C9 will be onto a pretty clean rotation. They got eyes on Nasty as well. The trades rolling through. Civ there for the cleanup. And now the question is, how effectively do you read these spawns? Krempt inside the hill is going to be turning him and Mac one direction, and the other two duo from C9 worried about the other. So heads up about the spawns. Problem is, you still might end up down numbers depending on where the push is going to be come from. And right now, the minimap still scattered, but C9 has kept things under control.
Very much under control. Mac uses the force to take care of that one. Civ on the cut. 6-2 now. His spree comes to a close, and that's all dead. C9. Vancouver Surge opportunity to come back right here and now.
Yeah, C9 kept things under control until Charlie Hixie steamrolled through and was able to pick up 3. And I think Hixie has been the player that when he has had the hot hand and respawns and when he is shooting, Vancouver Surge thrive. When he is struggling, though, the team follows suit. So always got to pay attention to him as if you're paying attention to minimap. C9 New York staying very far ahead of the rotation. I mean, they just won the fight for the scrap time. And on top of that, Sib is already posted up on new. This is going to be fantastic initial time coming in from C9, who already have a 20-point lead.
It's a sensational journey across the map to try to get over towards the parking structure now for the Vancouver boys. Hixie has done a nice bit of work and continues to do so on the approach towards this hard point. 0-4 in the back spawns. We're able to get at least one in there. Mac on the quick turn though. Nice shots into the second. Another 2-piece there for Mackenzie Meltz as he keeps the play going. The third on the hill. Nice work. He's looking to streak soon.
Yeah, shout out to Mac, the absolute bailout player for the team. I was kind of shocked. C9 never read those back spawns coming through. I mean, that's like, to me, just a gimme. Everybody spawns in the back on this one, but whether or not they read it, absolutely gonna slam the door shut. I mean, Mac sets you up for the initial time, attaches there for the potential cleanups, and even though he gets caught, once again, the scrap time should be going towards C9, and I mean, they've just been sort of steadily running away with this game, so casual and comfortable thus far on red card, and great news for the C9 fans. Attaching Sib doing pretty well in the sign category.
That's all you needed. That's all you wanted. You got it. 10-7 now. 8-4 for Sib. Sprint over towards that new hard point. Surger in. Nasty with the coverage in mid-map, and that's what you want to be seeing as a Vancouver fan. Nasty at that 5-10 alongside a Boozer. The ARs for Vancouver are being battered so far. Sib providing the coverage on the approach to the point. Krem managed to get on the inside there and take care of 0-4, so that keeps the hard point in the hands of C9. Nasty cut down. Max on a run with his 14-8. He's a difference maker.
He's been everything as well. He got the 2-piece to really open up the break for C9 to begin with, and I mean, it cannot be understated. I don't know how much we've waxed poetic about Max so far this year, but the fact that he just took an entire year off and has come back and been the best player on this squad, to me, has been spectacular. So again, very happy to see Mac once again, especially so with the success he's had, at least as an individual, to get those team results to start pouring through. But again, comfortable lead so far, 70-point gap. Maybe this is the first time Vancouver actually have an opportunity to get back in this game.
Yeah, great looks from C9 New York in the rotation front. They've been winning the battles, and look at the scoreline as well. A clean and open hard point for now. 2 men down for Vancouver. That will be the last man alive on the point for a second. Abuza now getting in the mix. Can he find another kill here? No. Great work out of C9. Ruthless aggression and fantastic pressure keeps the hard point theirs.
Yeah, and that's a ruthless feeling as well, right? You finally get stable, win a rotation, get there first, and I mean, you just get broken oh so quickly, and now Mac is team killing, and it still takes 3 players to trade him out. So Vancouver Surge are simply not looking good. Outgunned, outmatched, and outplayed for the moment. Even Kremp now on a 5 spree. Right now for C9 New York, this has just been a pretty comfortable feet up style red card.
Indeed. Well, after our first go around, it does not look pretty for Vancouver Surge. Mac is on one right now, folks. 20-11. He is the man. As we get into our second set of hard points so far, C9 New York in firm control, not only of the score, but of the kills as well.
And I'm worried about some of the players on Vancouver Surge, whether or not Boozer just ends up getting checked. He's double negative, and there is just no answer for Mac. It is always taking multiple players to take him down, and when Nasty gives you 2 in the feed, it doesn't make a bit of difference. You are right back to the wrong side of the map with some devastating spawns, and I mean, C9 in full control. They got the steps pushed out. They got ticket covered. They got players in the power positions, but Vancouver at least pick up a couple kills, but they got a long way to go.
Long way to go indeed. Well, New York, you've started things off hot. Second set so far, so good. Let's go for a quick listen in with the blue team.
H1, I'm dead. H1? Okay.
I'm dead. One shot time. One's H1.
I'm stage right now.
I'm gonna pitch I'm gonna pitch with Mac then.
2 on the right, 3 on the right. 1 time, 2 on the right.
I'm pitching on the right. Pitching deep on time. He's still on time. Alright, play for new. I'm waiting for one stage. I'll stay in the middle. I'm pitching H1.
I don't see mid shit.
I'm H1, I don't see anything. He was empty.
Yeah,
wait, stage we go for it.
1 shot, Max.
One stage, still stage. I need to do is dead. Oh, watch out. Mid door, red. Top red. Let's get top red. Sidewalk. One time. Finding court. Oh my god.
I need a time. You're gonna be middle.
Go top. Get it.
Nice.
I got top. Good shit. The spawning bar.
Yeah, he's top red right now. Nasty.
I'm waiting for the red fly. Let me know. I'm waiting for the mid pinch. Top red. Issue. I need help. Alright, I'll pitch you. I heard the sidewalk call out.
One more time.
I'm top red. I'm blocking. Bar court. I'm blocking out. I'm back out. Sidewalk already. He's on time. This is one fucking court. Yeah, I'm coming back to him. Short. Abu's a one shot. He's going short.
Sidewalk, Hixie. He's just aiming. He's short still.
I'm
living third yellow.
Yeah, we saw back here.
He chowed me. Fuck. Abu's is on our top.
I can definitely take your time out here. Yo, listen, I'm gonna re-order. On time. You shot him. One shot time. He's on the close steps.
Going deep right. 60.
Someone go rails. I have your top bus shot. Nothing here. Waiting back steps. I see him. Abu's one shot.
I'm rails right now. I don't see him on top. Top.
I'm telling you.
He's one on top. Out of one shot, Hixie.
Make him in white. Stay alive. Yeah, they're falling back in
they're spawning out or dipped.
Behind you,
one shot, dead.
Nice, take a shit.
I'm pitching cross time
as well.
I'm seeing dead with dead.
Nice time, one shot, dead. Bust. Outer as well. One step, just telling you. He got me, I was going shot. Yep.
I'm gonna go from the
Get top.
I'm backstairs, not
Stand in your right.
Backstairs,
one bullet. I have rescues out.
One bullet. You could take a route.
I'm back in for it. I'm all the way. I'm good time. One middle. One time.
I'll boost this wicked over.
Not a bad listening there from C9 New York Chance. However, Vancouver Surge are slowly but surely getting back into this.
At the very least, showing some fight, but as you say that is a 3-man life feed, so maybe not enough of one, but we'll see how things develop. But right now, everybody's got the right gun in the right position. Kremp pulling out the AR off spawn, knows he needs to be prepared for the long-range engagements, and Mac has one as well. So C9 want the long-range fights, and they're gonna get them, keeping all this pressure nice and far away. Hixie, though, if the right gun for the job in that moment, able to at least pick up 2, but you'd rather have the ARs over by the stage. A destructive hold so far.
Mac continues, folks, to be a multi-kill machine. Here comes another. 5th in a row. As he is on one, boys and girls. Perfect timing, perfect positioning, and the shots are immaculate. 6 in a row now. No real streaks to be contending with, but 36 and 20, keeping his boys alive in the time. Can his teammates get across for the rotation? Nearly winning 2 gunfights. He had no right to whatsoever. Here comes Surge into the point.
He's just been a monster player. This is an interesting spawn, too. Mac actually comes off spawn right behind all of Vancouver, so maybe the COD gods just want them on his side. Does enough work to maybe buy his teammates a little bit of time, and I mean, C9 will absolutely take that gift and just run away with it. 15 seconds left, and they will take map number 1.
The detonates there, slowing everything down. Krem up close there with the aims, finds 2. The 3rd could be his as well, but no, Nasty battling very much to keep his team alive in this one. What a turn with a pistol on the pinch. Over to Sib, finds 2 on the point. Can he get number 3 and keep his team in the hard point?
Yes, he can. They didn't want to challenge, so he'll take the fight to them. That is 4-man off the map. Vancouver Surge, they're going to have to flood just to contest for a few seconds to force it to the new time. But make no mistake, this is GG, and this was an absolute Mac attack show. Best player in the lobby. It was not close.
Splendid start for C9 New York. I tell you what, friends. Your ARs were shooting. Mac, though, was doing it all. AR, sub, you name it. He picked it up, ran with it. Tremendous effort there from Cloud9 New York. That first map comfortably there is Vancouver Surge. A late resurgence. Too little, too late, though.
You say late resurgent. I'm just stuck on the player cams. Again, I love my degree in armchair psychology. Nothing being said on that side. Nothing but devastation and bad vibes. Maybe the dark and cold weather getting to him a little bit, but that is all 4 players negative across the board. Shout out Zuma for the red carpet. Not ideal. The damage not even there from anybody on Vancouver. Mac doubles up effectively the entire Surge squad. And on top of that, 10 assists, a little bit of hill time, 37 kills. Again, MVP for Mac for sure. You obviously for C9 enjoyed the performances you got out of your AR players. Attached pretty solid in the slaying category as well. And him and Sib, I mean, just an incredibly comfortable game they were able to play.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're looking for. I mean, the endless criticism we've seen for a lot of the players there on C9 New York absolutely righted those wrongs with a performance like that. Definitely what you are looking for. The shenanigans of Vancouver Surge weren't necessarily as present as they have been in the past. Hixie was very much contained, and Abuza, a player we've expected to be individually very, very strong, couldn't really get anything going there. So kudos to C9 New York, a game well played.
I don't even know where we necessarily go from here. I mean, I know S&D, but I just say for me, I'm very concerned about Vancouver Surge at this point, just as a team. They had like a pretty solid first week, but again, just looking at the players on the team, it just does not look like it's good vibes in that camp for the moment. That is certainly something in Call of Duty. Confidence is absolutely king, and you're going at S&D, Vancouver Surge, maybe at the start of the year, we would have expected it to be sort of a bread and butter game mode. Abuza, 04, Rookie of the Year, and like well, arguably, the two guys in contention, and S&D being some of their best game modes, but so far, those two players have struggled quite a bit in the maps 2 and 5, and that has been a pretty big thorn in this team's side. A lot of Game 5 losses they've already taken.
Well, yeah, the Game 5 ones, I mean, they're the ones that weigh on you the heaviest, and they really do come with you throughout a season. If they can avoid that now, let's find out, but you got to stop Mac. That's not going to be an easy thing to do whatsoever, and Sib seems to be finding the confidence here on BO6 alongside Kremp and Attach. Is this the turnaround moment for C9 New York? We'll find out. That's a big one, dude. That's a big comeback there from the P3 in the second go around, but that P4 was devastating to the chances of Vancouver Surge there. Wow, that 170 to 229 split. Oh dear. Kudos again to C9 New York. You take map 1.
That is crazy how red card goes as well. With how close the spawns are on every single hill, a lot of the hills play is just like a bang out. It is a head smash. You're taking gunfights, you know, a second off spawn. Spawn up, chuck a stun, chuck a nade, start shooting your gun kind of vibe. So it's not easy to lock down hills for a full 60, but the two best hills we saw, both for C9, and that's the difference maker. Like 8 out of the 10 hills, neck and neck, 50-50 sort of split. You finally get an advantage in the two teams. Well, the one team able to capitalize twice turns into a massive win. So well orchestrated effort there by C9. Vibes and comms flowing, everybody shooting their gun, and they're absolutely going to carry that into map number 2.
Gonna have to carry it into map number 2 because it's basically a map where you also have to be vibey and shoot your guns. Skyline S&D, we've seen plenty of bang-outs, haven't we, kid? Absolutely. And this is going to be a bang out again of epic proportions. The way that C9 New York are looking, the way that Kremp's always played, Max in good stead right now, should be a banger.
Going to be interesting too. Again, the sort of on paper dynamic for Vancouver Surge and Search and Destroy. You got everything you want, right? You have Hixie, who is one of the better objective players we have in the CDL, a player that will absolutely be active about getting the bomb down. And both 04 and Abuza had a ton of clutches throughout the years past, or well, last year rather specifically. So you have a good setup there. And of course, C9, similar kind of story. Mac back in like MW2 when he was playing with Sib. MW3? Which one did we not have a minimap? Whichever one that was, Mac had a year where he had twice as many bomb plants than anybody else.
Yeah, but he was the guy in that game. It was the New York roster.
I'm so stuck. No, well, yes, he was great in that year as well, but we had a minimap that year, right?
MW19, no red dots on the minimap.
Oh my God.
Yeah, easy to forget. Here we go. Big bada boom, nasty with a sub.
Didn't see that one coming.
Back over to Attach. Look at a hungry baby here. Hungry Kremp. Through the vent, you don't see too many of these, but this is a very viable nade spot. Cut down by 04. Numbers for C9 New York not there. Sib dancing. He's in trouble though on the retreat.
Yeah, he's just going to get back down. 04 doesn't have the chow. Just there to keep him contained, and it maybe bites off a little bit more than he can chew, but this is a 1 versus 4 here from Sib, and I know we saw Simp pull one off earlier, but looking at this mini-map, it is just not looking possible.
I mean, this is as far as he's been pushed. A favorable gunfight for a Mo, but there you go. Surge strike first. It took a while, but they played it sensibly. No 1v4s here.
And shout out Nasty as well. Just getting that Jackal kill up top hallway. It effectively shuts down that entire push. You saw the idea coming out from C9, get the double nades across. If anyone goes for the peak, you're hoping for a freebie, but dude, Nasty just a little too quick with it. Gets the first blood, gets out of dodge, and breaks it all down. In the meantime, 0-4 taking space. Not a player fearful of getting active. Gets down past you, over towards closet, behind enemy lines, and basically ends up in a spot where he can be the guarantee on the round. So efficient work across the board, and now Vancouver Surge takes a bomb in hand right over towards that A side. They go.
Cheeky little nade that explodes just the front side of the bar there. Some more the clearance, and I get the bomb down, and so does 0-4. He gives his life for the plant. 3v3.
The unreadable. Yeah, I've seen that spot against me once in ranked. I stole it from the guy that did it to me. It's a guarantee.
Would have worked twice. Caught out, and attaches there with the hops. Rips the head off a Nasty, but now back over to a Boozer lounging by the sunshade. Xi. No
nice.
Way. Last man Sib. And Hixie with a bomb down finds himself 2 on the round.
Nice wins too. I mean, the player that was behind him, Abu, is just so distant and like sort of out of the action that he has to win that first gunfight or the round gets broken down. And got the information on one, hard read to the second guy, and again, just a situation, right gun for the job. Jackal up close, the aims, stands absolutely no chance. So Hixie out there getting it done. And again, for the S&D prowess, I mean, they're getting the bomb plant down in the first 10, 12 seconds of the round. They're letting the action come to them. Vancouver, that is how you do it.
Nearly a teammate off the back of a teammate's head. Did a lot of damage to Krem. You're in. You find the first. Nice work from C9. New York, 3 in the feed. Hit Nasty last man. It's nearly perfect. It's perfect. What a bounce back.
And again, that's like the map, the way it plays out. The most standard sort of push is just head smash over towards A. You take the fights, you're going to be running in towards stun, running in towards nades. But if you're just trying to play bully ball, that's the way to get it done. So C9, no nades, no worrying about top Paul, not trying to do anything creative. Just run it down and say, I'm better. And see if you can get that win and at least success in that round. See if they can bounce back and cook something up on defense, because Vancouver, I'd say if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I mean, they got that bomb down for free, so you can go right back to it, except 3-man stack. Things are different this time.
We're not showing a lot of love towards the B-bomb site so far, but there's a lot of players down there by TV. Mac, turn around, son. You have got a target-rich environment. They're making the move for it, but Attach finds 2. Attach finds 2, and pressure out on a Nasty 1v4 game. That round was toast. C9, another banger.
Head smash today. Say whoever's better is going to come out and win this one. I don't know exactly how many bodies were there for C9 to get that first blood, or if Sid just wins the gunfight against a Booza, but they just had the extra bodies there. And I mean, you saw Vancouver trying to work through the middle of the map. I thought it was going to be the right strat call, but it just simply gets red. Attaches there to effectively handle business. And C9, nice back-to-back bounce back rounds as well. Keep head smashing, dude. Loving this A site.
Absolutely.
Or not, you know, you got options.
0-4, I mean, that corner is a death trap. Very rarely do I see that one work out, but you got to give it a shot. Got to try to change something up here, but Surge down a man now in a very, very difficult place to be. C9 should be able to get this bomb down. They've taken a minute or two. They're now Hixie and Nasty there. They might be taking a couple of hits there through the woodwork, but oh, wow. Nasty finds 1.
Oh, that's a huge catch, and you got a Booza getting a pick, so all of a sudden, 2v3, and they're trying to make plays and get active. Hunt these players down, even up the odds, and in the meantime, Vancouver Surge has done the exact same thing. It is the Wolfpack strat, the mentality, group up together and run it down. Vancouver, they are just playing for trades.
I mean, we're still not getting the bomb down, and that's fine for now if you can get the kills. Oh, crap. If you jump over the top of that, it may have worked out. Watch the zip, watch the back stairs. Get the trades done. Krem caught in a bad position, and Sib. It's a 1v2 now from 1v3. Nearly impossible. You say nearly. And those shoulders. Oh, damage. Sim! Oh. Dios mío. What was that little button press? He could have had it. That's a tough one. But Surge, happy to take that.
Yeah, that's brutal. The accidental melee gets you every time. And maybe Merc talk about it all the time. The lack of hit markers is obviously criminal. Don't know exactly how much damage he was able to do to both of those players, but the lineup for the second, it just makes you believe. But just the tragic melee. It happens constantly in this game.
It sounded like one at the very least on the shoulder throwing Hixie, but we'll never know. Unless we rewind the tape, but quite frankly, I'm not going to do that right now, are we, guys? We're in the next round. Here we go.
There's Nate. Vancouver slowing things down dramatically as well.
That's a concussion, excuse me. Uh-oh. This is a nade on the back of a child's car. A toy, if you will. I don't know where that one's going, nor does Hixie, but this one might connect. Attach, catch. Aha, there it is. There's an RC car in my kitchen. What time am I going to? Problems over by the B-bomb.
Gonna break into P2. Okay. Yeah, you're just gonna break into P2 if the car's down low, and you just didn't have enough pressure there for C9. Trying to clutch up in this 2v4. Sid kicks things off, and Mac is alive as well. So Mac now for a 1v3. If there was anybody that could do it on this team, this would be the guy I would bet on.
I mean, right now, he's the guy to do it. Slammage, though. Nasty with a perfect position, and the read. Gun was at the ready. Vancouver Surge starting to come alive in the series.
Yeah, maybe didn't give it quite enough acknowledgement, but the previous round, C9 actually doing a really good job to get the first bloods. Think they have the advantage, but Vancouver just able to clutch up on you. And a round like that in a series between two teams we expect to be tight, you get that one clutch, you're feeling so much better about your chances. Vancouver certainly in the driver's seat.
Starting to get that momentum rolling. This 4-2 is pretty dominant. If not for, again, a couple of individual, we call them bailout plays. A couple of pieces here or there. Some fantastic individual moments at that from Krem. Is exactly what you want. Nearly into the second there. Abuza's aims works perfectly, and it's a 3v3. And it's a fast counterattack here from Surge. Mac, get ready, mate. There they come. Number one. The second, the trades. Oh, but Civ at range makes it a very, very difficult fight to win. Attaching Civ now. The ARs take on Abuza. Whoa, good shots. Not enough. C9 back into it.
That gunfight's impossible as well. I don't know. I see C9. It's very close as well between these two teams, but I think they've had a few better strats on the attacking round. Certainly better at getting the first bloods and able to just play with a good touch of extra confidence. And it feels like their pace is just a little bit quicker as well. Maybe moments where Abuza is just able to catch cramp and get the odds even to a 3v3. You're feeling like there's a chance, but even Mac in the corner, doesn't matter if it gets red, still just a solid gunfight win from him, and the coverage from his teammate, absolutely perfect. In Vancouver, straight through the middle of the map they go.
Whoa, okay. And they pay for it. Hixie down. 04 trying to recover the bomb and take heads. He only gets one out of it. Nice nade out of Mac. So many problems to deal with here on the kitchen battle. Who's trying to play patiently, but it might cost him here. Will anyone push further? Siv's timing. What a snap. Beautiful. Low. Nice shots, but not enough. 2v1. Nasty has got to rip Sib. And I don't think they heard the glass. He's looking for the bomb recovery as well. He should be able to do that at the very least, but not a lot of time. And a 2v1 is going to be tough.
Well, he's got the shackles, so willing to get up close and personal. There's first contact in the gunfight, and not even worse. And NT4, that is just Sib shutting it down. C9 again off the brakes. It feels like their pace and just sort of like force is a little bit more of a presence. And you see the spot there from Sib. Great spot to use just generically for an AR player at any given time, especially on the P2 holds. You can see the piano across. You can cover right side if you need to and be right back on top of those steps. So incredibly useful power position. But C9, overwhelming force. Again, just controlling that A site, dominating that section of the map.
A's the name of the game here on Skyline. Prem taking the low route. You see a few of those. It's Hixie's RCXD. He's not entirely silent while stationary. Stomach's a little bit of noise, but great spot to be in. Easy reads, though. That's Hixie Abuser. Pressure on towards that bomb site. You've lost Nasty. You're down a man. You got to win a very tough trade battle now.
And bomb's going to get planted effectively for free. Gets down and gets out with his life. So a true 3v4 retake here for Vancouver, and simply nothing cooking. You at least get the trades out, but you're still a man down.
See, oh wow, checks every possible corner. His teammates there for the pickup. What a play, 1v1. Hixie spots him out. Toe-to-toe with Kremp. I love this nade. That hits. Here comes Kremp to finish what he started. Hixie guns him to bed. What a round.
Oh.
Map point, Vancouver Surge.
And that is ice cold from Hixie in the player cam as well. Just ready for the next round and maybe putting the fear of God into Kremp just a little bit. Had him down to 50 HP. Took away half his health with the frag. And Kremp, you thought he was sliding in for the trade. He hesitates just for a moment and gives Hixie the opportunity. And I'm going to slide into the bomb head glitch as soon as he healed up. I mean, that just became free. So Kremp, a hyper-aggressive player, sorely missed in that moment.
And that's one of those moments where he's like, he's confident. He thinks it's only Hixie. I can take him in the straight fight. Hixie's the kind of player, incredibly unpredictable, difficult to deal with, can never be overlooked or underestimated. And that is a moment that proves it so well. Here we go. Map point for Vancouver Surge. A hyper-aggressive hit here from New York. They're pushing right up.
Oh, Mac in a very delicate situation as well. But look at that. Just the Sid gets the coverage on Nasty and sets up the entire push from the team. That is beautiful teamwork from C9. We're shaping up for a round 11. 0-4, a player worth watching in the clutch, but a 1v3, this is looking very difficult.
Oh, they've got him, they've got him completely covered. He can fight his way out through the back here. He's never going to reach Sib. Laying down over there. Round 11, C9 New York. Off the back of a ridiculous two-piece from Kremp on grass. Here we go.
And I just love the aggression from C9. They've been dominating the A site quite consistently, but Sid gets Nasty one shot like bottom bed. And what happens is 0-4 was all ready to top plat, even though he started off on defense. He got there that quickly. And Mac, this same thing, took a route to get into your spawn that fast. And that's just the isolation to go and get that first blood. Obviously, Mac snapping in that round as well. But there's the gong, there's the setup, and it is C9 with defense for this final round.
Oh my. Mac, the go button has been hit, and he's sending it forward. He's gonna run into a lot of trouble up here, but okay, the dip down the kitchen. Nobody home there for C9 New York. It might be a straight 4v4 retake, and I think it will be. Here we go. Bomb plant to decide the map.
And choices to be made as well. You try to wrap back through spawn. You got Nasty posted in a diabolical spot on patio. So C9, you don't want to take that route. You want to coordinate together and try to work through mid.
Lethal's tactical starting to run out. Here comes all the slide. Hixie saw them. Red dots populate the minimap. The pinch. We're in. Can Hixie find his? Toe-to-toe with Kremp. Finds another two. It's down to a boozer. Nasty now has to reinforce. 15 seconds on the bomb.
There's just no time. Someone's going to have to hop it in just a second. Still, no one's going to be on it. Down to 10. You got to get to the bomb for the prayer, and Nasty is here. Has to win the first one, and he can't get it done. C9 with no time left on the clock. Win map number 2.
It's the veteran play from Attach. He knows the time. He jumps straight on that bomb, and that is a sensational save from C9 New York. The vet saves the map. And you stay up 2-0.
And that is just such a delicate moment, too. He just has to kill either one of them, and it's a guarantee getting the damage on the cross. And not to mention, that's a wall bangable spot for the defuse. If you can get out towards hot tub, you can just start lighting that thing up. So you have options for the clutch, but as you call it, veteran plays to make sure you hunt that guy down sooner rather than later, and don't give him the opportunity to clutch up. But There's C9 and tip it to Kremp. 5 first bloods is out of control. That's as good as you could possibly ask a player to give. And not just him getting the double digits off the back of it, Sib as well getting 10 and outputting crazy damage on Skyline.
I think I'm trying to remember who the last player was. I think it was Mac. He's also dragging aim assist as well. He's getting in front of that wallbang spot to make sure that he's not going to be able to get any tags in through it, just in case. Man, that was a delightful end to a very, very solid search and destroy there on Skyline. GG's. C9 New York way up after what was a very difficult opening couple of weeks for them here in BO6. I'm impressed. I'm enjoying it a lot, Chance. We've still got plenty of series ahead of us.
Absolutely not shaking some of that ping rust off. You got to do what you got to do, just like the desk. I'm sure has a good breakdown or two for us as well.
This is going to be a fun one. Alley Cat, I thought it was going to be 1-1. I thought it was going to be 2-0. We end up with the 2-0. It was a nail biter, though. That came down to 0.4 on the clock.
0.4 on the clock, but it came down to Kremp. What do you mean? Screw the clock. Kremp went God mode in those last couple rounds of that search and destroy. I mean, C9 goes 3 up, and then Vancouver trade 3 more back. The only thing is that C9 was putting so much pressure and roaming on the map. The second they got a first blood off of the back of Kremp, 5 of them, they instantly pushed up the other side of the spawn in grass and constantly took up lanes and space on the map to get them these rounds wins. And for Kremp, what's funny is he hesitated in that one round. They loses the 1v1 versus Hixie, and then in the following rounds there's no more hesitation from him. I like to say if you have to hesitate, then you should already stop yourself because you're too late. Kremp takes that to heart. Bang! Gets the ace in the last round, wins them that map number 2 to go up 2-0.
Nameless, how often do you see teams lose around 11 and are able to bounce back from an 0-2 start?
Yeah, I mean, it's happened. History kind of seen a lot of reverse sweeps, right? So it's definitely on the table here, especially with how weak Cloud9 have been on the Game 3 controls, 0-4 in it. So don't count Surge out just yet. But when I look at that map, man, it's just Kremp calling game in round 11. I mean, in this situation, like, he pushes up and he finds this, which was a massive kill. You got one guy you need to push out on their side, which they do. And if you're on the other side, if you're Surge, you know this. And if you're nasty, you have to start to close space. There's not enough time for them to really defuse the bomb, right? So you have to close space and give yourself an advantage. He just unfortunately plays a little bit too slow. And now they find themselves down 0-2. So you have to win this vault control. But like I said, odds are in their favor in this map 3.
Mac melts was the story of game number 1 red card, but we also were keeping our eyes on the ARs. And the question we had was, how is Attach going to play in the hard points? Because he had a really rough week 1 and 2. Let's take a look at some of the numbers from Attach and see what he's contributed in this series.
The map number 1 was great for him. Now on this map number 1, you can see on your screen a 0.85 to a 1.45. Of course, all we have is this one series to go off of, but this is enough, right? That Cloud9 is the Cloud9 we were hoping to see in that opening hardpoint and red card. Sib, I believe, ended up being like 18 and 18. He was soaking up the hill time, and so maybe they finally found their roles, and maybe Attach is going to lean more into that Slayer role because we know what he can do.
We're diving deep into some really small numbers here, Nameless, but shout out to production who gets them this quickly. The question I have is, what is his role moving forward? You're in the driver's seat with a 2-0. Is there any pressure on this man?
Yeah, I mean, I think in that first map, like, they did a really good job controlling hedges, which on, like, Stage Hill and on P2, MP1 is, like, you have to prioritize that, right? So I think for him, it's just trying to be in the right spot at the right time and control the pace of the game, which is exactly what he did. And we saw Mac piggyback off that and fry, like, 37 kills, right? So you have to have structure with this roster, and I think that's what Attach is providing, especially on that red card, which now officially is their best hardpoint map.
With that structure, the whole team is finding their form, especially most recently, Sib and Kremp. Let's take a look at their map 2 domination. It's basically, 1,600 and 1,700 damage each, Alley Cat.
So they combined for the 6 opening duel win rates, but 5 of them fall over to the Kremp side of things. Kremp was everything in the later half, but I will say Sib's early rounds is what kind of kept them into the game.
Let's keep a look at where we're at in our minor. This is day 1. It's a whole new tournament style, single elimination. All 12 teams are in. But at the end of tonight, we'll send home our 4th. Will it be Surge or will it be Cloud9 moving forward to play Royal Ravens? Right now, it's looking like Cloud9 in the driver's seat.
My prediction was Cloud9. I still think it's going to happen. And, man, they can't get set too early, though, because you never know what can happen in the series. You've already seen a reverse sweep. Could happen once again.
All right, we've got about 30 seconds before the games begin, so let's take a look at our map 3 and what we expect to see moving forward if we get through Vault. Skyline Hardpoint. Is this a good map for Vancouver? Can they force a Game 5?
Not a great map for Vancouver. These are more slower style players. They're not going to love a small map like this, especially with the way that Mac and Kremp are playing right now. Skyline Hardpoint is the last one that they want to spawn against.
And just to reconfirm, I picked Cloud9 to win this, right? Yep, that's what I thought too. Miles and Chance, take it away.
That's what we all thought, Chris. Well done, mate. No, I didn't know coming into this one. I really had a lot of faith in the way Surge would come out and play this one. But so far, they've been taken to task by C9. Great looks from them. See how Vault Control goes in just a moment, Chance.
Yeah, and I'm at the point where I'm very concerned about this Surge roster, because even if the reverse sweep happens and decent control team, they can make things happen in the respawn. I'm staring at a red card Game 5, and Vancouver Surge have been spamming red card S&D to no success. I mean, they've had effectively the exact same strats that they just sort of send 0-4 on the flanks on offense. They do the same thing over and over and over again, and they have not gotten a different result. So if we get there, it'll be exciting to see if they've mixed things up, but it's going to be a long time before we potentially get there. Abuza has been a tank in control. You're going to need that and then some right now, because Attach and Sib, they have not been faltering the way they might have had in the first 2 weeks. They got the ping rust off. These guys are good to go.
Yeah, they're real. Let's go. Here we go. See what they got in Vault Control. C9 on attack first. We're going to see Vancouver Surge. We're flooding right through and
never mind, dude. Chalk it up.
Chalk it. You might be looking at a very awkward counterattack situation here, but Mac's going to make the most of it. Trades done, and you're in on the zone.
Yeah, in case anybody's confused, that is Attach while he's cooking a frag. A nade lands at his feet and blows it up in his hand. So frankly, just good pre-nades coming out of Vancouver. It's the default. You just chuck it over mid. You'll get so many kills doing it.
It happens, and it's really annoying, but it happens. Good shots there from Kremp on the 3 down right now for Vancouver Surge. That's an issue. Last man left alive, Pixie, and he's keeping the boys pinned down. Nice work on a Sib there. He finds his 5th in a row off the rip.
There's about to be a tick on the B zone.
Yep.
They have to leave just Attach on it by himself. Max there for the reposition, but you get at least 1 tick, so already you're, mildly happy about the situation, but much more concerned about Hixie, who is now on a 6 spree.
Yeah, the tick is great, but the life count, it's starting to get real big. That's definitely not what she said. Back over towards A, we now go. A lot of pressure now through the middle of the map. It's just annoying for C9 New York all over the place. Hixie is still roaming. Trying to get the knife in the back of Mac. It's a no-go there as he gets brought down. The spree comes to a close. You save the B zone. 36 seconds left on this thing, though. Can you stop it? Kremp is a nightmare to kill as well. Second seg A complete.
And this is a decent little stack as well. Going to get 3 players on it, and that is going to do the trick. Not even a fight from Surge on the retake. They're trying to set up for the kills after the fact, which they're not going to get. Sib and Mac, that long-time duo, both wins their ones, and it's Abuza behind enemy lines over towards gold that maybe is going to be the savior for the squad, but Attach on the flip side. Maybe a nice little highlight, drags 2 to the grave, but for Vancouver, they will be much quicker off respawn.
Attach with the pistol. Wow. Big fan. 04 finds 2, brought down immediately. 110 on this one, and the life count is right back in there. C9 New York. What a flurry of kills, what a flurry of activity, and now one last stab at B. Halfway through it. Here come the nades, and there are the trophies as well, so we're in for a fight.
Oh, and Abuza got caught. Sib wins the gunfight, so now it's all guns forward, and that was sort of the anchor for the team. You needed Abuza to live, and now everybody is falling on Vancouver.
Oh, wow.
Desperation effort. 2 ticks are already through, and this is looking like it's going to be a C9 round win.
Kremp goes huge. The old left-right slide. Good night. Round 1 attack. C9 New York.
Yeah, and that's the type of setup that if you get it in ranked play on defense, you seem like it's golden. You get a guy behind the screen, and you can shoot everybody in the back. It is so difficult on the attacking teams to manage that situation, but big difference between ranked and the pro level. C9, super heads up plays. Everybody knows the situation. They're waiting for the guys to get in position to force Abuza to look forward, let Sib go get that kill, and make sure no one overcommits at the site. And of course, as soon as C9 start attacking, they just jump all over it. Monster plays being made there. C9 with a pretty sizable advantage now on this map.
Surge can put it right back. A big slow round on defense there from Nasty. See how the attack goes. Oh, you just get past some of the frags, but oh, you take so much of a hit there. 04, 9 HP, stays alive. Oh, and he's schmoving. Beautiful shots there in a Sib. Will be taken care of, and Sib somehow catching Nasty out there with a submachine gun in hand, and that is a devastating blow. Takes you onto the zone for nothing. Beautiful hold so far from C9.
Yeah, unfortunate little moment. 04 just doesn't quite give his teammate enough time to be there in position for the trades, but this time 04 is just good enough to be the one-man wrecking crew. Picks up the 2-piece, and as it gets shot in the back, how do these trades develop? It is the chaotic moments around all these pillar fights. But Krep, maybe he just lives for it. That is 3 in a row, has a little bit of help, finally falls, but now Attach waiting in the wings in top cat, and oh man, Attach with a sub in his hands. You miss it.
Vintage pieces. 36 seconds on the clock, paused. Attack over towards the B side of the map. That's where we are right now for Surge. But Krem's trying to stop this play right here and now, and he does again. Magnificent game of Vault so far from that man.
There's just going to be such a long way to go for Vancouver. Dealing with the C9 that is shooting hot, getting the trades where they need him to. Attach just entering for the rest of his team. And right now, Vancouver maybe picking up the extra kills, but on the game clock is just 15 seconds. They don't have progress on either site. And Mac from the depths of hell able to pick up a 2-piece. And Vancouver just not really a coordinated effort just yet to get to this zone. Maybe this could be their moment because Kremp found a way to die.
3-man stack. 3-man stack. This zone is going to fly. Attach from down low. Quick contest. Enough to cause some problems. Abuza wins the fight up by B, so now 2 dead. This is a big moment. All right, if you get the numbers across fast enough, can Attach slow them down? He does. Can he find any more kills out of this life? No. Reinforcements now in position to at the very least contest with the attack on a B. Whoa, Abuza finds another. Nasty fighting forward as well. The trades are nearly done. Is it enough to get more men on the zone?
Well, yeah, it's a 4v3, so I don't know how Kremp managed to kill himself. I didn't see where he was on the mini-map, but like, it didn't seem possible. But as he lags out, Vancouver, they're just going to clean up on this B zone, but this is one for the rest to decide. But clearly, some kind of issue taking place for Kremp. But wasn't his controller. I mean, his controller was working great. Kid was shooting. Something else going on, a little bit of funny business is a 5v3, and C9 just simply don't have the numbers in more than one way.
Yeah, in more than one way. Well, we'll leave that to our referees to decide. An awkward situation indeed.
I don't know if it was a bug, if he ran off the map as a means of saying that there was some sort of problem, or if it, like, I have no clue, but I saw the mistakes were made and I couldn't see what happened on the mini map, but like, unless you're running out of bounds, I don't think it's really possible.
I'm not sure. Not sure, mate. We're waiting for an official call here from our referees. But in the meantime, a hard-fought battle from C9 New York. And Vancouver holding on in the control. I'm still just loving the Mac performance, man. Kremp's really having a go this map. Mac's been the man in the first 2.
It's his consistency as well, I'd say, is the biggest thing for me. It's not just like one random series here or there where Max had like the pop-up performance. Even at Kayson's tournament, he ran before the year really like and truly got kicked off. That was our first like good look at how Mac is going to perform. And admittedly for the team of C9, didn't do so hot in the tournament, but Mac, no rust at all, absolutely fried from everything we saw from him, which is wonderful to see. And he simply has not stopped. He's a little too close to his cam, but outside of that, he's been great.
Big talking point here from this series again has been the performance of the ARs for C9 New York. Attach and Sid both having a great series. Definitely contributing massively to the success they've seen against Surge so far. But again, folks, this is a one and done here in Minor 1. If you lose, you are done for the weekend. You will not have a chance to receive any more CDO points or a slice of the $20,000 first place only prize. We'll take a look at the bracket once again. The winner of this going up against the mighty Carolina Royal Ravens. That is going to be something. Breach and Optic waiting there as well for a battle towards that semi-final position. Thieves, FaZe, that's going to be a real treat. And another purple showdown. The purple team's at the bottom side of the bracket. Who's coming out on top? Ultra. They got to see what Rocket were all about today against the Gorillas mates, and see those guys go up against each other tomorrow. But a fantastic look so far at Minor 1. Yeah, it's been a ton of fun. Had some crazy matches, those shots. That first, that Vault Hardpoint Falcons Optic, sensational. Heretics versus FaZe, the red card was really good. So, I mean, we're seeing upset maps here or there. I mean, great performances individually and great performances as teams. But, I mean, I don't think there's really been an upset so far. Don't think we've had that.
Not at all.
These kind of,
and
you know.
For sure. And not that it's like necessarily an upset, it's a kill record thing, but the fact that Axenet just dropped a 50 bomb. Didn't know how many 50s we were going to see on the year. I'm expecting that number to very much be in the single digits, and I assure you that was not one of the players I was thinking was going to be on that list.
Nope.
And certainly not against a team like Optic. So that was a crazy map to watch. And of course, dropping 50 for the L is a very strange dynamic. So not happy about that, but enjoying watching those guys shoot their guns. And then, just to fill a little bit more, Carolina Royal Ravens, the best professional sports team in Carolina by a mile. My God, the Panthers and Hornets suck. Admittedly, the Panthers might have a bright future.
Well, everyone has been looking good. The Carolina Royal Ravens in particular have been looking good, and we've yet to see them look super good in game. And you too can also look good in these skins, folks. That's right. All of our CDL skins are now available in the COD store. Go grab them. You've got C9 in game right now. You too can dress up your launchers. Everything in these absolutely delightful camos. Everyone's got custom-made weapon charms as well. I think it's an Ethernet cable that the Heretics have got there. There's a little diamond nut that the Toronto boys have put together. Oh yeah, baby, that nice white FaZe skin. Look at that, giving that boy the bat. Yeah, all these skins are all available. Very, very good looks here from all the squads. Everyone's done a great job. Thoroughly enjoying the way the skins have looked, and also, I mean, the amount of skins I've seen in rank play already. I played a kid from Optic today. There was a couple of actually more than I thought there would be. A lot of Falcons. I think the Falcon skin goes pretty hard. That dark green's really good. Obviously, Rocker repping the red eye of Odin. Very cool stuff, guys. You can grab these as well right now in the COD store. So Heretics play today. C9. Their home and away kits also looking pretty sweet. Chance, you have a fave? You can say Carolina. Actually, just say that. Just do it.
What was the question?
Who's your fave? You have a fave?
I think, well, for like the player skins or like whatever the phrasing would be for that, I don't know. I don't change mine ever. I still run default for the most part. I think the Boston one. The Boston one was super creative, and then I think FaZe's also looks like very clean. Toronto also pretty solid, but then on like the weapon camo front, Vegas Falcons, honestly kind of nice. Like it doesn't look like it, at least it didn't to me at first, and then I saw it again and I was like, damn, that's kind of clean. It's not bad. So certainly some fun ones. Good shout on the Ethernet cable as well for Miami, and
I love that.
See who like turns into rank play demons of like who are the actual good players, because it's always fun to see how that meta develops in ranked.
I remember it was in Cold War, whenever you saw a Florida Mutineer skin, you were like, he's actually going to be really good. And they were always really good. If you ran the Florida Mutineer skin throughout the Cold War season in the rank play, in league play, you knew you were good. But folks, speaking of good, Major 1, we're going to Madrid. Get your passports ready. If you haven't already grabbed yourself a ticket, we are descending upon Spain for the first time, I think, ever in Call of Duty history for a fantastic tournament. The gorgeous city of Madrid. We will be gracing it with our presence, and you will be there as well. Grab your tickets and make sure your passports are in order. And make sure that all of your visas, Estes, whatever you need from the country you're coming from to attend this one, because tickets are flying right now. Toronto Ultra putting this one alongside Koi, and see, already sold out. The Reserve Bowl and the GA Bowl, those are all that is left. So this one is selling out fast, folks. First ever COD League major in Spain. Get down there, we'll be there. It's going to be a real delight. I'm getting to meet a lot of friends and long-time viewers for the very first time who weren't necessarily able to make it to some European tournaments back before COVID, and now we're back. We're going to Madrid. It's going to be a real treat. But again, all of these teams will be there, and it is going to be incredibly important for them. Many, many, many points on the line. Many points, huge points. I know points. A lot of points being grabbed there for that run-up to champs, boys and girls. Chance, you like points?
Shout out 47. Yeah, absolutely love points. They're a great thing to have, and especially at the start of the year, quite literally is the type of thing that can help like define and like make careers in a sense, because when you go and like do a CDL point deficit at the start, it quite literally creates misery for the rest of the year for any given team. If you dig yourself in a deep hole on the points front, it is so difficult to get out of, and that means roster changes. Everybody starts to mix things up, but so far, the mixiest thing in this series has just been Krem's feed lagged out a Vault controller. I don't know if it was lagged out or what the hell happened to him, but he had some sort of issue. Finally resolved. We jumped back into it as it has been C9's series. It is going to be a 1-0 round count in favor of New York, which means they'll be back on the attack. No, Vancouver's on the attack now. That's right. C9 won the first attacking round. Crazy.
Yeah, they did. They captured B last. It was great. Attacking round now from Surge, and that's a lot of ordnance up the corridor. And that's 2 down already. Wow, Surge, you're in trouble now. Nasty have to back on up. He's been fully stunned. He's going to be called out. And here comes Sib right into the jaws of Nasty. Nasty takes a big old bite out of him, and the hip fire does actually nearly get the job done. So trades are going to be done, and now untouched. Wow, nice shots out of 04. A lightning fast opener here. As what a lovely recovery from Vancouver Surge.
Ooh, Nixie might be the guy to help that recovery out. Awful timing there. Unfortunate for him. And yeah, extremely unfortunate because you turn your head and Kremp gives you 3. So that's a painful moment for Vancouver, who again, vibes not exactly flowing on that team. Gonna be tough to bounce back from.
Yeah, and we got ourselves another attached sub moment here. Oh, Kremp, man, the snaps are on point right now. Attach taking routes. Nasty and Hixie find their kills, and that gives Vancouver space back on towards the A zone. Now, there should be a segment if they can close out. They can. Beautiful stuff. Right out of spawn. Here come New York.
Well, there's the fight you're looking for. There's the extra couple kills in the feed. Attached doing a little bit of damage to keep at least B zone secure, but no funny business there. Attached just trying to go through bottom vault into a firing squad, so Vancouver Surge heads up in the moment, but the dust might settle on the A zone, but it is going to be a long way to go for the B zone. Attached now, the aim's in hand. And Hixie, high IQ plays, you think? It's the information. Feeds a Booza a kill, and now is taking the route to go towards Art. You hunt this man down, you get the kill, and things open up, and Mac not prepared. Hixie in the perfect spot.
Yeah, oh yeah. It takes the angle that makes sure he is not spotted on the approach towards this building. And now you pick a corner, any corner. 2-man counter-attack now from Cloud9. First man in. Hixie gets them both. Another big old 6 spree for him, and all dead right now for C9. Stack that point, boys. You've got the read on the player in the middle, and that should be the round. Trophy in position on the front side of the truck, so absolutely nothing is getting through that. Here comes the last-ditch attempt. No lives left, not that it mattered. Beautiful work out of Vancouver Surge.
Yeah, and that is such a perfectly played moment there from Hixie. Like, gets the timing, watches a player go through, calls that out to his teammate, doesn't shoot him, doesn't give away his position at all, and as soon as the kills start flowing through, just has a dead sprint to go and take down Mac, who had no idea that flank was coming through. Then he repositions, picked up the 2-piece back spawn. A lot of players just continue to play for kills in that moment because, frankly, still probably going to win the round if you do that, but not Hixie. Towards the zone, gets a trophy out for the team, wins the final few gunfights. I mean, that is an absolutely perfect sequence coming from him. Tie this up at 1-1, and I mean, he opened the game up on a 6 spree. Now he just ended that round on an 8. He deserved that Christmas.
He certainly did. Meow. Gets himself another. Ooh, perfect read on Mac. The timing's not going to be great, though, but he's there for it. And now looking for the next set of spawners. That's an issue. Dealt with. 10 spree right now for Charlie Hixie, keeping the play going as long as possible. Gets his boys to push up. But nice work there out of Krem. That stops that counter-attack, and now you're right back to square one. C9 still on the attack, still making something happen here, but it's just corner after corner here for Vancouver Surge.
They're just absolutely, like, prowling these outer lanes. Every single player right now on C9 is just getting constantly peppered up, shot in the back, turning heads, and just gunned down anybody that tried to make a play and sneak through. Wiped off the map, and you're just back to square one with some player in your spawn. Not fun to deal with, and Nasty. Give that man a PC check, as Hixie
Something's wrong.
has got the same issue, dude. What
Something's
is going
wrong.
on?
Yeah, that's a tough one. We might be replaying this round again, but yeah, Hixie was very much out of the game there. We'll wait for the referees to fully call this before we do call it, but for now...
Is this like a vault control thing? What's going on?
There's something going on. We saw Hixie there, unable to really move. Oh yeah, he's having something. He doesn't look... Yeah. Doesn't look very normal, does it? That's a tough one. A very, very unfortunate series of events here. This vault, the longest vault control of all time. Dare I say, is this the Ardennes Forest chance of BOC?
Okay, calm down. Let's not
honestly, that's
bring
so
up
messed
those
up.
memories.
That's so messed up.
But I just don't know what happened because I'm assuming Kremp might have run into like the same issue. And then there's a player on the Falcons that I think also on a vault control had the, I mean, I don't know if it's the exact same thing. Maybe this is just a coincidence, but at this point, 3 is a pattern. We need to investigate. Detective Miles on the case.
No, here's what I think, my dear Ashworth. Every single time a player makes their way over towards the B-bomb site and they're cooking a frag grenade, any time they manage to make the past the threshold in towards the zone and did a quick contest, always seems to be an issue. If, perchance, that the Black Fan hasn't exploded and they're still holding the frag grenade while on the contest, there seems to be an issue with their PC. This is what I've deduced from the previous games we've seen today.
Trying to think.
Sorry, there's a lot of noise in the
British
background.
name for a house. We got homes, we got house, and then
Chateau. It's French.
Chateau. A Bovis home?
Abode, yeah. You go with abode.
Well,
my
not
humble,
an
my humble abode.
We'll talk about it later. That's okay. But abode absolutely qualifies. That's not quite what I'm going for, but I don't know anymore. All I know is tied up 1-1. Hixie's a force, and anytime we get a reset, he just goes on a spree. So that is sort of the focal player in my mind for respawns for the side of Vancouver. Even from what we saw in the first qualifying stages, Hixie fried week 1. Team was looking great off the back of it, and then had a few of those 0.7, 0.8 kind of performances in week number 2, and the team suffered off the back of it. So you see when Hixie is playing well, the team just immediately has a tremendous amount of success. And if he's going on the spree, the types of plays you get to see him make are perfect Call of Duty plays, incredibly heads up at all times. He's a fun player to watch.
Really fun player to watch. We're going to watch now some more CDL TV. That's right, folks. Quick break. We'll get this all sorted out. We'll be right back.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Welcome back to the CDL. Wow, what is going on? He's the master fight. This guy is just, that's unbelievable.
Okay.
I knew we were coming back to him. This is not what I was expecting.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, 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 I'm dead. I'm dead. No way.
You buy self revive?
Nope. Honestly, it works out. I'm starving. Krista calls these my old man ship. We're watching Joe while I eat a bunch of tacos. Did you win? How do I have the same amount of eliminations as you?
Yeah, that's some horseshit there. There's no way that's true.
Do you agree with Smokes not being in respawn?
I do personally, yeah.
You do personally?
I do too.
I think it would make the viewing experience worse.
What did I just see on my screen?
Snoopy.
Who was that guy? Did you see that? No. Who the fuck was that guy?
I don't know.
Welcome to the Citizens over there on YouTube. There was some random guy, like, see how they have the quad box? Like, there was some random guy just like in the all 4 boxes, and he looked like he was going crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome back, folks. Well, we've done the very best job we can at piecing together this crime, and currently nothing. But for the time being, we've reset the lobby, and it's going to be 1-1 between our 2 heroes, Cloud9 New York and the Vancouver Surge, in this endless battle on Vault Control.
Yeah, I think just like a scanner repair kind of situation. So I still have nightmares about that phrase. I'll never forget Cold War of what it was like at the start. Oh yeah, that was...
It was bad. It was real bad. I remember it in Vanguard as well. It was pretty prominent. It was tough, man. I remember not being able to load up the firing range while we were searching rank for a while in MW3. That gave me the heebie-jeebies.
See, that is the type of thing that doesn't bother me in the slightest, and then you would crash out like once per like day doing that because you can't help yourself.
Can't help myself. I've got to get up and shooting bots. I'm really enjoying the firing range in this game though, being able to have that like moving target and whatever that recoil board does.
There's a recoil board in there?
That's what I'm saying. Exactly.
I've spent so much time in there, don't even know what you're talking about.
Really? Have a look. Check it out. We're going to check out the maps of Moses as we get through this series as well. Just in case you forgot where we are, boys and girls. It is 1-1 still on Vault Control, but it is 2-0 in the series because C9 New York, my goodness, they've come to play. Red card, a thing of the past. Skyline, they clutched up 2 rounds in a row and a sensational finish. The old vet attach with a superb defuse in the final moments. 0.4 seconds to spare. What a badass.
And yeah, not only that, but like pretty consistent plays. I don't even know if 6-5 really tells the whole story because I've really enjoyed C9 sort of gameplay today. Red card, super clinical, Maka, an elite performance on it, but making moves, like everybody getting involved in search and destroy. So, I mean, I know Kremp and Civ certainly had the shining light there in the statistical category, but just waiting to see if they can get things done. And a 1-1 record has actually been 2 offensive rounds that have been won by either team.
Crazy.
In sort of different styles. For Vancouver, it was Hixie just making the perfect play, going on an 8 spree, getting into Yard, forcing out the back spawns, basically doing everything you could possibly ask him to do. And for C9 is a little bit more of a bully situation, kind of running it down, but similar stuff, getting into the mix over by Yard. So we'll see who can just be the first team to clutch up on defense. Certainly slated the favorability on that side on a Vault Control, because believe me, do we have the data?
We do have the data. Despite some of our players trying to thwart our data collection experts by quitting out of lobbies early, you know who you are, and I know you're listening. Lovely shots from Attach right off the rip. We're going to get ourselves a little bit of left over towards the B-bomb side, B zone. What do you know? Crimson on the capture. Nice shots that are nasty. Mr. Submachine Gun, by the way. A man that can do it all. I bet he's a good cook too.
You know what? I would just love some beans and toast from that guy. Maybe a little bit of a pot pie.
This is all very good generic English
Steamed
food. Well
ham.
played. Well played, sir. Just call it like a Buckinghamshire pasty, and the chat will never know that's not real.
Oh, it's Shire. Yeah, I was about, isn't that Lord of the Rings?
Yeah, it is. Get in there, baby. Mac finding a cup or the boozer. He's going to be a problem from back here. For how long, though, is the question. As Surge have won the kills. I'm sorry. It was a bad joke. I'm sorry.
They're in their spawn, by the way. I mean, it was an interesting B hit. They got the first section of kills, and NASA really does close it down. And off the back of that, Vancouver are just circulating in the spawn. If you look at like Abuza's mini map, by the way, he knows he's not going to be getting too many kills, but he's just controlling the spawns. He's blocking the gold spawn, leaving up the deep one open, and just forcing them to go through P2. So it is a well and true blender, and they are thriving. Finally, Abuza falls, but in the meantime, 0-4, 6-1 start from him on a 3 spree, and C9 just nothing cooking so far. They are down 21-14 in the lives column.
Wait.
A miracle to win this round.
We've had plenty of miracles. Oof, that nearly was a miracle. 2 dead. Vancouver up. Contest 0-4 gives you the red dots, and now Chaser. Get in there, Hixie. Get another. No, it's all 4 down, and this is the making of a miracle chance.
And how far can Mac actually get and stay alive? He's assuming that they're already inside of Art, so he's playing a little bit different route, but there's number one just trying to be a nuisance. So he has guaranteed his team this A zone. Bar 04 popping absolute pieces, and while he gets cut down, A zone secured, everybody else in position. They are surrounding the B zone.
Surrounded. Plenty of mans on it. Trophies, we'll see in a moment now. There it is. My goodness, and a hail of fragmentation and glass. Gets rid of the player on point. Incoming Krem. Dives on, keeps it going. Might be looking at a segment. Oh no, they jump off for a sec. Kill Mac. No, you don't. Mac can finish the capture.
And 7 life lead cut down to 2, and they could have gotten no ticks, and instead they got the little bit extra. Now it's a 9v8. Now you're running out of spawn. Things are collapsing. They're breaking down. Obuza trying to save them, but you can't get past Sib for the moment. This might just be another offensive round.
Might be. It's not over yet though. Mac with shots again. The timing, my goodness, he's unstoppable. Mac, can he find another one? Yeah, pushing forward. Allow the boys to finish the capture. Another attacking round. C9. Delightful.
21-14 on the life count. Vancouver Surge had the diabolical spawn trap getting set up, and they just collapse in like not a ton of confidence coming out of the Surge boys by the look of it. For how good they open things up, they end up just getting slaughtered. And Miles, I should have trusted you more. Maybe miracle was too bold of a word, but for them to pull that off. And keep in mind, it went from 21-14 on the life count, and I think C9 got reduced to 6, while Vancouver got reduced to like 2. So the slang absolutely got flipped. And granted, it has been 3 offensive rounds in a row, but if you've paid attention to the series, you just imagine C9 New York. I mean, they won the red card with their feet up. They've had to work since then, but they are in prime position for this 3-0.
This could be the 3-0.
That's a true teammate kill.
What have you got, Vancouver? So far, it's not a lot. Mac continue the dominance here. What that shot of the second man. Here comes the third. Has Mac been cut down? Enough space now to fight their way out through the B street at the very least. Nasty now trying to clear up the pool side. Can Krem deal with him? No. Pressure now on. Surge flying through. Here comes Attach. No, he's down and out as well. They're under the A zone.
Yeah, C9 playing a little bit safety. 2 players getting sent over towards B Street. I think Kremp correctly called out 3 players working the B Street, but C9 again, a little bit safer in this moment. Just trying to keep things stable and under control, trying to swarm this A zone, and successful at that. Attach gets the final kill. The A zone has been saved, and Vancouver Surge back to square one.
He literally dives to save the point. Wow. Unbelievable timing. Another clutch moment from Attach. Clock now ticking. The final moments of Vancouver Surge in -1. Can 04 find a couple here? Oh, Krem, they want to win. 3 dead. Nasty. Last man up for the team. And he's fighting. 25 seconds to go.
Can't get number 3, though. Would have been nice if he had gotten it, but too much to work with. Attach does get back down, but no, maybe not. Just flies straight in. Vancouver can't get it covered, and vintage Attach. God, he looks good.
He's looking fantastic. Final 10 seconds here. You've drained the progress at A. It's the last chance through pool. The man of the moment could be Obuza. Can he make the hit on towards the zone? The slide. He's in. He stops the clock, but his teammates aren't there to pick it up yet. Kremp. Final kills. C9 from rags of the first week to riches now in -1. They take care of Vancouver Surge 3-0.
Just a dominant performance as well in effect. A couple offensive rounds being won on vault control, a red card where Matt could simply do no wrong, and Vancouver at least fought back on the S&D, but a very clutch round 11 as well coming in from C9, where they had to win the final 2 rounds. It's a nice little comeback there. C9 New York doing all the little things right, and as you pointed out, maybe from rags to riches, looking like a much better team. Attach and Sib might have had the bottom 2 KDs for AR players in the league, but played so much better today. In a 3-0, you could not ask for anything more.
Well, 141, the red card performance as well. Another really strong showing on that map, and I'm just loving what I'm seeing, man. C9 are back, baby. And an absolute delight, Chance. I mean, any sort of major takeaways from their gameplay from sort of the first couple of weeks, which we saw prior to the sort of holiday break to now? I mean, I just thought trades are on point, and they're finally going to really trade effectively. Not to mention the big wins individually from our AR players. And Mac.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing of like they sort of mentally check themselves out before a series or two. So it's going to take a little bit more time to sort of get your head in the game, so to speak. So I think the C9, expectations we have for the team, they're starting to show up just a little bit more.
Yeah, indeed. Well, that's the game's done for day one of Minor One. It's back to the desk.
New York versus Carolina. How we feeling about this matchup tomorrow, Alley Cat?
Honestly, I think it's going to go much better than it did last time.
Strong win.
Yeah, it
took a while, but they got it.
It was a strong win, and that's kind of what we were expecting from this team when they came into the season. The AR duo attached, having some huge plays throughout this one. We already talked about that map 1, but even in that last round, we saw him drop down and save the A-point, find 2 massive kills. Like, playing with emphasis on the map, like being decisive, and this is what I expect from C9. So yes, versus Carolina tomorrow, it's going to be an absolute banger.
Montage time. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that game 3. Mac, well, he started on a heater with the first hard point. How do you play in the third game, I should say, Allie?
I mean, Mac has been unreal for this entire team. I think the fact that he stayed consistent as they're slowly, as the rest of his teammates trying to catch up, speaks a lot, at least how good he's going to be in this game. But for C9, I think the most impressive for me was probably the search and destroy. I look at the roster, and I already expect them to be a really strong respawn team. They have not only players that will make good decisions with good heads on their shoulders, but also they have good slaying. The S&D was where all the big question marks were. I think the fact that they went to round 11 and were able to ice up is huge for them. They can't always lean on Kremp. Obviously, getting an ace and pushing them to a round 11 and getting the W. But I think if you're a Cloud9 fan, you should be very excited looking forward to the games tomorrow versus Carolina because they went to a game 5.
And Shots is kind of holding us all accountable, so I want to do the same. If you're Vancouver, are you on Blow It Up watch?
I don't think you're on Blow It Up watch.
I saw a lot of illies spammed in the chat.
But I will say, Chris, to that point, I think you are like heavily monitoring challengers as it stands right now, because there's some players that are standing out. Obviously, this is a new movement mechanic that we've never had, and I think back to like AW coming in from Ghost. Like, this is a long time going back, but when you have big shifts in movement mechanics, there's some challengers players that really step up and just get the hang of it. And if you're Surge, you're struggling, you're 1-3 overall, and you just got bopped out round 1 3-0, you are monitoring that and entertaining a possible change if there is some talent down there that you deem worthy. So yes, potentially.
It might not even be a discussion if they win this round 11 instead. Your scuff play of the game belongs to Cloud9. Allie, will you do us the honors?
I will do you the honors because this was insane. And for me, the fact that it was a 4v4 retake, right? So what do you do on the side of Cloud9? Well, first of all, they throw their attacks that get them weak. Kremp takes advantage of this. He slides in, he's able to get to and clean up kitchen. And then this is what I meant when I talked about the hesitation. He flies at this guy back grass knowing he's there as soon as his teammate gets the angle, and then he just absolutely flies at Nasty to make sure his teammate can get that defused because he has no other option in that situation, because the second that player on the bomb dies, the round's over, they lose, they go down 1-1 to tie the series. So big plays out of Kremp.
Yeah, it's the first time I've seen C9 so far this year like play with some aggression, like trying to diff teams. It was built to be that kind of roster, and they did it throughout this one. Shout out to Kremp. Huge plays.
Round 11, 0.4 left on the clock during that defuse. It doesn't get any tighter for a search and destroy. To talk about it live, we have Kremp, the First Blood God, joining us. 5 in that game, too. Kremp, you were on one today in search. How'd it feel?
Felt good, man. I was kind of just running it down, but it definitely worked out. It just definitely works out because we put a lot of homework in, so I'm kind of like that guy for us in search, so works out.
Awesome.
Kremp, that round 11 was literally everything, and I want to ask kind of what your thought process was like in it, and also the comms, because again, we talked about it. It was 0.4 seconds on that defuse. How chaotic was that, and how did you navigate that situation?
Well, me and Mac got to their middle, and earlier rounds we saw someone back on the umbrella, so we just said, yo, just run at the bomb and just retake the bomb, and we just ran it down, and I kind of just ran at all of them, realistically. I just found out where they are and ran it down. Mac last second says, someone has to hop it, someone has to hop it. So he hops it barely, and I just ran the last guy too.
Did you tell him no?
I pretty much ran them all down.
That's all you, that's all you, that's all you.
Yeah, and I said, you gotta hop it, dude. I'm in them. I'm running them.
Thanks so much, Kremp.
Kremp, I want to ask you about your next matchup. First off, congrats.
Yes.
But now you got a tough match up against Carolina. You played them already, went to a game 5, and the difference was the control in that series. So talk to me about the differences headed into this one, how you're going to prepare for it.
I mean, throughout all the practice we've been having, we just try to be most efficient with what we can do, like while we're playing every single mode. And I think that just shows the progress we've been making. So we're gonna go against them like any other team, just do our homework, come out crazy, and just try to slam them, get our get back.
Crep, it's great to see Cloud9 back in Call of Duty, and I see you rocking some new specs. You want to tell me about them?
Didn't know this, but for the last couple years, I've been kind of blinded when I went to the eye doctor, had to get some spectacles, so it's worth it.
He could shoot when he couldn't see. Now he can see. Y'all are screwed. Look out for Crep. Cloud9's coming for you. Thanks, Crep.
Thank you.
Crep and friends send another team packing. Our bracket is getting set, and this is going to be such a fun tournament because 8 teams remain. Let's take a look at how we sent 4 teams home as we started with LAG versus Minnesota. It was one of the best matches in week 1. It returns here in the minor, and, well, Minnesota does it again.
Yeah, we get a reverse sweep, an absolute banger of a series. Once again, it delivered. I thought the Gorillas mates, thought Gentle mates would come out with this W, but just falling flat at the very end. I mean, Kismet playing a little over-aggressive in the Game 5 Search and Destroy, uncharacteristic of him. But Rocker, man, showing poise in the Search and Destroys once again. This team just keeps on surprising us and potentially top 6.
And I'm so frustrated because I opened this with, you know what, Minnesota Rocker has continued their franchise way of you can never really count this team out. That map 1, absolute banger off the gate. It kind of felt like a Lens versus Nero situation, both of them sitting at 35 and 36 kills respectively. The subs were going at it, and just when we thought Gentlemates finally figured out their Search and Destroy, they fall flat in the control. We pushed to a Game 5, and unfortunately just did not see anything from them on Hacienda. So clearly some work of bottom view to be done there, but again, I have to tip my hat to Minnesota Rocker. I'm so sorry we all betted against you. Again, you keep proving everybody wrong.
And I will say, Smiley Estriel is one of my new favorite faces in the winner circle. Look out for him moving forward. Atlanta, FaZe, and Chris Lair were back in form today. It was a little sloppy at the start. They dropped map number 1, but after the ace, this was all FaZe.
They had me for a second. I thought maybe I walked in on that map number 1. I ran to the ladies' room, and I was like, oh my gosh, Miami Heretics are actually going to do it. But it was the most insane 1v4 I think we have ever seen in the league from the side of Simp. Bomb down, 12 seconds on the clock. He pulls out the miracle play. He puts the momentum in Atlanta FaZe's favor, and they're able to take away the series.
Yeah, potentially could have changed their whole year, right? Like, if you end up losing that, lose that map, then you get bopped out in this minor, maybe you're looking at roster change. So Atlanta FaZe looking to make a deep run, and man, the whole community knows, they know they need it.
Everyone keep telling them they need a roster change. That's when they play their best, I'm told. Atlanta FaZe, Little Rocky, they get the job done. It was a little rocky as well for Optic Texas as they matched up against Vegas Falcons, and of course, 2 new players from Challengers. We're of course talking about Wixel, and he was joined by Dahum, but the real story was Exnid on the Falcons, 52 kills, sets the league record.
I think the real story was all of the teammates that we saw throughout the entirety of this series. This was a wonky one for sure. I think for Falcons, you walk away. I mean, you just played the defending world champs incredibly close. Many opportunities where you could have gone up 2-0 in this series. You know, hindsight obviously is going to kind of kick you in the foot. But for Falcons, not that bad. Optic Texas on the flip side, though, a little worried.
My takeaway is the Exodus is unbelievable, bro. Like 52 kills, like he literally broke the kill record, and he was trying to get more. Like the kid was playing aggressive, and you know, when I look at young talent, like that's just the one thing where it's like, hey man, you can slay. Now you have your confidence. Now let's start playing the game the right way, and I think that's gonna come somewhere in the middle of stage 2. Right now, it's just all a learning process.
His very first game that I watched him, I was like, this kid's movement is different. His aim is different. He's going to be a player to watch. Shotzzy, though, man of his word, goes outside and makes the snowman for me after the dub. This guy's living the best life.
Dude, he's vibing, man. And he put a PSA out, too, to the rest of the league. Like, man, try harder in scrims, guys, because we're coming for you.
Don't waste my time. I could be
time.
making money, honey. All right, let's take a look at who is making money so far in this tournament. Dashy giving his team an opportunity with a 1.35. We talked about what Exnid was doing. Dashy put up 500 more damage in that same game.
Absolutely insane. Dashy's been a force since Hook's been brought to this team. They've asked him to do more, and he said, sure, no problem.
Bracket is updated. Let's take a look. 8 teams remain. Allie, who moves into your final 4? Give me one guarantee.
One guarantee is that, oh, they play FaZe. You almost got me with that one. You almost got me with that one. I'm confidently going to say, I'm so sorry, Minnesota Rocker. Toronto Ultra is going to make it into the top 4.
I don't see any locks.
No locks?
I don't see any locks.
The one,
Cloud9 looks so good. I would say Ravens, but like they went game 5 last time. I don't see a single lock.
You know what? I want to hear from the community. Let us know. I'm at MLG Puckett. We got Nameless and we've got Alley Cat with the next. Let's get it going on social. In the meantime, take a screenshot of this one. It's your schedule. Make it your alarm clock. 3 p.m. Eastern. We kick things off with another Battle of Purple. That's Minnesota, by the way, versus Toronto Ultra. We're going to see Optic Texas versus Breach in match number 2. Battle of Blue at 6. And of course, we'll close it out. Juggernaut Battle. 7:30, Atlanta FaZe versus LA Thieves. How many game 5s?
All of them. 4.
Nameless, highlight of the day?
Buckle up.
Highlight of the day. 52 from Exit. Absolutely insane.
52. Go back. Watch that game 1, Optic Falcons. Until then, we'll see
That was
ya.
sick too.
We're kicking off 2:45 Eastern. See you then.
Yep. OH.
OH. I hope we're winning.
We back for another one. Another one. Here we go. Come on like that. We back for another one. Here we go. We back on the scene like we never left. Time to go put them back on the shelf. No, we do not need permission. We came in alone, now we leaving here by ourselves. Now nobody wanna play me. Everybody think I'm crazy. Guess I gotta live up to it. Nothing but to do it. Hear me out. Let's go. They know we done been there before. They know I done been there before. I think we gon' do it again. I think we gon' do it again. I'm ready to go for the win. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. You know what we doing. Do it again. Do it again. Tell them I'm another one. Another one. Let's win. Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. I like that. Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. I like that. Do it again. Do it again. Tell them I'm another one. Another one. Tell them let's do it again.
Me.
You're better. You're f***ing better, bro.
I went to like Vault Door, I think. I've seen this, bro.
Oh my god. He's in Vault. Play Meadows. You're so much better. Bomb.
Oh my god!
Holy shit.
Hello?
Let's go. You're the
I'll just
same
want to
shit.
them real quick. Holy Yo!
And,
Yobi!
But now Kiz is in a great spot to find a first blood. That was insane. Oh my god, why did he just do that?
Joe's face was comedy in here.